ask the lady in charge what.
At the rodeo, he has the microphone.
It is 8:38 a.m. We are going to call this meeting to order. Tommy, go to your chair.
That side, it was that side.
It was the right side.
We would never do that on this side of here.
I was like, it's a sign.
Welcome, everybody. There are plenty of seats, so no one needs to stand in the back. You are allowed to sit in the
At the
seat.
very front.
And Aaron, we want to know how your dad's doing. Aaron, how's your dad doing?
He's doing okay.
Okay. All right. That's what we want to hear. All right. Today is our workshop itinerary. Generally speaking, these are strategic. There will not be decisions made necessarily. It's an opportunity for people to present their needs, their wants, and give us a great overview of the area that you are responsible for overseeing. We appreciate everyone's effort and energy in putting in this process. I know it's stressful. I know it's stressful for us up here going through all of the items that will be presented and then trying to figure out how we will come up with the money to finance the opportunities and the issues that come before us. But please use this as an opportunity to set forth your 23-24 strategic ideas, and we will move through the process. There's plenty of food, I think, drink and water in the room over here to the side. If you haven't had a chance to go get something to drink, now would be your chance to do that. And with that said, we are calling this meeting to order. So the first thing on the agenda for today is the overview of the planning workshop. I might have just taken some words out of Daniel's mouth, but he has a chance to repeat those same words if I did.
Mayor, yes, ma'am. You've already done a lot of the housekeeping. Thank you for making sure that everybody understood where the treats were at if y'all want something to eat. It is, again, an opportunity to kind of sit down and go over our strategic priorities, what they were in the past, and what we may want to consider for this coming fiscal year as well. The agenda will go like this. As far as the workshop, we'll get the financial update, as we always do, from Tina. She'll discuss the current revenues and expenditures, and even opera monies is what's left over at this point. We'll move into capital improvement priorities. I know that last Friday, information was sent out. We do have all the information for people watching on TV right now. Capital improvement priorities can be seen on our website. You can pull that information up. There's a lot of detail in there as far as what some of the capital improvement projects are. We'll be discussing some of those as far as those priorities today. And number 4 is the update on the 3 strategic priorities. We've had 3 priorities for the past, actually 6 years at this point. And I know that we reaffirmed those for several years now because they are such huge priorities for us, which entails, of course, infrastructure, public safety, and economic development. And then finally at number 5, we'll be establishing or confirming priorities for 2023 or 2024. It's important to understand the city's financial challenges and opportunities prior to the planning process. We do need to talk about those. I think that when we look at what we want to prioritize, we have to keep that in check with what we expect or what we're maybe budgeting for the future. Now, we won't have solid numbers today as far as what we're forecasting revenue-wise, but that'll be coming. But we also have to monitor that very carefully as we consider some of the priorities that we'll have. We can't overdo it and say we want all of this when we know we just don't have the money for it. So we have to be very mindful of that. There's going to be a list of priorities competing for resources, and of course, it's constrained by affordability. The updates, I just mentioned those a while ago. Of course, we'll be going over infrastructure, where we are with drainage, streets, water, and wastewater. Shane will be doing that. Economic development, Michael Dane, John James will be tackling that one. And then public safety, the chiefs will be here to present for the police department, also for the fire department. So we're really looking forward to those presentations. As I mentioned a while ago, we have had the same priorities for the past 6 years. They've been confirmed. Again, the very end of what we're doing today will be to discuss other options for priorities. You may say, hey, we're good with what we have at this point, or no, we want to tweak it a little bit. We want to remove this and add that. So this is what this is for. This is the opportunity to really put it out there and say, hey, we really want to prioritize this, and we want the city staff to move forward with our direction to make these things happen. I do want to point out that a lot of our, when we start looking at priorities as well, sometimes some of the priorities fall a little bit lower as far as what the city comes up with, but we also look at funding for those priorities. If we have a grant that we can apply for and actually receive, we'd like to leverage our monies toward that. So a lot of times some of these priorities will come up to the top rather than staying at the middle point. So again, we're constantly looking for grants that will be out there available to us. We want to leverage every dollar that we have with the city. With that, I will hand this over to Tina.
I'd like to make some comments first before we do that. You know, in 2009, we had a company come in and do a review of the city of San Angelo, and with that, they interviewed, I think, some 200 people to discuss what they felt about the city of San Angelo, what our opportunities were, what our issues they perceived were, and what the city needed to do to focus on the future. And one of the headlines of that said the following: the community has collectively changed and is now looking for more, quote, authentic and individualized experiences. To ensure successful implementation based off of the strategic plan that the City Council back then used to update the comprehensive plan, they said the following: this document and the process which informed in it builds on an understanding of market realities relative to economic, transportation, and land use challenges, with an eye towards sustainable placemaking, and that's an important word, placemaking. As such, it is designed to serve as a guide for public and private investment and policy decisions to best leverage city initiatives. Furthermore, it is intended to promote the interest of citizens at large and enhance the visible public realm, while improving connections and protections for the city's natural resources. How San Angelo will confront these issues: great places nurture their history and reinvest in their core. This strategic plan is intended to recreate downtown San Angelo as the center of the community physically, socially, and economically. Furthermore, it is designed to guide the city towards reinvestment in parts that have failed or are failing, and to achieve a future that is more walkable, more sustainable, and more fiscally stable. Redesigning the city of San Angelo as a more interconnected, more integrated, more distinct, and more culturally significant place is the vision that guides the recommendations presented here. It goes on to say in 2003, the city of San Angelo completed the San Angelo Comprehensive Plan. Within a few years, new insight and continued growth pressure dictated the need for updating key sections of that document, particularly the vision and strategy for its implementation. Unlike a typical comprehensive plan, which by design is fairly general, the San Angelo Strategic Plan, which is what I'm reading from, is the strategic plan, is intended to be targeted and strategic. After working with community representatives and examining past planning efforts, this strategic plan lays out a vision and strategy for the city over the near and long term. The city of San Angelo is at a point of evolutionary change. The perception of San Angelo as a place is shifting from that of a static West Texas town into something more of a new community. With an influx of residents, particularly from the West Coast, relocating to San Angelo to take advantage of its quality of life, there is a renewed community spirit and desire for the identity that was inherent in the original town planning for San Angelo, Texas. I'm not going to read all of the pages, but one of the key things that it goes on to say, and this is something for Shane Kelton, because I know this is his daily, constant, strategic challenge, and that is to say the following. Well, let me get to the right page here. It goes on to say that, in fact, our biggest challenge will be that as we continue to sprawl, instead of working on infill areas, that the challenges will continue to provide dramatic challenges to our city because of the cost of infrastructure for water and for streets. And in 2009, the number they put forward just to take care of what was then the infrastructure in terms of streets was $300 million. If we didn't do anything, any new streets, any new growth, any new development, $300 million, and that was in 2009.
Much more than that now, Mayor.
Exactly.
It's much more than that.
Okay, so what I want to make sure we do is, as you know, the city, our citizens have had tremendous concerns about the quality of our streets, our infrastructure, and making sure that we make the investment to continue with the quality of life that exists. It also goes on to say the following thing, and this relates to parks and open spaces. The city of San Angelo has an extensive park system with numerous amenities, all of which are discussed in detail in the 2003 Comprehensive Plan. These amenities, such as the riverfront park system, museums, a visitor center, natural topographical features, historic downtown, etc., are the essence of what makes San Angelo unique. In aggregate, they give San Angelo a competitive sitting advantage in a time when cities are competing against one another for people and jobs, particularly those that value this aspect of community quality of life. Today, the city's current level of parkland is so significant that some parks are considered underutilized. This is due in part to the fact that some are misplaced and inaccessible, yet others are mismatched to the populace it is serving. And in an effort to promote and preserve this community commodity, parkland in key locations may need to be repurposed. Parks should be the focus of the community and scaled appropriately for the proposed program and user groups. A small neighborhood park should be the focal point of the neighborhood design with reasonable and walking distance for everyone in the neighborhood and program from neighboring gatherings and similar recreation activities. As we go along, I will read other portions of this, but my point is the following. We had a comprehensive plan in 2003. This 2009 strategic plan updated that comprehensive plan and should be the focus. Otherwise, why do we even bother to spend the money and do these strategic plans if we don't follow the guidelines and the direction that this strategic plan lays out for the city based off of the citizens' input? Shane, I don't know, but I don't know if you've got 300 million sitting there just to continue to work on the existing infrastructure. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Mayor, I do want to point out that, so the comprehensive plan you were just reading from, again, anyone watching on TV, you can go to the city's website under the planning department, and there's a link to the comprehensive plan. We encourage you to do that. It's very eye-opening what's in there. So again, the mayor read some excerpts from it, but there's a lot of great information in there. Again, the city's website, planning department, link is the comprehensive plan.
And as I said, we will continue, and I will add comments and input from this important 2009 strategic plan. And with that, Tina, you're on, and you can find us that 300 million, right?
Mayor, we're going to talk about the capital improvement plan in a few minutes, and it is at 647 million now, so.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And
Okay.
that's only a part of this document. It is not the complete document. So as much as it's an updated CIP with focus on several areas, it is not even close to being what's in this document.
Okay, we'll start out with property tax. This slide is just depicting the 3 taxing entities that are responsible for setting the tax rates. Of course, that would be the school district with a tax rate of about 97 cents, the county with a tax rate of about 51 cents, and the city at 0.7379 cents. Of course, the second half of the equation is the appraisal district, which appraises property values at the market value. And the separation of power ensures that there's not one entity solely responsible for setting your property tax.
You want to talk
rate
about the Tom Green
value.
County Appraisal District and how they come up with those numbers and what part the city of San Angelo does or does not play in that process?
Well, I can't speak to all of their processes, but what I can say is that they set the values for citizens' homes, and then the taxing entity sets the rate. That's kept separate intentionally so that not one entity is determining what the tax levy is or what each individual's tax burden will be.
And talk about the 3.5% increase that we are
Limited to-
allowed to have.
Right. The state legislature, I think it was in 2019, put into effect that there's a 3.5% cap on property tax revenue on
Is that
existing
for
properties.
new and existing? Just existing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's why growth is important, because it's only with new property taxes added do we really see the benefit of growth.
That's true. Yes, ma'am. There's also a 10% homestead cap. There's a bill going through the legislature right now. The House just voted on it 147-0 unanimously to cap both residential and commercial properties at 5%, so we're watching that closely as well.
Is that the vote they took last night about midnight?
It might have been. I just saw it, so it's this week for sure, I know. And so we're watching that. That would not, I don't think, impact this fiscal year 2024, but I think it would impact us in 2025 if they do approve that. It's in the Senate now. So with that, I can move on, or if you have any other questions on?
I just want to make sure, because right now, I think every single person who sits up here, and me for sure specifically, have received a lot of flack as it relates to the property tax valuations. And so many people believe that the city is responsible for determining what those appraisal values are. And it just needs to be made very clear that the city of San Angelo's investment in the property tax process is simply setting a rate, a percentage. We are not responsible for setting dollar valuations on land, homes, commercial, residential. What we do have to do is, once all the protests have been heard, and we know that there's going to be a tremendous amount of protests relative to the tax appraisal valuations, we then are limited to the 3.5%. And when we do that, Tina, what do we look at?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
We are limited to the 3.5% increase, but how do we determine our tax rate? Talk about the
Okay.
process and what we have to look at and what we have to adjust relative to the final appraised values.
Right, once we get those final appraised values, that does impact our tax rate. If we go above the 3.5%, it is required that we go to the voters to increase it above that level. And so the appraisal district calculates the rate at which it's called the no new revenue rate, and they calculate that for us. And that's why last year during the budget process, we decreased the tax rate by 3.8 cents.
So talk about where we were on rate versus where we are currently as we speak.
We were at .776, and we are now at .7379.
Okay. So those are things that we're all going to have to deal with as we sit up here and make decisions or take some guidance or information from staff. But at this point, we don't know what those numbers are. There will be a lot of protests, so the process will be a long process. It will probably come up to the wire in terms of when all those protests are heard and when we finally get a number that we will consider as we finalize the budget and the rate for 23-24.
Yes, ma'am. It'll be a couple months before we have that information, so, but right now we just have preliminary numbers. Like you said, there'll be a lot of protests, and so until we see how those pan out, we really can't come up with a good estimate.
Mayor, I do want to
Yes.
add to that as well. There's people out there that think that the city council influences how those values are done.
Right.
And there's a legal aspect to that, actually. City council can involve themselves in
Cannot.
it sounded like cannot involve itself in trying to influence what those values will look like. It's not legal. City council members cannot do that. So those of you that
Including the mayor, correct?
that is correct, including the mayor. So there is that legal aspect of it. Again, on our end, as Tina mentioned a while ago, you have checks and balances in place. So we, city council, sets the rate, but they determine that value. The city council has nothing to do with determining the value or trying to influence that value
Right.
for that
It's
matter.
actually in the code that makes it illegal for a public official to influence the valuations.
Correct.
Okay.
And this is just a depiction of what we just discussed, how we lowered the tax rate last year by the 3.8 cents. And moving on to sales tax, just a reminder that the total sales tax that a consumer pays is 8.25%. 6.25% of that goes to the state, 1% stays with the city, 0.5% goes to the development corporation, and the other half goes to Tom Green County.
Those numbers cannot be changed correctly, so we can't increase our sales tax rate on a local level.
We cannot. The state says
Correct.
the highest tax rate could be 8.25%. So within that, we could possibly move it around, but the 8.25 is the limit, so. So sales tax revenue, we're over budget by $2.3 million as of May. Year-to-date collections are over last year by 10.62%, and projected marginal revenue is $2.8 million. And that's projected flat. So if we receive the exact same amount in the last few months of the year, that's what we would expect to see.
As a percent of increase, so are the last few months at the same? Because the budget isn't equally divided by month.
Right, that's
So
correct,
some of the
because it's
heavier
seasonal.
decreases are planned earlier on in the budget year.
That's right.
Versus the last few months of the budget year. And last month, what was the sales tax increase?
2.99%.
So keep that in mind, because from what we are hearing, reading, and seeing is the economy is softening. And if you take a look at this past month, that number might be the new future sales tax increase versus where we've been over the past 7 months.
Yes, ma'am. We do watch that closely. Again, that's projected flat, so assuming no increases or decreases through the next 4 months.
Flat to last year.
Yes, ma'am. And then we just have a chart kind of showing that sales tax growth over the last 5 years.
Because one of the key components that we need to look at is in fiscal year '22, our sales tax increase for the city of San Angelo was less than, quote, the inflation that was a national inflationary rate. So we were not even increasing the sales tax revenue
To keep up.
to keep up with inflation. So that's a key number. So when we can't even make inflationary numbers and sales tax increases, then we need to be concerned about how we plan and budget.
We'll move on to general fund revenue. This is performance as of the end of April at 58% through the year. And so property tax was at 91% received at that point in time, and you can go through those numbers, and if you have any questions, we'll be happy to discuss.
Generally speaking, we receive 100% of the property tax valuation that we put into the budget.
Yes, we usually
We don't usually
do.
miss that number. The number that's more flexible is certainly the sales tax and the alcohol and bingo taxes.
Correct.
I do want to point out, though, that the one area that is lagging is charges for services. That's at 38% versus we have 58% of the year lapsed already. So that's a concern. That's something we want to make sure we address.
So I do have a couple notes on that. Some of that is due to a delay in ambulance payments. They lag behind a month or two usually. Some of that is because municipal court is low right now, year-to-date. And then a big portion of it is the Public Works contract with Tom Green County. That was, I think, $2.4 million or something like that. We haven't received that, so that's going to make it look like it's lower than.
So the charges for services is not a real number.
It is a real number, but.
It is,
But it still
it's
doesn't add
But
not.
we expect to receive that money from the county, and so we know that we can rely on receiving that. It's just looks low because we haven't.
Charges for services in our fiscal 22-23.
What are they? Is that what you asked?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There would be for public safety, there's ambulance, fire marshal, there's some for police and municipal court. In public services, there's revenue for parks, recreation, nature center, and swimming pool. In planning and development services, there are charges for development services, planning, and then permits and inspections. Under neighborhood and family services, we have revenue for animal services and code compliance.
Are you reading from the year end, 22-23, or are you reading current?
I'm looking at the current Blue Book just to give you an idea of what types of charges for services there are.
Right, but if you go pull up your 22-23 and look at the final number of what charges for service, I know there's multiple categories, but if we're going to combine them in one category for this presentation, we need to understand how each of those categories came in relative to charges for services.
Perfect.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
she's trying to answer your question. Your question was about 22, 23. That's the year we're in. So the year-to-date,
You're
Previous
right,
year.
21-22, sorry. Sorry.
That's what I was thinking
Yeah,
anyway. But
sorry.
Kimberly's going to pull that up for the year end so that we can get you that information.
Yeah, we need to look at it, because this is not a
Just look at the-
realistic number relative to how it came in end of the year, which at that point in time, we would have received those numbers, so we need to make sure we understand truly what that number is.
Okay. What number do you want me to
Well,
relay?
go through it, because it's going to be too difficult to add all that up right now in terms of actual from year to year. But if you go by each of the categories and say, what percent year ending did they receive for charges for services, and where was the red hole?
Okay. And I can go through our, what we have in the Blue Book as far as year end, what we call period 13 with some adjustments. Of course, that is unaudited, but I can at least give you that information to give you an idea.
That would be great.
Okay, so public safety, public safety came in at 88% of their revenue budget. Public services came in at 73% of their budget.
One's fire and one's police, is that what you're saying?
No, so the first one I said was public safety as a whole. Do you want them separately?
No, that's okay. I mean, we might have questions later,
Okay.
but for right now.
Okay. So public safety was 88%. That includes fire, police, and municipal court. Public services, which is Parks and Rec, came in at 73%. Planning and development services came in at 118%.
So they were able to cover their overhead and expenses based off of the fees they received.
No, that's just the revenue. The revenue budget was set at $1 million. I think their expense budget is 2.5, somewhere around there.
So what was their final number?
In planning and development services, can you go to the expense? So their final expense was 2.15 million, and their final revenue was 1.1 million.
And I know John referred to the GIS system as the part that the city offers as a service versus charges for the fee, right?
It is,
Ron?
it is, Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, GIS is
Part of
not
it,
included, yeah.
yes.
Okay. So we would have to extract from that to come up with a pure number. And then on the public safety, 88% of the budget, where was the big hole? Was that inclusive of ambulance services?
It is. Ambulance was at 95%. Fire marshal was at 47%. Police was at 106%, and municipal court was at 78%.
78% is the municipal, is that what you said?
Municipal court fines and fees, that stuff.
Okay.
Did you want me to go through the rest of them? Or is
What
that,
else is there that we
what
haven't?
other ones are there? Neighborhood and family services at 74%. And then there's other, like, some miscellaneous charges other than that. So,
So in
revenue.
other words, on every category, every area of category where we have charges for services, we miss the budget numbers.
Almost all of them, yes.
Mayor, could
Yes,
I? Tina,
please.
could you give us perspective by telling us where the big dollar value revenue shortfalls were,
Sure.
not just the percentages,
Sure, yes.
just ballpark?
So, public safety in general was short by $846,000.
Can you break that down into those?
And fire was 230,000 of that. The big one was municipal court, that was short by 550,000.
The municipal court numbers are based off of what?
She'd have to come up and tell us that. I mean,
I'd have to talk to Sylvia. Is she here? Oh, we have someone here. You come.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jessica. I'm one of the supervisors for municipal court. Thank you. So yes, we realize that our numbers are down, or our revenue is down, and it's all dependent on filings. So, because there's been
Filings are what?
citations.
And has that been the trend over the past 3 years?
And the trend over the last 5 years, we looked at it yesterday, and it's been going down, but significantly over the last 3 years. So last year, we had almost 13,000 filings through municipal court. And we're on track to meet that number again, but that's down probably 50% from 5 years ago.
So the question mark is, we can continue to budget unrealistic or budget based off of a trend level. And we, continually setting that high is one issue that creates shortfall in the end. And what we want to do is be more realistic in terms of how we plan it. On the other hand, if citations are down or tickets are down, is there a question about public safety? Speeding, running red lights, running stop signs. But one other issue I think that you started this year was the, and I'm probably going to say the wrong words on this, but the tickets, the warrants. So this year, I think we went back and have done what?
So almost a year ago, we did a 2-week warrant roundup. Yeah. We looked at those numbers too, and over those 2 weeks, we collected almost 50% of the monies of the people that we were able to make contact with. So that's actually pretty good. That's better than we've done in the past. And we talked about it yesterday, and our plan is to do something like that again, similar to what we did last year.
That becomes a huge, big hole, because I think every year it's been about 500,000 down from the plan. And when it's a consistent performance from a plan number, you start with number one, is the plan correct? If we keep planning it, but if we keep dropping 50% every year, and you look at a 5-year trend of less than 50% every year for 5 years, that's a significant number.
Mayor, we did budget down $270,000 from the prior year, and it was still short by 550.
She did want me to point out, one of the things is when in 2017, when the law changed, and we had to restructure how we can collect when people don't pay, it kind of made it harder. That's why we have less warrants as quickly.
And why is it harder?
So in the past, if they didn't pay, didn't pay or didn't complete community service, they basically immediately went into warrants. And this was, a lot of people don't want that. Now they have an opportunity. They have some time before that happens. So in some ways, it's less incentive. So.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
she won't say it, I'll say it. The state made it much more difficult to collect on those pay plans, where we would throw them into warrant and go knock on the door and say, look, you got to pay. They won't let them do that now. It's very soft collection authorization based on state statutes.
And they're given the ability at this point to make payments. I mean, they can make small amounts so we're not collecting typically, maybe not even for the full amount during that fiscal year. It rolls over to the next fiscal year or further than that, really. So.
Yes, the state requires that not only do we offer payment arrangements, give them time to pay, they can pay it in full, they can pay it in 30 days, they can pay it over years. We also have to we're also required to offer an alternative to payment, which is our community service, our TAPS program. So
if you compare the number of tickets or warrants or citations, I guess citations would be the correct word. If you look at the trend over the past, and one of the things that's the hiccup, which you can't use in this conversation, is the COVID years, because that is the big hiccup in terms of what could or could not or did not happen. So we always want to make sure we are fair about that conversation. But if you take a look at the past 2 years, what would be the fair number to look at in terms of citations given so far this year versus final numbers last year?
So it's not just citations, it's filings in general from multiple departments.
As I said, I'll probably say the wrong word. Sorry.
Okay, so last year overall we had 12,896 filings. And right now we're at 6,797 filings, and that ends for April 30th. So we don't have May's numbers yet.
So it's significantly down based off of where we're at currently. 'Cause
Yeah,
what's the percent right now?
I don't
You
have.
have it in yours, I think in your municipal court number, don't you have, well, you don't have numbers, you have percentage or dollars, right? So you
Yes,
wouldn't
ma'am.
know.
number of
compared to
citations?
last year.
It sounded like you're about 50%.
We're at about 50% for the year.
So we have May,
7
June,
months.
July, August, September, 5 months left, or 4.5 months, maybe 4. So we're going to miss it again.
Sounds that way.
Probably.
Okay,
Ma'am,
thank you. Yes,
I
somebody?
have a question concerning the means of collection. We can't knock on doors anymore, so what is our means of collection?
We can knock on doors, just not as aggressively, I guess. I don't know how to put it. We have one clerk that calls probably half the day, most days of the week, making contact with people. And we have a collection agency that also makes contact with people. So,
Do y'all charge any kind of fees for this money that they owe? Like, do you charge anything every month extra?
no.
So the amount that they owe stays the same?
So there's a warrant fee that gets added for every violation that goes into warrants. And then if it gets turned over to collections, there's a 30% increase on whatever the balance is. But that money goes directly to the collection agency.
How long is it before they are turned over to the collection agency?
90 days? It's either 60 or 90 days. Off the top of my head, it's 90 days.
30 days.
Yes, 90 days. So they go into warrants, then they can stay in warrants for 90 days, and then they go to the collection agency.
Other questions from city council members? I think the hardest part is having a clerk who tries hard to contact people. Landlines are not usually used so much. People know how not to answer a cell phone, particularly because of spam issues, so one would know how to not answer. So I think the idea of being able to contact them is a very tough challenge. And yet, on the other hand, there was a citation written for some reason.
And one of the parts, so anybody that goes on a payment plan is required to provide some names and numbers of some friends or family. So we actually do reach out to their friends and family and ask them to contact the person and have them give us a call.
Again, further questions or comments? Anyway, that becomes, as a total, if you look at this charges for services and look at the percent we're at, has a big impact in terms of overall budgeting and the amount of funds that the general fund is going to have to add back in to cover those costs. So we need to be very mindful of that line because there's a $8 million difference there. And that's a big number, 8 million.
I have one last question.
Okay.
Please, Larry.
Suppose somebody says, I'm not paying. What happens then? Sounds like nothing.
I guess it depends on if we've made contact with them. Unfortunately, the last option is that they would go to jail. If an officer makes contact with them, they have the option of taking them to jail and they would sit out their fine, sit out their balance owed.
Do you have any numbers on that, on how many of?
Not. I'm sorry. I can get with Sylvia and we can get that information to you about how much overall that we have to give credit for them to be in jail.
You know, the challenge here is to figure out what we can do differently, because if you look at a 5-year trend, the amount of money that the general fund is having to cover to pay for the municipal court numbers that we're talking about, it's a huge amount, and skipping COVID. But we need to strategically decide, number one, how to plan it correctly, but even when we reduce it, we're not making the numbers. So there's strategically got to be a plan for how we go about achieving some of these numbers, the charges for services, and how we collect. Is it writing off an $8 million number in the general fund on top of all the other things that the general fund has to cover is very difficult. It's a real challenge.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
if I could call John up here, actually,
Yeah.
John's the supervisor for the city marshals. I think you had something to add on the warrant part of it?
Perfect.
Okay.
We love expert testimony.
Good morning. The only thing I wanted to add was the way we collect and our warrant service has not changed. We still knock on doors on a daily basis. I think Jessica was referring earlier to some of the things that changed by law. One of them is, in the past, person didn't make a payment, immediately put in the warrants. Now we have, I think, we have to send out a notice, like a 10-day notice. If they don't respond to the notice, we have to send them another notice of a show cause hearing. So the process has been extended. So that's one of the things that was changed a few years ago by law. The other thing now is we have to, if requested, provide an indigency hearing. And if a person comes in and just says they can't pay, we can provide them with options like community service, which we do. But for health reasons, if they can't do community service, we just basically whatever they owe is just a wash. Those are some of the things that changed several years ago, and it doesn't necessarily make collections harder. It just extends the time that they have to avoid payment. As far as collections from the marshal side, we still go out on a daily basis and knock on doors. That has not changed. When we do knock on doors and we make contact with somebody, we have several options. One of them is take them to jail. The other option is we take them to municipal court where they're put on time payments. I know the question was asked, are there any other payments that go along with the time payments? And we have a time payment fee that we can add by law, and then, of course, the warrant fee. Another thing that changed several years ago is if a person is in warrants and they turn themselves in with just walk in the front doors, we have to recall the warrants by law. That changed several years ago as well.
So describe that process again, please.
So a person's in warrants, and 90% of the time a person's in warrants, they know they're in warrants. But they walk in through the front door. We didn't go get them. We didn't give them a PR bond. They're not coming from jail. When they walk into the front door, go up to the counter, that warrant is recalled. So basically, I'm here, put me on time payments, and hopefully we don't do this again in 30 days. But that's,
At least there's a process.
yes, yes.
And that process, certainly don't know how frequently that process is used, but the key is there is a process for people to work through the situation.
And every time a law changes and makes it a little bit more difficult for us to collect, we put things in place to kind of help us. One of the things is the time payment. It's not an easy process. You come in and you fill out a form. You have to list 4 people who know you, who know where you live, who know where you work, and we have a clerk that calls basically the references and calls and speaks to each one of your references before we put you on time payments. Some of them that come in, if they owe a substantial amount, they're required to pay a certain percentage before we put them on time payments. So those are some of the things that we've done to kind of make it a little bit easier for us to collect, because we know now that everything's extended, it's a little bit harder sometimes to collect on some of these warrants. So that's what we've done. But as far as the collections process from the warrant side and from the marshal side, that hasn't changed. So
Thank you for that input.
any other questions?
Well, I think, obviously you're saying that by the state law, the process is dictated in terms of what we can and can't do. So there's always 2 issues number one, the amount of citations issued, is it up or is it down? And then number two, up or down the collectability, what percentage are we collecting this year versus last year? So it's two issues. So one is how many citations are we writing? Are we being writing as many citations? And then number two is our ability to collect them down or up. And is there an idea or a suggestion in terms of how we move forward to help the process? Because no one wants to be writing citations that are just worthless because people refuse to participate in the process. So we don't want to make it harder on our police. So that's the two issues for me.
And I agree 100%. And some of the other things that we've done is we probably have 5 positions in our department that we haven't filled because the numbers have been down several years. We also have a few more, as far as the marshals go, we have a few more responsibilities that we didn't have a few years ago that very necessary, but we didn't have those responsibilities several years ago. So we spent a lot of time doing other things rather than warrant service because of those other responsibilities.
Name one of those responsibilities.
City-
Educate us. 'Cause-
City council.
Yeah.
We have 2 people here every city council meeting, which I think is necessary. We do some other things, our court security. We have more court now because of the show cause hearings, the indigency hearings, some of those other things, and very, very necessary. But because of the law change, they added those court hearings. Now we have a marshal who's assigned to that could be serving warrants. So we take court security very serious.
Understandably so.
Yes,
We
and,
get it.
I mean, to me, I always think that's our priority. So I really have no issue with that at all.
Thank you. Questions for John? Thank you for coming forward and offering comment.
Thanks, John.
On the franchise tax, update us on what's going on there.
Specifically.
Like we're at 67%.
Okay, so current year-to-date on franchise tax, we're at 59%.
Do we collect from all, I don't know how many phone calls everybody else has gotten, but I know my phone is loaded every day with people complaining about the people in town putting in fiber and the amount of water we've lost because of the fiber process, the cost of overseeing that, and the disruption of people not having water because of lines being broken, whatever. But I know that since this fiber thing has become a 2-year project, in 2 years, it's cost a lot, it's created a lot of additional time and effort. And do we collect, long-term, my question is, do we collect from these fiber people?
So the fiber people are required to pay franchise fees. Teresa and I have talked about that, but the onus is on them to remit it. But yes, they are required to pay franchise fees.
So if the onus is on them, who's paying and who's not?
I don't know specifically. I haven't looked in the details of who we're receiving fiber payments from, but we could get that information to you.
We need to look at it because we need the fiber, not to misread the comment. Fiber is obviously a very important part of San Angelo moving forward in the world of technology, so fiber is important. On the other hand, I know the number of phone calls I get of angry citizens complaining about what's happened and how disrupted their yards are, the additional street work disruption that's been created with it. So we need to find out where we're at on that. What's the process for making sure? It might be up to them, but they need to hear from us.
Yes, ma'am. And another thing on franchise fees, there is a bill in the legislature right now where they're trying to eliminate franchise fees for streaming companies. The city, we have entered into that lawsuit, Teresa, is that correct? Sorry, put you on the spot.
Yeah, that bill actually failed 2 days ago, I think, on procedural
good.
grounds. But part of the franchise fee issue is that fewer people are doing cable, and so we're not getting the same kinds of franchise fees from those kind of companies that we are, which is the basis of the Netflix Hulu suit.
And I want to take the time to thank Drew Darby. I contacted him on Senate Bill 1167 as well. That's a huge concern. I mean, if you start streaming, gets a pass on not paying on the franchise fee, that's a huge hit for the city as well. So we want to protect that. I was in contact with Drew Darby's office. He did text me back again to let us know that it failed on procedure. But that's something we're watching very closely and making sure that our state legislators understand that it's huge for the city. This is our top. It's one of our top 3 highest producing revenues. So we got to protect that.
Mayor.
Yes, please, Tommy.
Tina, just for my own clarification, I want to be sure I'm not misunderstanding. These numbers you have here, the year-to-date actuals are through April 30th this year, so that's 7 months of the year. And then you show down at the bottom of the slide, 58% of the year has elapsed. So just using as the example the franchise tax, we're really okay on the collection side of that because we've only passed through 58% of the year and we've collected 59% to date. So we would be on target, if I'm understanding correctly, to collect 100% of our franchise tax by the end of the fiscal year, correct?
Yes.
Statistically, that's correct, but the other issue is that franchise tax is based off of historic who was paying the franchise tax. And the challenge going forward is who should be paying, not who has been paying, because we've had lots of additional people come into town. So, and if we're not collecting from them, then you're missing that revenue. So this is based off of primarily cable, franchise fees, et cetera, historic ones. But where's the new ones? That's really the challenge, is because we're looking forward to the next budget, and we need to understand the next budget. But historically, as of today, yeah, but who's not paying anything?
Another note on franchise, we've recently started an audit over franchise fees, and so the 3 largest companies that we're looking at right now are Atmos, Suddenlink, and I think it's AEP. Yeah. So we're looking at those and we're going back through the statute of limitations as far as we can go back and making sure that they've been paying correctly. And so after we finish those 3, we could move on to another type of franchise.
Called Optimum.
It's, yeah.
Suddenlink, yeah.
So I wanted to clarify, just ask Shane a question. Whenever these companies are coming and digging in our right-of-way, they do have to get a permit to access the right-of-way, and we do verify that they are registered with the state. And then that's who they actually pay the fees to. So the state should be keeping track of who the companies are and ensuring that they're collecting those fees and remitting them to us. Now, how accurate the state's doing, I don't know, but there is a process by which we're ensuring that we are getting some money from the companies who are in our right-of-way.
Yeah, if we could just follow up on that again, because the disruption that has been created is significant, and yet we know that the future is in technology, and we need that new infrastructure of fiber. So not to miss the need, but on a daily basis, multiple times on a daily basis, I'm hearing from somebody about their water was cut off, a broken water line, these people have been digging in my yard, the street's been left in a mess, my yard's still not fixed. So I just want to make sure we stay on top of that and reduce the workload on Shane Kelton's world because of this. That's really long-term my big issue. I know some people, because you have 3 different companies digging. So the first company comes in and they break your water line. We patch it. Oh, then here comes a second company, because these companies are not in sync with each other. So virtually your yard, your street, your alleyway can be disrupted 3 times. And that process is very cumbersome.
Yes, it is, Mayor, and also just wanted to let you know that we do track every time that we get called out to go make a repair on a water main break or any of those things, that we do charge back the time and materials back to those companies that do cause that break as well too. So we are tracking that and getting our cost of service back to go fix what they tear up. So.
But it does require extra time and effort.
It
Yeah, I
does.
mean,
Yes,
it's
it takes
just
us
the
it takes
process.
us away from our normal duties.
Okay.
And in the really back about a year ago when it was really we had all three of them going really hard at one time. We were responding probably to 15 to 20 water line breaks a day at that point. So our crews we had crews that almost working 24/7 during that time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions? Remember, city council members, this is really an opportunity for us to learn more about what's going on day in and day out. So it's really a chance to learn, because in our normal city council meetings, we don't go into the detail and the depth that we are today. So today is technology over there got a problem?
So he had a 1-foot shot to the trash can with
You
a
have-
fork and he missed it.
Do you have to put it out there now?
I did.
Daniel needs to work on his shot. Anyway, so I know I gain a lot of information and understanding better of what goes on day in and day out, and I encourage anybody to ask questions or comments to increase our understanding of our city and its operations. So continue, Tina.
We'll move on to general fund expenditures. So public safety at 58%. Public works is at 75%, but that's largely due to the seal coat project that's already been encumbered and committed.
When you say revised budget, what's the revised budget?
It's the budget that you adopted plus any other budget amendments that have come through for approval.
Just to be sure we all know.
Yes, ma'am. Public services at 52%, development services at 59%, neighborhood and family services it's 55%, health at 58%, government at 53%.
And what's government?
I thought you might ask. It's city council, city manager's office, internal auditor, communications, city clerk, construction management, and is that Development Corporation? Development Corporation. And then administration, which is legal, real estate, finance, billing and receipts, IT, purchasing, HR, facility maintenance, and what is ND? Non-departmental, that's what it is. And then transfers, transfers out of the general fund, which includes capital, grants, debt service, general fund supported transfers out to other funds, and then 2.4 million to the airport was fully transferred as well in that line item.
Questions from council? Comments from council? Okay, proceed.
So this is a slide that shows you property tax is a little over half of our revenue budget, with sales tax at about 25%. Other taxes account for 8% of the revenue budget, and then charges for service are about 11%. Expenses by department, public safety makes up 56% of the expenditure budget. Public works makes up about 12.5%, and other is about the remaining 25%.
That's a huge number. What's other? 25% is significant.
Development services, health services, general government, which is city council, city manager, internal auditor, public information, city clerk, construction management, development corporation, and transfers out, which is the grants, capital, debt service, and other funds.
Is that up from previous years?
Do you have that slide from last year? See if we can pull that up. That slide.
Tina, while she's looking,
Yes, sir.
that last group, what are the top three? Do you have the breakdown? What are the top three in that group?
Expenses in the other group.
Yes. Sorry, I figured you had it in your notes.
I've got that one here that does the same thing, Tina.
Are you talking about of the total budget? What are the top three of those expenditure budgets?
In the other category, you listed those departments. Of those, I was just curious, I would assume that just a few of those departments make up, or a few of those expenditure targets make up the bulk of the 25%.
Right, that's correct. The top three would be HR, finance, and city manager's office.
That's more than transfers?
Transfers to other, oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, you're right. Transfers out is 4 million, and capital is 2.5 million.
And those departments you just named are higher than
No.
planning?
No.
Than planning?
Planning, the budget for planning is 2.5 million, I believe.
But is that in that 25.19%
Yes.
planning?
It's a lot of places to look for that, to answer that question, I'm sorry.
Forget I asked.
Well, we should look at the top three in that 25.19%, because that's a big percentage,
So,
and see what is the
last year, that number was 24.79%,
growing.
a little bit. I would expect that's mostly in personnel. Kimberly says it's mostly in transfers out for capital expenditures. The increase.
It's expenses out of the general fund,
We did more transfers out this year than we usually do for capital expenditures,
and so that creates a higher number on the other
a little bit.
because of time commitment from employees? Is that what
No,
you're
ma'am,
saying?
no, it's the actual transfer out to cover the cost of capital for equipment replacement.
I think we increased that
We
by
increased it for
a
this current
significant
fiscal
amount.
year, significantly, yeah. 420,000 or something like that.
Would seem to be high.
Well, city council directed while we were going through our budget workshops last year to increase the transfer out for this current fiscal year for equipment replacement, because Shane had a lot of things that he needed to get done within that fund, and so that's why it increased.
Mayor, that shows up as an expenditure in the general fund, because we're actually taking general fund monies and transferring it to an equipment replacement fund. So in that fund, it's a revenue or a transfer in, but in the general fund, it's shown as an expenditure. So when you increase that commitment, like you did last year for equipment replacement,
I'm at fault, guys.
I remember that meeting.
I mean the big U, the room-wide U.
Did it work, Shane? Did you need to buy those pieces of equipment?
Yes, ma'am. Well, and what actually happened was due to inflationary costs, it was almost a wash, basically. We really weren't able to make much headway. We did make a little headway, but not as much as we wanted to due to inflationary costs of mostly vehicles going up. We actually saw a higher percentage of inflation in our, our F-150s and police units and those type of things. We actually saw significant increase in those costs last year. But it definitely, otherwise we wouldn't, without that influx, we wouldn't have been able to even come close to meet our match of what we had done the prior year, so.
Thank you. Any other questions for Tina? Okay, keep moving on.
Okay, the last slide, can you move the slide for me? Is just to remind you that you still have ARPA money available, an unassigned balance of $5.5 million. And a reminder that that has to be obligated by the end of next calendar year and used by the end of 2026. Mayor, you wrote a letter in opposition of Congress discussing recalling that money and that commitment to the cities and states. And so that's being discussed as a way to buy down the debt ceiling or the deficit that they're facing. So we're doing what we can to combat that, but I just want to remind you that we do have a timeline. And
Yeah, I know it's still out there, and I know that with the Biden-McCarthy negotiations, it's one of the line items that they're using. The question mark is, does that negotiation impact what would be our fiscal '23 budget year or our '24-25 budget year?
It will not impact our budget. This is money that's already restricted within a fund, and so I guess just the bottom line is the sooner we can get that committed and obligated, the better. You know, if they do end up making that decision for some reason, for whatever reason, then we've already, you know, kind of got it committed, so.
All right, thank you.
District 1 could use it.
Let's see, there's $646 million on the CIP. Let's see, how much of that does that cover?
I was going to ask, Mayor, is that money only used for certain
Yes.
things?
Yes.
What is?
Well,
what are-
originally, it could only be used for certain things, but because they had this convoluted revenue loss calculation that we had to do, and so we were able to show that the city did meet that revenue loss of the $16.6 million during the COVID years. And so we, as a city, are free to use it in any way that council directs.
Right, all right, so with that, moving on. Moving on, are you through?
Yes,
Okay.
I have capital improvement plan up next,
You got
I
it.
believe.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Okay, so this is that big number we've been throwing around. There are 50 active projects at a price tag of $493 million, 52 proposed at a price tag of $154 million for a total of 647. For these purposes, active projects simply means that the department has in some way begun the project. It doesn't mean it's funded, absolutely doesn't mean it's funded. It means that they've started, for example, on the landfill, they've started a permit, or the permitting process for the Concho Water Project, you know. So it just means that something has been done to initiate the start of the project. It doesn't mean it's been funded.
Well, that raises a question then, of course, and that is how do you start a project that's not been funded?
Well, you can start like planning and design or permit type stuff without actually
Actually
committing and
incurring
obligating.
Development costs
Yes, ma'am.
or project costs?
Yes. Soft costs, kind of, I guess. Next slide. So this is just showing you by department, active versus proposed on a line item basis. So I'll just let you look at that and see if you have any questions.
We'll be going through these one by one.
From there, yes, ma'am. From there, I just have a couple more slides, and then we can pull up, Kimberly's going to pull up our online database that we use for capital improvement plan. And if you have any questions on specific projects, we can pull up that project page and go through it.
Yeah, because we're going to want to go through each of these individually, so.
Yes, ma'am. So if no questions on that, I'll finish up my slides and we can get into that.
Yeah, because we need to go
Detail.
into it in detail. And we can go back and reference that if we need to, and we certainly have available to us the individual projects within the specific areas
Yes, ma'am.
that we're going to talk about, so we can do that. I'm going to ask council if you'd like to take a quick 5-minute break. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will go into the top 3 strategic priorities piece of the agenda. All right, we will call this meeting back to order, and it is in fact 10:04, and we're going to start by going to the capital improvement plan, starting with the airport. Jeremy, are you here, dear? I thought I saw you. You're first on the list for the airport, so we will start with that. And if you will educate us on all of these items on your CIP.
All right, thank you, Mayor. It's kind of nice having the similar last name to Daniel. Usually we're last in the order, so airport starting with an A is good.
Good.
That's good. Airport storage barn, so as you know, we signed a lease with Border Patrol and with Skyline. That's where we were storing all of our equipment. So we now have nowhere to store equipment. So we're just looking for a storage barn to store all of our tractors and equipment, just to get it out of the hail and somewhere to put it. Construct the south taxi lane. So this project we presented to you, we're going to build all those hangars, the 10 by 10s, or excuse me, the 100 by 100s, the 90 by 90s, and the 60 by 60s on the south taxi lane. We've been looking to do this for a long time. We have got the grant money to do it. We had bids open 2 weeks ago, and we had no bidders for the project. So we've gone back to the drawing board. The FAA is suggesting that we go to concrete. Actually, FAA grade concrete is not that more expensive than FAA grade asphalt in San Angelo because it's hard to get that product being this far away from the Metroplex area. So we are rebidding that project out next week. We'll open bids, I think June 30th for that project. That project also is running in conjunction with the Convert Runway 927 to Taxiway Hotel project. We're bidding those two projects out together.
On the hangars, right now, based off of the availability of those hangars when completed, what's the interest level?
Very high. With the 24 hangar pads that we have available, I'm up to 16 tenants that have already sent a letter of interest in to lease those facilities. So, and
One particular size more important than the others?
The 90 by 90s are full. I got 3 of the 400 by 100s committed to, and then several 60 by 60s. And we haven't really marketed it other than here. So I think once we really market it, they're going to fill up pretty fast.
So what you're trying to do is get someone to build these hangars for us, and then we lease them out?
No, we would just provide the taxi lane, and we would provide the land in a raw land lease, and then the individual tenant can get their own hangar built on the land.
Okay. And then they get a somewhat long-term lease on it?
Correct, yeah. Standard lease is about 12 cents per square foot per year, and a typical lease is a 20-year lease with 4 or 5 year extensions, so you're looking at a 40-year lease.
Good.
The taxiway project, as I said, that's running in conjunction. We should hear from Congress. They want to make announcements the middle of June if we're going to get that discretionary funding or not. I meet with the FAA quite frequently, and he's very, very optimistic we're going to get the discretionary funding to do that.
Do we apply for TxDOT grants separately from the federal government for our projects?
We do not. Because Texas is a block grant state, the FAA, all the commercial service airports, the FAA does direct grants with us. The general aviation airports, the FAA gives them just a lump sum, and then the TxDOT can determine where that money goes. That money does not come back to commercial service airports.
Okay.
But there is opportunity. We have reached out to TxDOT about keeping runway 927 just based off ASU with the flight training. We talked about the need for that crosswind runway. TxDOT will not support it because the FAA will not support it.
Okay. And the process of extending that runway is, talk about the time frame on that again, please?
On the 927 conversion?
Yes, please.
So that's going to be a very quick project because we're going to have both runways closed. Well, we'll close runway 321 while we're working in there, then we'll open it back up and close 1836. That's only a 60-day time frame to get both these projects done.
Okay,
It moves quick.
good.
Hangar Road reconstruction is complete. No, excuse me. That entrance road reconstruction is complete. Hangar Road, That's just the road when you're coming into the terminal. It's the non-eligible portion of the road as you head down to all the tenant-owned hangars. There's just a lot of potholes in it. It's an old road, and it needs to be redone. FAA will not touch it. They consider it more public use because it's on the public side of the fence.
We need to move the fence.
Sure.
Okay, let's move the fence and then we qualify.
Jet bridge reconstruction, you've heard about this. There's some grant money out there under the bipartisan infrastructure law, so I'm applying for those grants. It's a very competitive program. It'll run for the next 3.5 years, but we are trying to secure about $3 million in grant funding to get the jet bridges rebuilt. The problem with our bridges now is they are teleradio bridges. There's only 3 airports in the entire United States, from what I told, that have teleradio bridges, and they won't link up to the new 175 aircraft that American Airlines is bringing in. So,
I'll say that again.
the bridges we have will not link up to the 175 aircraft, just by design because they're so old. So the ramp drive bridges are the new design bridges. All airports are moving to those. That's what you see at all the other airports, where the actual tires will rotate and you can link up to any aircraft. So we would like to get those replaced under that bipartisan infrastructure law bill.
And there's grant money for that?
There is grant money for that. It is discretionary, so we have to compete.
So we're going to compete, right?
Yes, we're going to compete.
And the FAA has money for that or not? Or is it all the grant money comes from them?
It's
And that's
all
the process?
Yep, it's FAA. It's a 90-10 split, so we would need to get 10% match. It is PFC eligible for reimbursement.
And the time frame is immediate on that we apply for the grant, or?
Yeah, and I've been applying for the last 2 years. I apply every year. The FAA is prioritizing the large hubs, as they always do. And usually in years 3, 4, and 5, they start to trickle down to the non-hubs and some of the GA airports. So I'm pretty optimistic, and I work with the FAA, and he recognizes the importance of this project. But I'm pretty optimistic in years 3, 4, and 5, which we're in now, we'll start to see some of that grant money come to us.
So will, conceptually, will that grant money become available at the same time that we need it to convert because of the airlines plane?
We're already too late. The 175 comes in daily. 2 of the 3 aircraft that come in are the 175. So the bridge can only get so close to the jet, and then they have to put the mobile boarding bridge down. So we can't put the canopy underneath. So we make it work, but it doesn't link up to the airplane. Taxiway Delta, this is just on our capital improvement plan that we submit to the FAA every year. We're requesting to use $1 million of our entitlements plus the remaining 5.5 of discretionary to reconstruct Taxiway Delta. That's strictly just because of the age. The FAA gives the useful life of asphalt 20 years. So it's beyond its 20-year lifetime, and it's due for replacement. And these are on the out years. Rehab hangar roofs, we do get rain in West Texas, and so we've got several.
At least recently we have.
Yes. We got several hangars out there, and the roofs are old, the skylights are leaking, so we're just trying to be strategic and put some money every year towards replacing hangar roofs to protect the assets inside.
We require in our contracts for spaces that we have at the airport and their lease that they have to invest back into the facilities at all? Because I know many cities, as a part of a long-term lease for operation or leasing of buildings, is a requirement to invest X amount of dollars back into the facility.
That's correct. We do not do that here. What we do require is that they maintain the facility. Other than footings, foundations, the structural components of the hangars that we own and lease back to them, we maintain. They maintain everything else. We don't put a dollar amount in there. I have seen that in other airport leases where if you put $10,000, we will extend the lifetime of your lease another year. So that is language we could consider, but we don't currently have that in any of our leases. Rehabilitate runway 1836, taxiway Alpha Bravo. Again, this is driven by our FAA capital improvement plan. I believe that's 2 or 3 years out from now. Same with rehabilitate runway 321. It's on the capital improvement plan for the FAA. That we're just looking at a seal coat and paint Runway 321 is it's the instrument runway. It's actually in really good shape compared to 1836. Terminal drainage improvements, again, that's on our capital improvement program. As you know, we flooded the terminal time to time when we get significant rains. So we're asking for some federal help to improve the drainage around the terminal building.
Did we have any drainage issues over the past 10 days?
Nope. It got close to the bottom of the door, but it never breached the door. It does rain inside the terminal, though. We're trying to get that fixed.
Rain is good, right?
It depends.
Rain is good. Let's see, terminal improvements. So again, this is that bipartisan infrastructure law. There's money available for terminal improvements. As you notice, the bathrooms at the terminal are getting pretty old and worn down, so we'd like to just replace the bathrooms, give them a bit of an upgrade. HVAC units are highly competitive with this program, so we've thrown them in there because my HVAC units are over 20 years old. And the roofs leak. Roofs are also very competitive in this program as well. So we're hoping with the HVAC and roof project, we can also get the bathrooms remodeled in the terminal using grant money. That's a 95-5 split, so 5% of that can be covered with PFCs. Terminal IT improvements. Again, this is from federal grant money that was available through COVID-19, but we're looking at upgrading our conference room to allow for some virtual meetings, just to maximize the availability of that grant.
Do we with the, and I forget the terminology, but I know Brian Groves presented some improvements to be paid for by the fee that Optimum gives us.
The PEG fee.
Yeah. Can those funds be used to do this at the airport?
I think it can only be used for programming that goes on Channel 17 or the television.
So create a program,
Sure.
can go on Channel 17, so we can use that to improve your IT.
Highlight some local pilots.
There you go. I think we're looking at you, Tom. Okay.
Terminal landscaping and fencing.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Because with the program at ASU and the pilot training program going on, would there not be a reason to believe that there could be something created to go on Channel 17 about that program or anything?
It's not
Here
just a
comes
matter.
Brian, too, so he'll help us.
It's not just a matter of creating a program that can be displayed on Channel 17, but it has to be something related to enabling us to have programming on Channel 17. So just the fact that we have a video would not be enough to use that funding.
But how creative can you get?
Well, we already do have a video. We did a video story on it last year. It won several awards. We run it all the time on the channel. But it would have to be, like, for instance, this room, we'd have to have meetings in there that we record and air on the channel. So it always has to have a direct impact on the TV channel. So we wouldn't be able to spend it for a conference room upgrade type thing unless we were recording meetings in there on a regular basis that would always be on Channel 17.
So an airport advisory board meeting?
We could look at it. One of the things we also need to think about is that fund we used to get more money. I think we are starting to see an impact of cord cutting. And so while we do have some money in there now, I think, we definitely need to be careful about spending it because at some point it could go away. And so.
Because fewer usage of.
No.
Fewer use.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
So, we used to get about $250,000 a year, and that, I think, I didn't bring that paperwork today, but I think 2021 it was 150 or 170. The next year it was around 200, and I think right now we're at 131 this year. So we're definitely seeing a decrease in those funds. And so while we do have projects that we're doing in here, if we were to ever move our office, that would be very pricey. And that would be what that fund would be used for as well. And so all of that will start to add up, and then before you know it, we won't have any money in there to spend on things.
Think outside the box.
Oh, I know. And so, yes, if we were to have an airport advisory meeting out there, Jeremy, how often do y'all meet? Do you meet 4 times a year, a couple times a year?
Yeah, quarterly.
So,
Food for thought.
yes, ma'am.
Just trying to address the needs.
And I have a good source of funding for that, outside of our funding. Federal grants could pay for that.
Good.
Terminal landscape and fencing, if you've been out to the Chinese restaurant lately, you've noticed that the trees have been cut down. The FAA mandated we get rid of those because of the wildlife issues. The grackles were perching up in there. They were building nests up in the jet bridges, and they found some of the birds out on the runways. So FAA said get rid of the trees. So it's kind of an eyesore. If you're sitting in the cafe looking out the windows, you see those old stumps and just the land underneath those old trees. So we were looking at doing some type of landscaping improvements there. And then on the other side where the air traffic control tower sits, we've got an old fence with some slats in it. TSA wrote us up for it because it doesn't meet today's standards for security. So I need to put a fence up there. I think we're looking at using some of the TxDOT ramp grant funding to get this project done. Terminal parking lot reconstruction. So this is, in my opinion, our biggest black eye out there. This parking lot is old. It's very challenging. Everybody sees it as they come to the airport, but it's falling apart rapidly. With my crew, most of the time they're out on the runways, keeping that side of the fence safe and looking good, and so that parking lot gets neglected from time to time. So I would like to get those parking lots done. The master plan suggested charged parking. I know I've brought that up to you. We're looking at $5 per vehicle per day, which would bring an additional $230,000 of unrestricted revenue to my budget. But we would like to get the parking lots reconstructed before we can do charge for parking. The problem with this project is there's no source of funding. The Federal Aviation Administration nor TxDOT will touch it. If we're going to charge for parking, then we would need to fund
If you
it.
charge for parking, you're limited to what you can apply for in terms of grants?
Correct, yeah. If you're going to generate revenue, you can't use grant money to build that facility.
You have enough short-term parking? Because it always seems like to me, short-term parking is booked, solid.
Yeah, short-term parking fills up fast. With the project we're doing with Skyline right now, to get the rental cars moved over to the other parking lot, that will open all those stalls up. There's over 60, I think there's 66 stalls there that would be available in short-term parking.
When is that project going to begin?
There's supposed to kick off here in the next 2 or 3 months. We just recently got some of their design concept plans, and I think they're close to pulling a permit on that.
How's the rental car situation out there? Because I hear lots of complaints about that.
So do I. It's bad still, but it's getting better. We're in negotiations with another company to come out, hopefully bring that to City Council here shortly, to use those other counters that Hertz was using. Avis just has a hard time staying on top of the vehicles because there's such a high demand. With the base, lots of the families will fly in for graduation, but they don't fly out. So they pick up the vehicles, they take them out of San Angelo, so there's no vehicles left here in San Angelo. So they got to truck vehicles back in, and it has been a challenge for sure. Last item on my list, tower reconstruction.
Can I ask one other question? So
Sure.
I know in a lot of cities, like, where we have Hotel Row out there, in a lot of cities, there is a bus that stops by each of those hotels, picks up people at the airport, and then delivers them to the circle of hotels. Do we have that available in San Angelo? Because that's the other thing I hear about, just getting from the airport to a hotel, because sometimes the Uber fees and the Lyft fees are so high. People are like, whatever. So does that service exist in San Angelo?
The service exists other than Uber through Red Ball Shuttle. Red Ball's been able to keep up. They got a bunch more vans, and they've been running passengers to the terminal, to the hotels. They do it at charge. We have talked to the hotels about running shuttles out to the airport, and they just don't have enough demand to justify doing it. But there is Red Ball Shuttle that's a more affordable option to get from the airport to the San Angelo. Tower reconstruction. So this one, The air traffic control tower, as you know, is old. There's some big push in Congress right now to replace the old contract towers. There's funding out there available now to the tune of $20 million per year nationwide. So as you can see, we're requesting $12.5 million of that 20 nationwide. We're number 23 on the list.
Good.
So it's going to be a while before we get it, but we push the need every year. This is 100% funded by the FAA. There is no match money required. We just have to compete higher than some of the other busier airports to get it. There's some language in Congress right now to increase that up to, I want to say, I think it's $50 million per year or higher for the contract towers, and so they do recognize there's an issue with the old towers and trying to get them replaced. So you will see this, you will continue to see this until we get the announcement from Congress that we get a new air traffic control tower. But with that, do I have any questions?
If you were to prioritize, what would be your number one on this list?
I mean, number one for me is obviously the parking lots, because that, like I said, that is our biggest black eye. The other stuff is we've already got a really good program with the federal grant program and the passenger facility charges. I think that's just going to run its course. But what I need help with, as far as priority goes in funding, would be the parking lots. I think it was 3.7 or 3.5. 3.4. 3.4.
Yes, sir. Please, Tom.
So Jeremy, as you look at these things, what things make you money?
Parking lots make us money. Runway reconstruction, that stuff makes us money through fuel flowage. I mean, that's our lifeline. If we don't have a runway, we don't have an airport.
Right.
But, I mean, parking lots is going to be the biggest, in any airport you go to, that is the most revenue-generating asset they have are their parking lots. It's unrestricted. The FAA can't tell me where I spend those funds that I receive. So we can use those for terminal improvements, hangar development, future big-time infrastructure needs.
Well, as we sit there and we go through this whole list of CIP, you wish you had a set of scissors to cut off what's realistic and what's not. But as we look at the future in the next 20 years, the things that are going to make it for us are going to be revenue driven. All right. And that's one of the things as you look at what you have, what can we charge for? What will people, I know I would pay as a business traveler, I would pay a fee per year just to have a pass to park in short-term parking and not, because there's times where I'm only gone 3 days. And I'm parked, and I think a lot of the time there's ample parking out there. But you could sell parking pass. I don't know if you could generate 10 grand, 20 grand, whatever it is. Every nickel's going to help. But as you move forward, I think the hangars down there on the south end, I see no reason we can't at least go ahead and start trying to ink those things in there to start the construction and work around the development of the taxiways. So I'm with you, just full charge ahead. But I would love for you to prioritize those things that generate revenue.
Well, the business traveler can write it off as an expense, so.
It goes right on the expense report.
Yeah, so that gets covered.
It was just, and I'd say maybe if that's 40% of the people that use it, it would just be a simple fee, and it's not going to affect, it would not affect me any. I would expense it, have that kind of parking, and if you had, 4,000 people a year that might look at something like that, it's revenue.
Comment, Jeremy?
No, I agree. And what we're looking at doing is not, if we did the project, we wouldn't have short-term and long-term. It would all be one lot. And then you pay based off the amount of time that you're at the airport.
Do you have, and maybe you said it and I don't remember it, do you have a cost of what was the total, was the parking lot number on here inclusive of short-term and long-term?
Yes.
So it's inclusive of both?
That's the full project. This is a number I got from my airport engineers with Aviation. That does include the arms, the paid parking, everything.
But not putting in, for example, parking meters?
Yeah, that would include everything. Yep.
Okay. Other questions for Jeremy or comments while he's here and available? How's our flight capacity? What percentage are we staying relatively full? What's that number? What are we looking in terms of in-plane and deplaning?
I mean, we're slightly higher. We're just over 60,000. The load factors are down around the 60 to 70%, so the airlines are still profitable. But I'll remind you, they're bringing in the 175 aircraft with more seats, more seating capacity. So
Total number of passengers up.
total number of passengers is up slightly, 2% increase over total enplanements. But the pilot shortage is a real issue still in today's market. You probably read the news and you see that a lot of airports are losing air service and losing frequency. So we're down to 3 flights. I think with the 60 to 70%, we'll keep the 3 flights unless they pull that RJ that comes in late at night and bring in the larger aircraft.
Good news, bad news.
Sure.
No other questions or comments for Jeremy? All right, so are the contract signed with ASU, with our partners from Principal LED, Jared White, so that contract is a contract now?
That contract is a contract, yep, and they're paying the lease revenue, and we're seeing some progress over there.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next one is the animal shelter.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome, Morgan.
What's before you today is the animal shelter improvements as they've been discussed at a number of recent council meetings. So the capital improvements, just last meeting, y'all approved the engineering contract. So we're getting the purchase order for that item and we'll be able to move forward. This $1.6 million is fully funded, largely by the short-term debt issue.
All right, so let's just talk about, we're excited about this. It should make a big difference out there. How are we in terms of seeing our ability to manage the intake? Is it continually 100%, 110%? Are you?
Yes. So when we set the finite capacity for animals in our shelter, canines and felines, we subsequently adopted a policy where we shifted to a community-supported sheltering model, in which case the animal shelter is a resource center for San Angeloans, but not necessarily an intake. 70% of dogs are found within a mile of their home, so we want to match folks that are finders, good Samaritans, with some resources. We send them home with, it's an optional program, we send them home with a crate, a bag of dog food, puppy pads, and a yard sign that says, hey, are you missing a dog? I found a, and we fill in the blank, black Chihuahua, whatever it is. And so we follow up with those good Samaritans days later, and the vast majority of the time, better than 80% of the time, they are reuniting with the owner in the field. Then we, of course, offer the owner opportunities like microchip, all the things to result in a faster return to owner next time. So those kind of programs and more that we're rolling out help us stay within our finite capacity. So at times that we do close the shelter for intake because we're approaching capacity, we still have a number of resources we can offer finders. We, of course, still dispatch an animal services officer anytime there's a call for a dog at large. We want to scan that dog for microchip, look at lost and found sites, get that pet back home. Like I said, even if it's not a shelter intake to be housed at my facility. So those programs and those outreaches absolutely manage our intake so that we can stay within those finite capacities. On times we're getting very close to the 180 maximum capacity of canines, we do subsequently share a list with the public and say, any dogs with advanced medical, temperament and behavior have been euthanized. We've exhausted all resources for those animals. And we're still approaching capacity with nothing but nice dogs. Will you help? And each time, 3 times now, we've had to share such a list, and each time we've shared 100% of those dogs where they've either been pulled into foster, adoption, or rescue transfer. 23 dogs to date have been listed and subsequently saved as part of that program.
Right, and we're being very hardcore on the spade and neuter program, right? Because I think we received a lot of criticism that we were not being hardcore enough or following the process.
Yes, so hundreds of additional filings through the municipal court this year on failure to spay neuter. I don't think it contributes to the conversation earlier about additional filings because that is just a one-off, a true-up for this year as we work through that backlog. And then moving forward, we do have a new tool that came out of these discussions was our rescue partner offers a very low-cost voucher that we can offer at the front counter to somebody redeeming their pet. So right there in that moment, you're picking up your pet and we say, Concho Valley Paws would like to offer you a voucher at this very low rate. Would you like that? And they say, no, thank you. I would like to keep an unaltered pet. And we say, okay, well, then you are subject to citations. And unless they can prove an exemption, they do receive a citation then and there. So to prevent a further...
How often does that happen?
Well, it's offered at each and every interaction. I would say half. I would say half people participate. Half of the people don't buy a voucher and either prove an exemption or receive a citation.
Morgan, when you're talking about foster, how long do they foster a dog for or cat?
So our Finder, our Good Sam program is a very short-term program. It's a matter of days that you're holding on to this animal until we have shelter capacity to go ahead and approve for that dog to come in. When we are open for intake, my Good Sams are the first ones we call. Hey, how's it going? Are you ready for an intake? Some Good Sams say, it's actually going well. Thanks for all these resources. We'll hold on to the dog for a little bit of time, in which case we transition them from Finder to foster and get them connected with our Concho Valley Paws so they can get even more resources to continue to care for that animal. And we're talking a lot about dogs today because that's where I'm always hitting on capacity, but we're using it a lot for neonatal kittens as well. People find a litter of kittens and we're like, the best thing for this kitten is to not be here. Let me get you some resources and take them home. So for those that are going to be there for more than 10 days, they would transition to a proper foster application with Concho Valley Paws through our contract.
I wanted to make a statement. I read on Nextdoor, and it was a lady that was very upset with the animal shelter. Yet she says, because I just had my cat just had a litter of kittens, and I'm just going to have to leave them here because I can't take them with me. And I'm just thinking to myself, why didn't you do something to alter that female cat to keep from having, neuter spades, whatever we call it. But I just don't understand why they're complaining about the animal shelter when it's their responsibility to keep that cat from having so many kittens, and then them just saying, I can't take care of them. I'm just going to leave them here.
And it can pretty quickly become an insurmountable issue. You have a good heart. You take in a random cat. You care for it. You don't connect with space services quickly enough. She becomes pregnant. So we do want to make sure people are aware of low-cost options to get their cat spayed. Right now, all our community cats are being pulled by Concho Valley Paws to be spay-neutered so that they're all going back altered and vaccinated. So there's lots of resources out there for folks if they have community cats, if they're aware of a colony. We've worked with a number of y'all that are aware of colonies that are unmanaged, meaning they're not compliant with the spay-neuter component of a colony caregiving. And so we connect with those folks. We build a relationship. We get all their adults spay-neutered and their kittens in for adoption and rehab. And it's a really good program, but we are asking folks to, step up and be responsible before it's a problem.
Any other questions or comments for Morgan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead, Larry.
With the improvements, you've probably been through this once before. I need to recall. What's your improvement in terms of intake of animals to the shelter based on this?
The facility improvement that's on your CIP for this agenda item is touching almost every system we have. It's touching our HVAC, our roof, our plumbing, it's not touching electrical or foundation, but really every other system that we have, including our big room general kennels, will be completely reworked in this capital planning. The intake and the community-supported sheltering will be in different outreach programs. Quite frankly, the way we've grown our Good Sam program and done so much more for people who find a pet has come from us housing less pets, right? So ordinarily, by end of May, I have approaching 200 cats on the premises. I have, I think, 65 today. So instead of paying for that medical for neonatal kittens, it's quite expensive to run that program. We're able to buy milk to send home with people. We're able to buy kitten food to send home with people. That is cheaper than what our budget was spending money on. So we're
Our goal
able
is
to
not to create a larger facility because we're not in the animal shelter business. We're in the
make us
animal
a
rescue business.
and make us a resource center. I want people walking in the door, and I want to send you home with resources. And there are helpers and there are people in this community that want to do that work. And nobody spent 30 minutes chasing a dog, getting it in their vehicle, driving 6 miles across town to walk in the door and say, "You clearly don't care what happens to this animal." They want to help. They want to do the right thing. And by explaining, look, we've got so many virtual resources for reuniting with pets through social media, Facebook groups, and online resources, and 70% of dogs are found within their own home or in the home neighborhood. Please take this pet back. The vast majority of folks say, "Oh, of course, yeah, that's the right thing to do. Thanks for that feedback," and are happy to participate. So there's the facility component to make our building what it needs to be, just to be operational. But then there's the programming component, which we've rolled out a lot of since November and will continue to do so through the summer for community-supported sheltering.
We've already reached capacity many times, is what we're talking about. But
There's never been a day we're over 180. So we're being transparent with our rescue partner, our community, to say, I cannot ever be at 180. If I'm at 180, and I have to euthanize a healthy, friendly dog, I need y'all's feedback that that's what you want, right? That everyone knows that that's what I'm doing, because that is not the intention behind life-saving programming. And we've assessed these animals through a very thorough process, and the capacity is real, and it's what we live by, and we approach it regularly, but never once have exceeded 180 dogs on the premises.
I know that most of the complaints of people who've gone out there are the things you're addressing, and that is the HVAC, the plumbing, the smell, the drainage, the ventilation. And
it's a 25-year-old building, and our community has grown so much since then. Our animal population has grown so much since then, and everything about how the animal services does businesses has changed since then.
So talk to us about the time frame we're on now. So you've got the money, we've appropriated the money, the contract's done, it's out there. And when does it start, and when do we anticipate completion?
The engineers need 60 days. With the contract, then we'll be able to let bids for the construction crew to come in, and that should be a 4 to 6 month process. So we're estimating to be complete January 2024.
2024?
That's our plan. Right, and there's a number of unknowns that can happen between then and there, but that is our best estimate.
We just got to know what the anticipation is.
And of course, any delays or any changes or through this whole process, we'll have a robust communications
That's traditional,
practice.
Right, yeah. We're not holding you to it, we just need to know anticipated. There's many of those things that are
Capital improvement plan.
totally out of your control, and we get that. We're just excited that there's a plan, and that we're going to execute that plan. And I think it'll have a dramatic change in people's perception of the animal shelter. So, yes, Lucy?
Morgan, are we having problems with the feral cats?
Well, you may. We have pockets of town. We've invested heavily in the spay-neuter of community cats. I mean, thousands of cats a year since 2018. thousands of cats a year that we are spay, neutering, and putting back. That is the best practice to overall reduce the cat population in this community, and we are seeing that. Decades of catch and kill did not work. When we started spay, neutering cats, we were taking in probably 4,000 cats a year, and we're down to about 1,400 cats taken in last year, and that's a cross-reference of the community, right? Like if my cat intake is down, that should mean there's less cats in the community. It's a rare day that someone catches a cat that's already spay-neutered. Once you catch a cat and spay-neuter it, it clocks that trap as something it's not going back into. So those cats are going back to their home neighborhoods. They're preventing new cats from coming in. They're creating scarcity so that smaller litters are being born, and we overall are seeing a decrease in our cat population. Now, we know that there are colonies that are still unmanaged, meaning that they are not spay-neutered, they are not vaccinated. So we're making contact with those colony caretakers to bring them in compliance. They see us in a white truck with a city seal on it, and they're like, nope, we remember the decades of catch and kill. We don't want you picking up our cats. To which we say, great, it is your responsibility to spay-neuter these pets. We want you to do that. But if not, if you're willing to participate, we'll catch your cat. We'll spay-neuter them, Contra Valley Paws will spay-neuter them, and we'll put them back. Will you let us do that work? And we've done that again and again and again, over 24 colonies that we've brought completely into compliance. Every cat's spay-neutered, all the kittens are taken in and tamed and put up for adoption. So do we have a problem with community cats? No, it's much less of a problem than it used to be, but we're happy to know those specific addresses and areas to make contact to match them with resources. And I would say much better than any other West Texas city.
Shorter answers, please.
Michael, what was your comment?
Shorter answers, please.
We're asking the question, so we appreciate the information. So thank you. Thank you. And it's good because the public watches this, and I think it's important that they hear your response to it. So thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're now on civic events.
Okay, this first one's Coliseum. So the Coliseum improvements has two parts. One, if we keep the Coliseum, what we need to do some renovations, renovate the concessions, improve the restrooms, improve the parking lot, improve the sound system, just bare bones things. As you know, you've heard.
What do you mean if? If we keep the Coliseum, is it not ours?
That's the second part.
Okay.
You're correct. We'll always keep the Coliseum. It's ours. The second part is if we work with the Stock Show Rodeo Association to fully renovate that facility. And we met with them earlier this week to talk about that project. And we'll likely bring an item to council end of June, early July to talk about that possibility. As you know, they took an item to the county to see if the county could partner to help fund those improvements. And I don't think they were able to make traction that way, so they may be coming.
Well, let's be clear, it wasn't the county financing it, was the county applying for the DSIP grant. And the DSIP grant is a federal defense community grant. And that request is a combination of Goodfield Air Force Base, working with multiple counties around San Angelo, and turning the Coliseum into a emergency management regional facility. The DSIP grant is for a maximum of $20 million, and with that, you have to find matching funds of 10% of the total cost of the renovation. So let's say the Coliseum is a $38 million project. The city, between the funds the Stock Show and Rodeo thinks they can raise, plus if we get the $20 million, and that means counties have to sign up to support that, which we believe they're going to, then the city would have to find over a period of time an extra $10 million to complete that $38 million renovation. It still keeps the Coliseum as a city property. The county's only applying for it. The city has applied for the DSIP grants the past 2 years. So the county is using their ability, because it is a emergency management facility. When we've had things like the FLDS, we housed people there. There could be a national disaster of some sort, a multi-county tornado, for example, that we would need to use the facility for housing people, et cetera. That's what that is.
So I anticipate we will come to city council at the end of June, early July to talk about that possibility.
And that grant is due the end of June, maybe June 23rd or somewhere. So that's the middle of that is the end of June. I'm not sure when the announcement of those funds will be made, but I think it's September, October, right? So that would be the time frame on that. So that's the process. Those are the statistics that go with it. Tom, you want to add? Harry, you want to add to that?
Well, there's several different options. We started with one, and we gave feedback back to the association. It's hard to do this, the time frame to get it on the ballots for a bond issue. But I think the most important thing is we look at all avenues to gather money to decrease the burden on everyone. So I think the direction is we turn everybody loose to pursue what other avenues there are to make money. What I do like about this is we had this discussion yesterday. It's one thing that helps, like I was asking Jeremy a while ago, things that increase the revenue that come into San Angelo. Okay, and it's heads and beds, it's planes, trains, and automobiles, and somewhere for them to go. But let's not. I see what you're saying here, but I think my direction to everybody is let's just not put ourselves in a box of ways we can go make money. All right, and pursue that.
That's one of those seasonal patterns the mayor referred to earlier when we were talking about revenue. There's clearly a bump in that season.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify something real quick. The DSIP grant requires a match of 30% for cities over 100,000 in population.
We're good because we're 99,887 or
Yes,
something,
today.
right? So we're under that 100,000. So what is
Below.
the requirement for cities under 100,000?
There is no match for cities under 100,000.
We're 100,000.
Good point.
Anyway, I think the number was they thought we would have to come up with $10 million based off of what they thought they could raise for other funds, et cetera. So whether that number's larger than 10 million but is filled in by these other resources like private commitments, et cetera. But we know that that overall project is a $38 million project. We think it's an important project. We think the city would benefit in a major way with those Coliseum improvements, and we know that the Coliseum needs those improvements. I mean, there's no question that the Coliseum is dated. It has a need for those improvements, and we would hope that our grant would be the catalyst for getting this done. Go ahead, Harry.
The number I've heard for economic impact once this improvements are done is $78 million a year. $78 million a year, that's short-term payback on any monies that we have to invest. I agree with Tom. Let's not put ourselves in a box. Let's figure out where this funding can be done and how we can get it done and pursue it.
What's the current value? If it's 78 million is the potential, where are we right now?
I would say that we're expanding about twice, so we're probably about 38 to 40 million dollars right at the moment. Bottom line is you still got an economic impact of 35 to 40 million dollars increase per year, and
Maybe not per year, but over a short period of
Back when
time.
Harold, and you help me here, Harry, I think back when Harold Dominguez ran a projection back then, the economic impact for San Angelo was around 30 million at that time.
Right.
But it's stock show rodeo in the grounds.
Yes.
So we're looking at something that takes period over a year. And I do think the chamber with their new computer program ran a projection for the association, and it approached currently 70 million.
Which is great.
It's great, and it's ways to increase revenue.
Great. Okay. Keep going.
Next for Carl is the River Stage.
River Stage, the council has recently seen presentations on that. We're talking about doing improvements in 2 phases. The first phase addressing accessibility improvements. First phase being about $1 million, and the second phase following the next year is about $3 million, which include new restrooms, shade covering, perhaps a different entrance, and other improvements like that. And we have some funding sources, the hotel occupancy tax.
And so on the $1 million that we approved, have we started the work on it? What's the time frame on that? Where are we?
Yes, we're looking at this next fall, winter for the first phase of the improvements.
So it won't be done, because someone said that you thought it was going to be available the end of July, but there's no way that the irrigation, the grass, or any of that stuff will be done by this summer.
No, not this summer. We're looking at next fall, next winter for the first phase.
Mayor, I just want to clarify something that Carl said. Hotel tax cannot be used for River Stage improvements, but we are using civic events fund balance and
switched that around.
trying to use the hotel tax where we can.
Okay.
Do you want to do the rest of Carl's while he's up here? Or do you?
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
fine.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, please, Larry, go ahead.
I didn't hear it in there, but I just want to make sure ADA improvements were going to be included in this.
Yes, sir. That's in the first phase.
Thank you.
Yes, anytime you touch a building, you're required to. It's not an option.
Parks next.
Parks, just right quick on Brown Neighborhood Park improvements. A lot of that work has already been done. The last thing we have to do is installation of the playground. We have the playground on hand, and we should be beginning that project here in the next few weeks. It was to follow construction of the pavilion at the dog park, which is complete except for the connecting walkways. Next one, Buffalo Soldiers Memorial. As you know, that one's ongoing. We intend to complete that project, and we're working with the Area Foundation on this one in June. Do have some rain delays, which is nice to have. Mrs. Spears has set an event for the end of July for the grand opening, so I'm sure it will definitely be done by then. Well, weeks before that. Kids Kingdom Playground replacement.
I want to go on the Brown Neighborhood Park. You talked about a dog park. Did we approve that dog park? I thought I heard you say that.
When I mentioned Brown Park, we were waiting to install the playground after we finished construction of the pavilion at the dog park.
Oh.
So the pavilion's been
I was
constructed.
going to say, that didn't sound right to me. Yeah. Thought that was.
Kids Kingdom Playground replacement, it's a few years out. We do need to replace it within a few years. We're working with the Area Foundation on some strategies there. They're willing to help as they've done with other projects, but they want some of these smaller projects to get off their plate before they help with that project. Restrooms
On
at,
the Buffalo Soldier, have they raised the total amount for that? Is it totally funded?
yes, but they do want to raise some additional funds to finish out the landscaping on the additional property that fronts Avenue Oaks, Oak Street. They have enough money to do landscaping, but they want some additional funding to put benches and other amenities. So the project's fully funded, but they want to raise some additional funds for some enhancements. Let's see, the restrooms for Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Park, that's fully funded, as you've heard. At this point, we're waiting on the final permits to proceed with the project, which should begin in the next few weeks. And the restroom's been ordered, so yes, it should be here in June to begin that project. We'll have to work around the event in June. Restrooms at Meadow Creek Park, they've.
Wait a minute.
I had a
have
question.
over here.
I had a question on MLK. It's fully funded and the permits went through, or there was problems with the permits, correct? And now they're being looked at again?
What's the problem with the
Yeah.
permits? I'm just curious. John
there were
James,
two
the
issues.
question for you.
John's asleep.
One of the issues with the layout of the restroom itself from the manufacturer, and I believe that's been corrected. The other was with the lift station and the sewer line where it had to tap into a manhole, which I think has been corrected as well.
Aaron, can you answer that question, the question?
Good morning, Aaron Vanoy, Assistant Director of Planning Development Services. Yes, as Carl mentioned, the restroom structure is a prefab structure, and so in the state of Texas, it has to have a specific stamp on it showing that it was constructed correctly, or the contractor has to take pieces off, and we don't want that, so the contractor's working on getting that documentation for that, as well as we just got the plat back for platting the property, and that's going to be filed probably on Tuesday at the county, and so probably, as Carl said, within the next week or two, they should have their permit and start moving forward.
Why the county, since it's on city property?
The filing for plats goes to the county. We do it at Planning Commission, but then they actually file it there for the county records.
That property had never been platted, so we had to go through that process.
Carl, so when did you say it would be completed?
It's going to be about 3 months after it begins, so it'll be later this summer, early fall.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead to Meadow Creek.
Meadow Creek restrooms, they're, as you recall, we brought that out into council for a resolution to support the fundraising efforts. They're doing fundraising, but haven't made significant progress at this time. Riverbank stabilization, as you know, we do have some funds for that, and we do have a grant tied to the first portion of that work, starting from Johnson Street to Concho Avenue. We will be bringing an item to City Council, if not the next meeting, the second meeting in June. We're working on a grant, a large grant, for about $8.5, $9 million, which is a 50% match to do basically from Johnson Dam, Oak Street, bank stabilization, and trailway work all the way down to where Concho Avenue crosses the river by the nursing home, as well as some reforestation of the parks farther down to Bell Street. This is a U.S. Forest Service grant. Like I said, 50%, and the project's about $8.5 million. We'll bring an item to council to talk about this and hopefully ratify that grant application.
Question mark is, that being a side issue, where are we on bank stabilization? Because I don't want us to get to the point where they're collapsing and the sidewalks are going down or whatever. We need to make sure that the bank stabilization program is addressing as we need and not after it's a disaster. So do we have areas on the Concho River right now that need to be stabilized that we're not addressing?
Public Works has addressed all the hot spots that we had that needed immediate attention, and we're keeping an eye on, Shane, any other areas that may need immediate attention. But we're trying to line up the
Is that a yes? I didn't see a head
Yes.
nod or any kind.
Yes, we monitor the banks regularly to make sure that we're not seeing any new large things that are going to, especially as it gets close to our infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, things like that. We are monitoring that regularly. Yes, ma'am.
So we're trying to line up the resources to do the rest of it comprehensively. And we're working with an engineer now. We've met with them twice this month already, last week, to talk about that process and keep moving it forward. Let's see, Santa Rita Neighborhood Park renovation, that's the last funded project with half-cent sales tax for park improvements. And so that one will fall Brown Park and some of the smaller projects Parks is working on now.
Where are we on the 29th Street project?
That one is designed. The design is finished, and we're working with the cooperative purchasing buy board to find a contractor to price that out and bring a bid to council, probably the second meeting in June, the first in July, to move that project forward.
Speaking to the microphone, yes, go ahead.
Al contacted me on some of
Good.
that, and so there's been discussion in the past week on the best way to move that thing forward as fast as we can.
Okay, so you're on it and know what's going on?
Working on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
South Concho Park Trail renovation, that one's towards the end of this cycle, and it's going to follow the Twin Buttes Reservoir Recreational Trails Improvements Project that's listed there as well. But that is a trail that connects from the River Trail at Bell Street going all the way up South Concho to connect to Glenmore Park. We have high potential to get a grant for that, a TPWD trail grant, which is an 80-20 match. 80% on their part, which is good. But again, we have to make significant progress on the Twin Buttes Trails project, which we're working on now.
What does that mean, significant progress?
Basically get into construction. We're doing all the behind-the-scenes work now. We're ordering the signs. The signs are, we already have one batch of the signs in. The second batch is being ordered. And then we'll do the trail improvements either this summer or next winter, and complete that project within a little over a year. So once that one's on, pretty well it's on its way, we'll line up the next one, which is the South Concho Trail and renovation improvements. Splash pads, as you know, we have a resolution on that one as well for Altex to do fundraising. They've made some progress, probably not as much as they'd like to, with their commitment and fundraising. I think they're about at $300,000.
So the combination's over 800, so we're still looking to fund at least one.
Yes.
Funds aren't there yet for the first one. Oh, well, there's your 29th Street. Sorry, Tom. Jumped the gun.
Good. We can skip it.
Nature Trail at Lake Nazareth, that's adjacent to Pecan Creek Pavilion. It's farther down the cycle. Currently, we don't have funding for this, but we're looking for grant opportunities.
What is it compared to the other trails? Go back.
For Concho, I guess let me group this into.
Okay.
Let me group this into different parts. So, as you know, Barracks 3 and 4 is they're getting constructed. They should be finished this fall. And then they do need to complete some fundraising to do the furnishings for both of those buildings. But the construction has made significant progress.
When's it completed?
The building's construction should be done this fall, but the furnishing will follow after that. We don't anticipate opening those buildings until next year.
So you can't open them until you receive furniture? So they're not going to be usable till then?
Until we furnish them.
If we could go back to the parks.
Go ahead, Larry, what?
On the parks, is there anything in your budget on what we've described as the infill parks for the areas that haven't in the past created a park? I wonder if any of your budgeting includes the cost and then everything involved with that.
Well, I think the answer to that is we're struggling right now, if you see that list, of even coming up with the funds to take care of the existing parks. And if you look at the master park plan that was done, 3 years ago?
Yes.
So we have a long laundry list, including those things where the funding falls short of even taking care of these issues as listed. So the creating of new parks, new park areas is probably way down on the list based off of funding. Is that correct?
That's correct. We could look at strategies about how we could secure land out where the city is developing for future park development, and look at strategies of how we could start funding infill park development. But currently on the CIP, there's not any projects like that.
Because as we've discussed, there are areas of the town as it spreads southwest that don't have a whole lot of parks. For one, the Bluffs has no park. Just flat doesn't have a park. And if we don't think about those things and we don't start funding, it'll never get done.
We'll have an item as well in the future as far as parkland dedication. We start looking at green space and those type items. That's something that will be coming before the city council as well. It doesn't necessarily, you're not necessarily talking about the playgrounds and everything else. You're also talking about an inclusion of green space where people could go and gotcha. Because definitely that'll be an item that we'll be addressing here at the future city council.
Well, I'm going to reread this just because I think it's worth saying, and I'm not saying it's. Today, the city's current level of parkland is so significant that some parks are considered underutilized. This is due in part to the fact that some are misplaced and inaccessible, yet others are mismatched to the populace it is serving. In an effort to promote and preserve this community commodity, parkland in key locations may need to be repurposed.
That's it.
I think that's what you're referring to.
It is, Mayor.
And just as the community parks should link to neighborhood parks, parks and trails should tie into other regional facilities, including riverfront trails, regional parks, recreation facilities, and larger trail systems. Experience has proven that it is critical to link existing and proposed park systems with an extensive and accessible trail system that accentuates the natural characteristics in order to have it be of the most value for the community.
To Larry's point, I've been working with Carl, just looking at District 1. District 1, now that Glenmore Park has moved to Harry's district, District 1 does not have a neighborhood park. Now, to be fair, Meadow Creek Park is just on the other side of the dividing line between District 6 and District 1. So for my house, Meadow Creek Park is a neighborhood park. But Bentwood has no park. We have parks at the lake, but those activities are primarily lake activity focused parks. So I say all that to say, maybe we need to have the study updated or reevaluated from 2009.
Well, we did. Carl, when was the last park study done? 3 years ago?
Yes, 2020.
Yeah, so we have a new park plan, or our park master plan that was done. And the Bentwood thing, I think, in one way it's correct. On the other hand, a lot of people choose to be at the Bentwood area because they have the swimming pools, the golf course, the tennis courts, the full facilities that the city could never put into a park. And so they have facilities for kids, for adults, for a broad base of community, of which many community people who don't even live around Bentwood use the Bentwood facilities for a fee. And so there is and there isn't, and I say that because
to the membership, to the membership, it is usable. You know, city has some land at which we are looking. Carl has and others have looked at a neighborhood park in a given area. Who knows? Who knows if it'll ever happen? But anyway, it's something we're looking at. But I would tend to disagree with the fact that we have this multiplicity of parks.
I'm just reading. I'm just reading for a study we paid for.
Yeah. I would say we need to update the study.
Keep going. And, I also just want to remind everybody of all the things that have just been presented, of which funding is needed. What's your total number on parks so far, on these things that we just have gone over? I don't have a calculator.
The fort and all that?
Well, I have, but 5.1 million that we need to take care of the items that you've listed here.
Plus the fort.
It's actually closer to.
And hopefully we'll get grants to fund some of that. So it's not a clean number, of course. But I also know on some of the other existing parks that we have, we build them and then we struggle to keep them up to par, constantly looking for money. So we need to look at the park. We need to bring back and discuss the master plan that we just did on our parks. Because we pay for those things, we put them on a shelf, and then we forget to go back and review them. So when we're doing this, let's make sure we have a park plan in front of us and maybe a special meeting on parks, because we have this document, we have one we did in 2020. Let's put this stuff together. I mean, we pay for these. We're supposedly paying experts to pull this stuff together.
And we have used the master plan recently for grant applications, showing what the public has said that they prefer the most, walking trails, splash pads. We do use that information for
Yes, because
grant
unless you
applications.
have a current master plan for your parks, you can't apply for grants. Is that correct?
Correct. So on the fort projects, a lot of the officers' quarters, those will be towards the end of this cycle of the CIP. We're focusing efforts on barracks 3 and 4, and also the visitor center, which is barracks 1 and 2. As you know, almost all the fort buildings got re-roofed the last few years. Thanks to council, we've had funding to do a lot of the woodwork, window frames, fascia board, column work, made a lot of progress there. But the interior, some of the officers' quarter buildings do need renovation, but as I said, those will wait after some of these bigger projects. For the visitor center, which is barracks 1 and 2, we do have plans for those improvements and fundraising for those. We do have some money left from half sales tax for that, but we need more. We're going to start fundraising for that after barracks 3 and 4 are completed. What else is on there? I think that's it. For the fort.
So going back to your original list that you were looking at, I think
Yes, ma'am.
engineering would be up next.
Okay. Yeah, I'm using the one you sent us, so however it goes, yeah. This is a big one. Buckle in.
This, Mayor, is mostly the streets-related projects that we have on the list around town. Of course, the Community Accessibility and Connectivity Project is a grant we have out right now through the program through TxDOT. We're looking for this grant, which would basically extend walkable pathways from on Chadburn all the way from Avenue L all the way up to 29th Street. Again, helping connect the rest of downtown and working through that project as well, downtown on Chadburn as well. 29th, going down 29th to Edmond, back around Glenna to Arden Road, down to Avenue N, back to Johnson Street connecting from Sherwood Way all the way down to Knickerbocker. So a very large project that would create a lot of connectivity around town as well, too. Also, some smaller offshoots, Beauregard, bringing Chadburn, basically would be looking, bringing it from the hospital district all the way back to Coingheim, down Beauregard as well, and a couple of other smaller offshoots from that as well, too. Again, this large project.
When do this grant, I think it's, what'd you say, $20 million grant or something like that, almost 21. Do we have a time frame on when I know we've applied, so is there a month
October.
that there's October, so we should know?
We should know in October whether we received the grant or not. Now, with this grant, we are competing against the large metropolitan areas. We are competing against the Dallases and the Austins and the Houstons for this grant. But we believe is extensive. This is a very well-rounded project. We're connecting a lot of communities together. We're connecting our existing trail systems together. We're connecting hospital districts and shopping districts, and so, I mean, we were, and again, bringing communities back together. So we believe that this will compete very well, even with these larger metropolitan areas. We believe this will be a very competitive grant. Let's see, next, construction, Ricks Drive sidewalk. Again, we do have, this is also a grant as well in the set-aside grant program that we've applied for as well. again, tying from the park and the school all the way down, going from there all the way back up to Gordon Drive, and then we'd connect back over to the church area there and the Dollar General over there as well too. So believe that's in a different category grant. But we believe that's a very competitive grant as well too.
And when are we supposed to hear from that grant?
That'll be
In
October.
October?
October as well too. So we've got that as well. Okay. Drainage on River Valley Lane. This again, this has been on there for a while, but addressing drainage issues in that neighborhood area right there. We have worked a little bit on that with the Foster Road project, trying to redirect and help some of the water that was coming off of the Bentwood area into this area to help redirect some of that. We've done some work on that, but again, there is some more work on River Valley Lane itself that needs to be done to address and clean that up. We have Lakeview Heroes Drive and 208 water line extension. This is basically to increase capacity and then also bring the water across the road, across 208, to bring a water main service over there so we can tie in for a loop system there. Mill and Overlay, Christoval Road, Paint Rock Road to Chadburn. We have a design on this project which is a little more inclusive of just mill and overlay. This also, the reason this number is so large is because we have gone back in there with the design of this, looking hopefully to apply for a DSIP grant to cover a portion of this as well too, but it also includes some drainage improvements in that area, needed especially as we start looking from that midway from there back to Chadburn. On that side, some cleaning up some significant drainage issues in that area, which
Is this one of the projects we applied for?
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
DSIP grant
We
before?
have, yes, we have. And also sidewalks and connectivity as well too are a part of that as well, a part of this project. So that's why that price tag is up there, because we are addressing a lot in the design. But this project is designed, again, not funded. Again, we're waiting hopefully to be able to apply for a DSIP grant to cover the majority of those costs. Mill and Overlay, East Harris from Avenue into Abe, that is on our year 10 of our rehab list. I will say right now that some of these projects that are pushing out to year 10, we're going to have a struggle to fund those at this point, just due to the inflationary costs that we've seen in our construction costs. So there's some of these year 10 projects that, while we have them scheduled for year 10 as part of the bond projects, right now it's looking like there's going to be quite a few of those that are going to have to be pushed, and we're going to have to look at other means, whether that's extending the bond program or whatever that looks like as we move in.
Where are we on that bond program? Okay, so it was an $80 million bond program. We've spent how much of it so far?
We are, I can't, as far as what we've encumbered, I'm not sure, but
Right, we've done 4 of the debt issues.
We've
got
done
one
4
more
of the
round of
5 debt
funding,
issues.
don't we?
Yes.
Got one
We've
more,
got one
20
more in
million.
2024 early, probably in the spring of next year. If they're ready to use it by then we would look at issuing the final.
Yeah, we do have 3 of the major projects. The next one on there, you can see the 18.3 million for the Glenna Edmond 29th Street project. As you look at that, that is one of the ones that's going to be hitting at the end of this bond cycle and moving into the next bond cycle. Of course,
The 18 million would be included in that 80 million
Yes,
initial
yes,
bond
yes, ma'am.
issue. So-
Now, in some of these, portions of these also include the utilities underneath this. This is not all coming out of the $80 million bond. There's about out of this, about 9.1 is coming out of the bond issue. The rest of that is utility, whether that's sewer or water utility. So as we move through that. Again, the same thing with Howard Street. This project is actually getting ready to be started. We've actually bid it out. We've had pre-con meetings, and we're starting work on those. And we'll go through some of this as we get into our presentation here in a little bit. So Johnson and Sherwood Way to Knickerbocker, again, that's a year 10 project. Mill and Overlay, Chadburn, Loop 306 to 43rd. That's the North Chadburn project. We have this designed, ready to go out. We are working with, one of the things that's been holding this project up is working with TxDOT Rail to try to acquire right-of-way at the Hart S turn right there. Again, we have everything to TxDOT. They're working through their process. They'll have to take it all the way to the commission at some point to, we're still negotiating.
I thought we'd finished all of that. I thought
No, I think everybody's on board. We're just working through the red tape at this point. I think the TxDOT Rail and everybody's on board. I think we're just working through the red tape because they have to assess the value of it, and then we would have to accept that, yes, we're willing to pay that for this, or they're going to give it to us. So they're still working out some of the details on their end, but nobody sees an issue with it. It's just I hate to let a bid and before everything's finalized, but everything's ready to go. We're ready to go on that project. So again, just finalizing that. We may try to pull out the 7th Street to 43rd Street to go ahead and get that.
I wondered if you could go ahead and get
Yes,
that.
we may go ahead and start that portion of the project and get that bid out and just pull out the S-curve portion and bid that at another time. Or as we're looking at Phase B of the downtown Chadbourne project, we may be able to put that so we're not having a very small standalone project. So we're looking at different options there so we can move this project along. We are looking at pricing, working, trying to get some opinions of probable cost to do the full depth reclamation process, which we did right here in front of the Manise Convention Center on Rio Concho. Much faster process, so hopefully we're looking at that process on this stretch of roadway. So hopefully instead of a 1.5 to 2 year project, we're looking at a 6-month project. So which would be a much faster.
You're totally pleased with the performance on
Yes,
it? 'Cause it looks great.
Yes, we're very pleased with the performance we saw out here on Rio Concho. So. Mill and overlay, Chadbourne Street, River to Avenue L. That was a year 10 project, and that one may get bumped. Right now, it's just hard to tell, but that may get bumped. Mill and overlay, Smith Boulevard from Pulliam to Gordon, a year 10 project that could get bumped. Mill and overlay, Southwest Boulevard, Phase A and B. That's pretty much mostly complete at this point. The majority of the remainder of it is one we are going to have to go back and redo right there at Green Meadow. At Green Meadow, where we went in there and we put the concrete work in. Well, when we did that, we'd had all the problems between Green Meadow and the Arroyo. We'd had all those problems. Well, we got in there and we did such a good job putting that cement down and capping the underground water that we're pushing the underground water back up the hill, and so we're starting to see failures up north of that. So we are going to have to go back in there, do a little bit of work in that area, probably put in some type of French type drain to get that water out of that to keep it from compromising the street. But again, almost complete there. The Arroyo portion to clean up the area.
Stop right there for a minute. This is off track a minute, but because we've had recent rains and they've been good, how has the Avenue P drainage, the retaining pond, how has that worked?
It's worked great.
Done what you wanted?
Yes, it's exactly what we wanted. Again, we'd love to have a little more capacity, but it has. These last rains, it's worked very well. We have taken tons and tons of water off of Avenue P that because as intense as some of these storms have been, these last 3 storms that we've had, we would have been having some serious complaints without the storm drain there, or the detention pond there.
Sorry to get you off track, but
No problem.
we've only had rain. We've not had a lot of rain since we put in that.
No, we haven't.
So we haven't had a chance to.
It's been a really good test, yes.
Challenge it.
Yeah, so, but again, almost through, it's just the Arroyo portion right there from where we cross the Arroyo down to the TxDOT right-of-way. That's really the main part there. We are putting in a crossing signal down on Hilltop or Walnut. We are putting a crossing signal there for the kids at the school down on the end. So, but that should be here again. Material delays are what's causing that, and everything now is anywhere from 20 to 26 weeks out. So, but Yeah, but we still hope to have them up before school starts, so, but we're working through that. Let's see, mill and overlay, Sunset Drive, we are working, that is actually in design at this point, for a year 10 project. Randolph waterline replacement, that's in design, we're at about 90%.
Go back up, sorry.
Okay.
On this Foster Road situation, can we talk about that? Because it became a big conversation with Cox Lane and the drainage and all that was going on there. Does that incorporate some of the issues that were brought up to us at that point?
The Sunset, no,
Well,
this
it was
was.
Cox Lane and Foster
Yeah,
Road.
well, Cox Lane,
saying-
Foster, and then Sunset's right there as well, too.
Right,
And so all
right.
of this ties together from a drainage perspective. A lot of the work that we did do on the downstream side of Foster down towards the bottom, we did find that we did have a drainage easement in that area, and we went in there and cleaned that drainage easement out, reshaped it, reformed it, and we are moving water off tremendously faster. I know Councilman Hebert, along with Patrick and.
We were sitting out in the rain yesterday watching it. Patrick and I, and one of his guys were watching it. It moves the water. It moves the water. We found out there was another
Problem spot.
problem spot that I don't think even our guys knew, coming down Foster, and it may actually be in the TxDOT right away. I think they're going to have to check that out. But right there coming off of the loop, and depending on if you're headed direction north on Foster, right there in front of the DPS office is a mess. A mess. I didn't know if I was going to make it through there, even in my truck, and there was cars stalled out in there. But when you got on down Foster, by them opening that drainage easement up, it was moving lots of water through there yesterday. So that was much needed, but it's very much appreciated. There were people out there filming it with me too. I don't know if they lived around there or they just, anyway, it did what it was
Changed
supposed
the
to do.
conditions.
Yeah.
Sorry to back you up again, but
No problem. Now, that is another issue when we're talking about Foster Road from Sunset back to the loop that we will have to look at and probably work with TxDOT, because it's probably their drainage structures on TxDOT, because that water does flow the other direction. May have to try to work with them to find some alternative solutions to try to speed that water up, to move it on out of there a little faster.
that's got to be news to some of the big concerns on Cox Road and Foster Road. So that's a real positive. It's great.
The Randolph water line replacement, again, we're at 90% completion on design there. We hope to have that started by late summer, early fall, that project, which will take it, replace that old cast iron main all the way from basically Washington all the way to US 67, 277, basically what everybody calls or thinks of as the loop. So replacing that main that entire way, which is needed. This is one of our problem spots that we lose sleep on at night.
So what's the time frame on that?
Again, we hope it have it under construction early fall of this year, so and get it moving. So reconstruction of Avenue End to Sherwood Way, again another year 10 project. We haven't started this one in design yet, but we are looking at some alternative methods for rehabilitating Avenue End. So
It's in really bad shape.
it is, but again,
Is it one of those streets that you could use that process that you've done out here?
we're looking at that for portions of it. We do have areas that we have completely lost, and that we probably will be looking at some having to use full depth reconstruction on instead of full depth reclamation on. But again, we believe that we can hopefully cheapen up that price tag there. So we're sure.
Your numbers
we're
are
sure
astounding,
hoping.
I must tell you.
Yes, they are. And again, our bids just came back off on Howard Street, and just anecdotally, we had based those prices off of the College Hills, which we've only been in been in construction for a year, and those prices, the College Hills prices were already outdated. So
It's a problem.
It's a problem, and it's a battle every day. So, but we're trying to work through some
I
of
know
this.
the rain is obviously, we needed the rain, and we're thankful for the rain, but I know it slowed the project. So tell me where we're at currently on that project and what we should anticipate.
College Hills so far has moved along very well. We're on schedule or a little ahead of schedule, actually, on the utility portion of it. So that's moved along well, even with all of the rock that we have encountered on the project. But again, moving along well there. They are up to the last phase, getting to Sunset right now currently. Should be working our way across Sunset hopefully by mid this next month, mid-June. And then finalizing the utility portion of this project, of the College Hills project, finalizing it mid to late July, finalizing the utilities. So the utilities will be completely done at that point. At that point, we will be following right behind the utilities with the box culverts for the drainage. We already have box culverts already to Oak Forest and Oak Forest Court. They're already to that point, again, following the utility construction. Hopefully, we will be finishing that up early fall, and then that way, the rest of it is just road work at that point. So we're still on schedule to try to have everything from basically Vista del Arroyo all the way back to Avenue N. We're on track to have that done hopefully by August. We were hoping late July, August. We're about 3 weeks now behind because of the weather, and kind of looking into next week. So it may be late August, September before that's completed. But again, we are moving along very well on that project. So, but hopefully, like I said, by hopefully end of August, September, everything from Vista del Arroyo back to Avenue N will be fully complete, and then we'll just be working on finishing up from Vista del Arroyo to the Loop. And we're about a year out for total completion.
I'm going to jump a minute, but you keep mentioning Sunset a bit. So we know that there's been constant conversation about the Sunset Lake and the Parkview Lake. Is there conversation today on the drainage of the Sunset Lake /
Yes, ma'am.
Parkview Lake? It's further on down?
It's further on down
Okay,
in the list.
thank
so.
you.
Foster Road. Again, we have this actually stretch, and this is Foster Road South, heading into Butler Farm Additions. Basically, we'll go to River Valley Lane back to the Loop. This is in design right now. We don't have funding identified for this at this point, but again, it is in our hazard mitigation plan. So this would be a prime project, and that's why we have it in design, so we can have it shelf ready. We have it on the shelf, and the plans are ready to go. In case we can get some hazard mitigation dollars from the federal government, this is a prime project for that. So we're hoping that we will see some of those dollars roll around in the near future. The reason we want it shelf ready is because we have most of the time on those hazard mitigation grants, there is like a 90-day turnaround on those when they announce them. So
Do they
very
do them
quick.
annually?
It's based on when the federal governments have issued a disaster declaration somewhere, and then these funds are unused, and so since they've already been issued out for disaster declaration, they will go out to communities and let communities apply for grants to use up those remaining dollars. And so most of the time, that's when we see those grants come out, and that's why the turnaround time is so tight on those, is because of that. So, but again, that's why we want this one. It is a prime target for one of those grants. So, reconstruction of South Jackson from Knickerbocker to the railroad tracks. This is actually should be. I think it's in bid right now. It just came out in the paper.
Is it
So.
North Chadbourn one or the South Jackson
No,
one?
this is South Jackson from the railroad tracks back to Knickerbocker, that short section there, to actually go in there and widen that right, between the Taco Bell and the Chick-fil-A right there, to actually widen that a little bit there, redo the signalized intersection at that area. We do have some funding that Chick-fil-A put up when they constructed right there. They basically deferred the money to the city until we do the improvements. We're doing the improvements. So that project should be starting hopefully midsummer.
There were some grant opportunities for rail and railroad crossings, et cetera. Was there anything there that we could apply for?
Not in there's some smaller grants that we can look at to go back and work with TxDOT on for actually to do the crossing improvements for rail arms and things like that for the crossing, to improve crossings. We can work with TxDOT to see if we can do those. That is not a part of this project currently, so.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
Shane, revisit that one on the Chick-fil-A. They gave us money to redo the construction?
Well, instead of them doing the construction themselves at the time, which would have been counterintuitive to the plans that the city had for that entire intersection right there, they basically set aside that portion of the money and gave it to the city for us to hold on to until we did the remaining construction that we wanted to do for that intersection.
The widening of it?
The widening of it. So basically.
On Knickerbocker or on South Jackson?
On South Jackson.
Yeah.
On South Jackson. So we have that money sitting in an account waiting for us to utilize that with our project.
Okay.
So go back to the one before that, which is the railroad tracks to South Chadburn. Or North Chadburn. Yeah, it says reconstruction North Chadburn from railroad to tracks to the river. I don't think we covered that one.
Phase B. Oh, this is Phase B of the downtown project. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Yes. This has been it's 100% designed. Again, we're waiting for funding on this one. We don't have identified funding for this one specifically. We do all the utility work has been completed on this, but we do have the grant out, the set aside grant right now that would cover all of the pedestrian elements along this route. So if we get the grant, that would cover the cost of pedestrian elements, and then we would just be looking to secure the funding for the street portion of it. But again, the utility work has been completed. All utility work has been completed, and the design set's at 100%. So it's ready to go. It's shelf ready. We're just funding on that one.
Seems like you're needing a lot of funding.
Yes, ma'am. Shady Point Bridge replacement. This is out at Lake Nasworthy. One of the bridges going into the subdivision, Shady Point subdivision there, is in very poor shape and is needing to be replaced. There is another way in right now, but again, we do have it load limit. That bridge is now load limited to a very low amount, basically cars only. Not even delivery trucks, things like that are supposed to be going over it at this point. Again, that needs some work there.
So you have the 160,000?
And
Didn't
that
sound good. That pause didn't sound good.
No, well, I think 160,000. I mean, we probably need to update that number. Currently, that number may be a little old, and also there is some utility work that will have to be done at that area as well too, because we do have sewer going across right there as well too. So we will need to probably put some utility money into that as well too, which I'm not as worried about that currently as trying to find 160,000 out of operating dollars to cover that. So.
Well, give us obviously you can't do it right now, but please bring back to us what that total cost is. I think we would all be concerned that it's in that poor of shape and vehicular traffic is questionable. So let's not ignore this issue here.
We'll bring back an updated number on that and get that in the works. So. 378 utility relocations. This is part of the TxDOT project on Oakrest Oval Road from the Chadburn out to from North Chadburn or South Chadburn out to the Loop. this is relocating all of our water lines underneath that roadway to get them out from underneath the new road section, which will all be a concrete road section going forward. This is it's been let through the state, and they are expecting to start construction late fall.
There's MPO money there assigned to it, right?
Yes, there's MPO money assigned to this, and so MPO, the state did have to, the bids, again, like most bids nowadays, came in well over what the OPC was on it, so the state did have to use quite a bit of discretionary dollars on it as well. The utility work, our utility work did come in over expected OPC, and so I will be bringing an item back to City Council to help the advancement, or to basically give it more advanced funding to TxDOT to cover those overages.
So has TxDOT let that project out? Has it been a project they let out? Because I was at the Texas Commissioners meeting yesterday, and the amount of projects that they let was astounding, and the amount of over and above projected costs into the multi-million dollars were approved. There were some it was amazing to see the amount of projects that were let, how over forecasted the dollars were, and how those projects were immediately approved.
Yes, ma'am. And this was one of those projects that fell under that.
We were there to speak towards, obviously, transportation issues for our Ports to Plains area, but also specifically, we had an opportunity to talk about San Angelo. And so I know, it was, I just can't say it enough, it was amazing.
It was. This project for them did come in substantially over what their estimate was. So I believe 40% over what their estimate was on this project. So that was a staggering number when they got that number back. But they did decide to move forward with the project, so the project is moving forward.
And time frame on that?
Again, we should start this fall, and it's a 2-year project. So, stormwater quality improvements. This is just general projects that we list on there in case we find grant funding or other opportunities that we can again apply for, and we have several of them identified through our master drainage plan. So if we do have grant opportunities come along, we have it listed in the CIP. Sunset Lake and Parkview Lake improvements. This is the dredging. We've done all the work. We have OPCs. We are at this point. We have some funding for portions of it, but we are lacking some funding. So we have
the homeowners association have to come up with part of the Parkview number, not the Sunset number, right? But the homeowners associations there have funds.
Yeah, we would like for them to. Again, as we looked at the numbers, and we are working. I am trying to work with the design firm to look at some alternative solutions for the Parkview Lakes. Their number was quite staggering in the OPC, just simply because of the pumping issue, how far we would actually have to pump that material to dewater it. And so that number was very large on the Parkview Lake one. So we are looking at some alternative funding sources for that. And again, I believe we have about 1.7 million that we have right now that we could put towards this. But again, as you can see, the OPC is at about 3.34.
Does it make sense to start with the Sunset Lake piece of it? Because obviously Sunset Lake flows into the Parkview Lake, and so the biggest issue is the Sunset Lake flowing into the Parkview Lake. So if we cleaned up the Sunset Lake as the first priority and delayed the Parkview Lake, does that make any sense at all, or is that just wasted time, effort, and money?
No, it's not. And actually, they are two different stream flows. So the majority of the Parkview, especially the north, they are two different basins, catch basins. So the reason we're trying to put these together is trying to have the scale of the project, be large enough that we're going to attract bidders to come in and do, multiple bidders to come in and do this and hopefully drive down the price. So economy of scale type of situation there. So, but again, we are looking at some alternatives for the pumping on the Parkview Lake aspect of it to see if we can find an alternative to bring that cost down because again, the pumping costs are what were the driving factor behind that higher price on that lake. General street construction. This again for any grant. You've seen my somewhat long list already of what we've got out there for pricing. So this is and needs on streets. But again, if we can find grant opportunities, things like that, we have a general street reconstruction or construction item set in there. So again, we're not having to come back and amend the plan as we move forward if those grant dollars become available. And then Twin Mountain Drive extension, this would be proposed extension of Twin Mountain Drive from where it stops today close to Southwest Boulevard, which would extend it there all the way to US 67 or Sherwood Way I guess Sherwood Way stops at the edge of town. We would come out right there close to the city limits, where the city limit sign is. It proposed at 14.1 million.
All right, so we're looking at $217 million. Of the $217 million, what percentage of that would be something that would be covered by existing monies and/or grants in the next 12 to 18 months?
The utility projects that I listed there, anything in the utility portion of it is funded. Again, there's probably $50 million of the other that is funded that would cover the next 12 to 24 months.
And so of that, is that part of the $80 million bond?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've got $20 million left in it, approximately?
We have one more bond issue. We still have monies remaining because some of these projects are still that we have listed here are active projects and all of those funds have not been expended yet. So that $50 million includes the active projects. While the monies may have been encumbered, we have not expended those dollars yet. So.
And so if we were to, again, prioritize these issues, I get they're all important, and I think we all know each of these projects have huge needs behind them. Shady Point seems to be a real critical issue. Smaller dollars, but critical. And we know that we have the 2 grant applications for the Community Accessibility and Connectivity Project of $20 million, as well as the construction of Ricks Drive sidewalk. So those 2 $22 million are grant applications as we speak.
Correct.
And
we didn't include those since we don't know. We didn't include that in that $50 million. So
it's competitive.
They're competitive. So that's not part of that $50 million number that we're talking about. So,
questions, comments, other concerns, other issues not listed here from anybody?
And you'll see as we go on. There's a lot more.
I know. I don't question. My point is, this document in 2009 listed just for infrastructure, street maintenance, $300 million.
Yes, ma'am. That number is probably closer to $800 million today. Now we have we've started taking some big chunks out of it. The Bell Streets, the Southwest, College Hills. We are taking some really big chunks out of that. But again, those. But we're also expanding and we're growing and we're adding more streets. So it's one of those that number does continue to grow and to bring again when we did the Fugro study back in 2015, then that number was $500 million. Then to bring our road condition scores back up, to an 80. or 70 to 80, PCI score range. So
That's just on existing, that's not
yeah.
anything new.
And then that was just on existing roadways at that time. So, and again, so even though we are making headway, I mean, that number just keeps growing, especially with the inflation factors that we've seen lately. That number's growing exponentially.
Great presentation, overwhelming, concerning. Strategically, we're going to have to figure out how to deal with it, particularly because of the $80 million bond not going as far as we thought it would, certainly back in 2017. So I appreciate the work and the effort and the detail of which you guys have put into this laundry list. It certainly gives us a great overview of the big picture of things that need to be dealt with sooner than later, if you will. So, okay.
And if we do also have a list for operations and water utilities. If
Yeah, do it now because it ties into this.
yes, they all still tie in. So.
And what we'll do is following the presentation on facilities, we will take a lunch break. So if you'll do this, and then we'll take a lunch break. I think it'll be about time because we're at 11:55 now. So go ahead and do this, and then we'll take a lunch break.
Okay. Run through these real quick. The ADA Self-Assessment and Transition Plan. This is, again, a set-aside grant that we've applied for this as well too. We are working on the transition plan, a self-assessment transition plan as we speak. But again, this is a grant opportunity to help us complete the more detailed portion of it when we start talking about the streets, the sidewalks, crossings, those type of things. So pedestrian crossings, those type of things. So we have that grant application out right now. Again, we're already working on the process, but again, trying to help find some funding, outside funding to help pay for these things that we're already working on. So
I would think some of the sidewalks that TxDOT's putting in have helped a lot in terms of these ADA issues. Well, it doesn't complete it, but I mean,
yeah,
they
are working, and so that does, out of the 121 signals that we, signalized intersections that we actually have responsible for maintenance on, a lot of I'm gonna say 60 of them, 68 of them, 65.
In the 60s.
In the 60s of those signalized intersections are on TxDOT right of way. So that is helping in that aspect as well. We are also working with TxDOT on some highway safety improvement projects where we are going to be looking at replacing signalized intersections mostly along North and South Bryant. But
well, safety is was one of the number one issues the Transportation Commission talked about, and Alvin New heads up the safety aspect of TxDOT, and he's really looking at safety issues as a key.
And so we took the intersections within the city that actually had the highest number of traffic accidents at them, and we applied for those grants and received those grants, working with TxDOT. And so again, we're getting two on one program, and then 4 on another program are being replaced. The signalized intersections are being replaced, and all the safety pedestrian elements are being upgraded. So, again, working with TxDOT and working through those programs. So it's
that's the
really
other thing they're focusing on is mobility, walkability, bicycleability.
Yep.
I don't know if that's a word, but we just made it a word. Put it in the dictionary.
Yeah. The next item there is the emergency trailer storage. This is for the new emergency command trailer that we have for the city, but trying to get a storage facility for not only that trailer but also the police department's trailer, emergency trailer, response trailer as well, to keep those assets covered in
Where are they
in good
now?
conditions. They're currently stored over at our vehicle maintenance yard, and so that's where they're stored at currently. Again, just want to get a cover on those so we can protect those assets. And then Lake Nasworthy improvements, this was the referendum that we went out to the citizens to use the Lake Nasworthy funds to, a portion of it was for the Lake Nasworthy trunk main improvements, and then also for improvements around the lake, boat docks, those type of things.
Where are we on the number one fishing pier?
Yep.
'Cause that-
It is, the pier is actually 100% complete. We are waiting on parking and accessible sidewalks to the pier before we open it. But again, we should be within the next, hopefully 30 to 45 days, we should have that complete.
'Cause it's
And-
summer,
and
we
it
need to
is.
get it
We
up
need to
and
get it up.
running.
Yep. We're working on it, trying to get all that completed, and so we should have that open in 30 to 45 days. We're pushing pretty hard on that one, so working hard on that.
There's a question or comment. Larry, Karen?
It was me.
Okay.
I would like to ask if it would be appropriate before we get too far down your list to ask for comments from our ADA coordinator about the impact of TxDOT activity on some of the things that were mentioned in the prior item. I'd like to hear what she has to say about the actual impact
I
on
think
ADA compliance.
The TxDOT improvements are certainly helping TxDOT with their compliance under the ADA, but we have still this ADA self-assessment and transition plan process we need to go through. A lot of the projects that are listed on the CIP do require ADA accessibility upgrades as those projects are completed. That's something historically that a lot of cities, not just us, haven't done, particularly mill and overlay. People generally thought ADA was only required when it was construction or reconstruction. That's not the Department of Justice's guidance now, and it certainly wasn't the way they always looked at it. There's also curb ramps that I know Shane and I have talked about that there are locations in town that either we have reconstructed a road or done one of those processes where we should have included curb ramps and they weren't done, or the curb ramp that's there is not sufficient, and we're receiving some complaints and grievances. So that's another area that we really need to start spending some attention looking into. Does that answer your question, Karen?
We have a list of those?
Well, that is in part what the transition plan does. The transition plan requires that we go on a very detailed basis through pretty much all the city streets, sidewalks, and locations, including downtown, as well as in our neighborhoods, and identify places where those facilities are missing. There's a number of cities in Texas who have recently gone through that process. I think Denton's has 280 pages worth of corrections they have to make. Killeen is under a settlement agreement with the Department of Justice, and they haven't even started evaluating theirs yet, but I anticipate they're going to have similar length of number of corrections. So we do, based on complaints, know where some of those concerns are. We all know just walking around or driving around where some of those concerning areas are. But to have a total list, that is what the transition plan update will do for us.
And that transition plan will be available when?
Shane?
Yep. We're, again.
Because you have nothing else to work on, I know, so.
No, well, we are working on the RFQ process right now. So when one for either for this grant, or we do already have the Safe Roads for All grant that we did acquire, already receive. Well, we were awarded. We have not received it yet. They actually had a bigger group of folks apply for that grant and receive that grant than what they anticipated, so it has slowed them down on their process as well. But for that, we do have to go out for an actual RFQ for this process, and so, but part of the Safe Streets for All program, that's going to be more of a high 60,000, yeah, 60,000 feet view of what we're doing for the transition plan, but it's a phase one step, and so it's going to go out and basically identify all of the safety issues that we have at all of our intersections and along our streets and everything like that, other sidewalks, pedestrian facilities, all of those things. So that's going to be phase one of this, and then phase two is where we actually are going to take and start looking at all of the details of this intersection needs curb ramps here, here, and here. We need a landing here. We need these pedestrian elements here. And so that's when, that's going to be phase two as we move forward. And so, and whether we receive this grant or not, we're still moving forward with phase one and phase two. We're just trying to, again, make our city dollars go further by applying for the grant and trying, instead of pocketing it all out of our operating funds. So again, moving forward. So we hope to actually start the phase one. We actually hope that we're going to be able to start late summer, early fall.
I would like to add that the scope that we have drafted, that I'm working on making some modifications to make sure that that high-level view includes enough detail that we can consider it our transition plan. We have been telling TxDOT under a complaint with the Department of Justice for over a year that we're working on that. So I think it is important to make sure that whatever we're doing in that process does qualify as a transition plan for us so that we can keep everybody happy.
All right, so go ahead to finish the Lake Nasworthy improvements.
Lake Nasworthy improvements, they are moving along quite well. We have been able to secure two boat dock grants, basically, through Texas Parks and Wildlife, which has actually helped these dollars go further. And so we are actually, they're finalizing design on the first three now, should go to bid this summer. And then as we get in out of lake season, we'll be ready to go to work on those and get those three docks there. We've applied for another grant for design of the Red Bluff Road, complete Red Bluff Road ramp, complete rework of that entire ramp, since that ramp is effectively shut down and non-usable at this point. And then also for a non-motorized launch in the Sleepy Hollow area as well, a design for that as well. So grant dollars for that. We will apply once we get those designs and that back. Again, next year we'll be seeing more grant opportunities come along that we'll apply for through the boating grants program, and not only for construction dollars, but also design dollars. We're looking at another one on Fisherman's Road that we will apply for in the next grant round. So again, trying to maximize these dollars as far as we can through grant dollars, additional grant dollars. So we have also purchased a boat specially designed for aquatic vegetation control, and so we will be seeing that get here real quick. I believe y'all approved that a couple of council meetings ago, so we're hoping to see that and start working on some vegetation management out there at the lake as well. So moving along very well in that project. Mayor, I know we still have 2 or 3 more sections to go. I don't know if you want to break that. Keep going?
Yeah,
okay.
keep going.
This for the vehicle maintenance shop, looking at expansion of the city's fuel infrastructure and upgrading the our fuel sites, not only one here in town, but also out at the airport, our location at the airport. Those are starting to get dated. Those sites are dated. Some of the infrastructure is dated. And also we are seeing, we also, COVID was worse, but we have seen when we start getting the fuel shortage issues to where storage capacity issues for us, to where we have a hard time getting delivery trucks as soon as we need them, and so expanded capacity is also an issue that we're looking at as well too. So as a part of this project, there is some funding, fund balance that we can use to support this, but definitely not all of it. So again, still trying to find the dollars for that. Solid waste, this is for basically looking forward, permitting basically a new landfill. We are still working through with our consultant that we have on board right now, still working through a lot of the preliminary work. So we are, again, this is moving fairly slow. It's a fairly slow moving project again, but this would be for basically design and construction of basically a new landfill, and then going through the final permitting phase. So.
Questions for Shane on the new landfill?
I just wanted to make a statement, and that was just to thank you and your staff for working so hard and going through this, and we realize how hard you really work.
I have wonderful staff that helps me through all this. I just have to try to remember it all.
Well, I know it's a great laundry list, and it's not a complete list, so that's the other issue that's staggering is
yes, ma'am.
But
yes, ma'am. Looking at traffic operations facility, of course, I think we also have in here maybe another another slide further on that talks more about maybe a public works, looking at redoing a public works facility and taking more of a holistic approach. But this is for some of our infrastructure, building infrastructure in the public works area is quite aged and getting quite outdated. So facility improvements there, traffic signal replacement, looking, if we are able to find money, we do have, again, about 50 signalized intersections that do need to be updated, or 61 it says there, that need to be updated and rehabilitated and brought in to meet the current standards. And then Twin Mountain Drive, Knickerbocker Road signal.
We approved that.
It has been approved. It's we have issued a notice to proceed, and we are waiting on. They have ordered the poles. We're waiting on pole delivery. Probably looking at another 18 to 21 weeks before we'll see those poles arrive. There's only 2 manufacturers in the United States making poles currently.
Maybe we should recruit a manufacturer to San Angelo that
Yes.
manufactures those.
Yes, ma'am. Again, more facility improvements. Again, aged infrastructure where these guys work. I believe this building was built. The ones that they're officing out of currently, his Street and Bridge was constructed in the 1950s, late 1950s, and has not really been added onto or improved since. So again, just looking for improvement dollars there. But again, I think we do have another request looking at a greater, bigger picture, but again, lots of dollars. Public Works, yes. Public Works, we have the City Hall Annex. This is the Standard Times building. We have looked at remodeling this building, and you can see the price tag there. Again, would be looking for council for direction on how or what we would want to do to move forward with that. And then a public works facility, this is the one where we would look at kind of doing a revamp of the public works area as a whole, looking at all the facilities out there on St. Anne Street, not only from the vehicle maintenance side, traffic, street and bridge, stormwater, water utilities, utility maintenance, looking at all those facilities out there that are, again, getting quite aged and needing some definite work, and trying to create a new facility for all of those folks to work out of.
On the City Hall Annex, the $14 million too, is that what we have designed to become a future police station? How did we come up with the $14 million?
No, that was looking at moving Public Works and the Fire Marshal's office out of the current City Hall Annex that we're in, and basically gutting and redesigning the existing Standard Times building to house Public Works and the Fire Marshal's office. Well, we'd look at the Fire Marshal maybe being in the old clinic building over there, remodeling it as well too, and along with the Standard Times building, and working both of those properties into that for that 14.2. And again,
police station or not?
That does not include any dollars for the police station.
We just have a lot of vacant space.
Well, currently, again, with the Standard Times building would work. Again, it would work well for Public Works, but we worked with Kenny Architects to kind of do a overview, basically a layout plan of what that would look like for Public Works, and it did actually include bringing the Emergency Operations Center or a facility for the Emergency Operations Center to be placed in the basement of this building as well, to be able to free up the space out there at the airport, for that building to be freed up for any future use that could be used out there for that. Again, looking that possible grant dollars could be tied to that for a new Emergency Operations Center. There are lots of grant opportunities in that realm of things that could help with some of the construction costs there. Of course, working with Brian and his Lorelei to bring the communications department into this building as well, and along with all of Public Works, the engineering, water, utility, and the operations.
So moving everything out of the other annex, the old First Financial Bank building, over to this location.
Over to this location, which would free up that building for the police department to be able to rehabilitate into a new facility for them.
Mayor, there was discussion as far as the looking at the possibility of the Standard Times building for the police station, but I know the guys, the chiefs did an evaluation, looked at the space that was available, even the parking for the police vehicles and all the equipment that they currently have, and it just wasn't big enough. Even close to as big enough as what they need at this point. So that's why it just reverted back to discussing it as a public works building.
So we'll have a number later on about the police station.
Well, the police station itself will be, we're still looking at the City Hall Annex. Once everyone moves from the City Hall Annex into the Standard Times building, the City Hall Annex where it is right now will be the area that we're discussing for the police department, and the costs associated with that will be discussed later on. So,
Not today, but later on, meaning not today, or yes, today, we'll see it.
right now, I know the chiefs have maybe what they would be a kind of really a guesstimate, because we really haven't done anything, the studies necessary to determine what exactly it's going to cost for the police department to move into that building. So right now, really all we would have would be more of a forecasted guess, really, to kind of give us an indication of what the cost may be. So it's twofold, as you can tell, of course. We have the public works moving in, and then police department looking at the City Hall Annex. So that's two totally different costs. This is only for public works and the individuals that will move into the Standard Times building.
All right, keep going.
Public Operations, Public Works, okay.
If you want to break for lunch, we can come back and do water and sewer, or however you
Is
want.
that, do you want to take a break for lunch? Yeah, let's
Ready?
do it. soon as Tommy Hebert comes back to the dais, we will start this meeting again. I think someone just. All right, Shane, go ahead and continue with your presentation.
Okay, next up on the water utility side, we have City Hall Annex improvements, 100,000. This is for the elevator. We've done a lot of work on all the systems over there. Most everything is up to new and working in good working condition now. The elevator has reached the end of its useful life and is in need of replacement. We do have quite a few issues with it and have the repairman out quite often, so we have this in there as well. Next up, elevated storage tank. This is on for the northeast part of town. As we start seeing that part of town grow, we're starting to have some issues getting enough water and pumping enough water up into that part of town. So if currently we're okay, but we're expecting probably in the next 3 to 5 years that we will have to add additional storage up in that area for.
That area specifically is what, Shane?
Kind of when you start looking at the Pauline area up in the northeast part of town, out 277 Industrial Park, even kind of back over towards 208, kind of in that corridor segment as you look there.
And up towards the rail park?
Yes, kind of, yes. All that area up in there, we are going to need to look at future expansion up of elevated storage in that area.
So the storage you're saying is 11 million, and I think you had quoted somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 million on doing the circle water sewer line around the rail park area. Is that correct?
Well, the 3.5 million, I believe, was the last number that we looked at on doing the water main extension in that area. Which would create a new loop that would go up through there, probably another 4 to 5 million for the sewer side of it, for a lift station, to get the sewer from the rail park to the closest collector main that we have in the city there. So
and that's not included in
that's
that.
not included in this. This is just elevated storage, and this does not include design either. This is just construction cost right here. So probably looking at another $1.5 million, $2 million on design for the elevated storage. And this number, unfortunately, like a lot of the numbers that we see and we hear, they get outdated really quick. So this number is probably a year old, and so that it may be a little higher than that now. But again, we're still sticking with that number until we actually work through the process and start getting a consultant on board and start looking at the design processes. So Hickory groundwater expansion, I'll go into that a little bit further in my next presentation when we start going through projects. But again, the expansion of the Hickory groundwater system for our water supply needs. Nuclear well, that also is going on and piping there at the plant. That kind of goes it's in the same project as the Hickory, and so we'll talk about that as we get into the next presentation. Water and chemical building and appurtenances, we have, this is, as we're looking into the future and we start looking at the Concho River project that is in the permitting phase right now. Again, I'll talk about that a little bit then, but this will be a project that will go along with that as we move forward, along with the Water Production Control Center and Lab. Those two projects together kind of go hand in hand with the Concho River project. water
Where
treatment.
are we on getting the permits for the Concho River Water Project?
We have, we actually have the discharge permit. We have, we already have that in place. We were working on the bed and banks process now. Hopefully, kind of timeline, hopefully we'll see a draft permit. We're hoping sometime this fall, late summer, early fall, we'll see a draft permit. And then from there, things will start picking up speed a little bit from that point. I know it has been sitting on high center for a couple of years now, but things are starting to move on the bed and banks. So we'll see that, be seeing that come along there. Next, water treatment plant improvements. These also go along with that project as well, the North Concho River project for the $62,402,000. That will be a part of that next phase of the project for the treatment of that water. Also looking, and I'll discuss this a little bit later on in my other presentation as well too, but we'll kind of overlapping some
Didn't we get a
of
grant
this.
from the water? We just approved another piece of that last city council meeting, so we have from the Texas Water Fund or something.
Oh, Texas Water Development, that was the additional cost of the Hickory Groundwater Expansion Project, that $13 million that we just did. That was part of the existing project that we have now, that we got the $13 million for. So that was this part of the upgrades that we're doing now for the clear well and some of the piping and the work that we're having to do in the Hickory treatment facility there here in town. So
Some of this is in that 13 million or none of it?
no, this is all
is over
separate.
and above
This
that.
this is over and above that. It's a separate project. So and some of this looking at well, we'll get into that later on. So
That doesn't sound good. Oh, we'll get into that later. Sounds like a
well,
problem.
in the other presentation, we'll start talking about some of the longer term things that we need to look at. Is that it or? We'll go back up. Oh, okay, there you are. Now you can go down. Water meter reading AMI system equipment upgrades. We have started this project. We are doing it in multi-years. We remember 3 or 4 months ago, 5 months ago, we came to council, authorized us for $2.7 million this first year to initiate this project. And again, this will be an ongoing project over the next 3 years, upgrading all of our meters and the collector system that goes along with our meters, our meter reading system. Lake Operations Maintenance Facility, the existing facility there, just kind of a revamped old shed and houses and shacks, and definitely way past its useful life. Looking at currently, one of the biggest things we're looking at is trying to find an appropriate place for this facility to rework it. Right there, as you come in off Fisherman's Road, the existing facility's there. Not necessarily, maybe a good location, but not necessarily the best representation for the city as you're coming from the airport or going to visit the lake. So again, we want to upgrade that facility and probably find a better location for a maintenance facility than right there on the main road coming into town and entering into the
Paint job won't
lake.
do it.
I don't believe a paint job will help that one, no ma'am. A&M water replacement, we're approximately 60% through with this project, maybe even a little further at this point. Again, we're doing the pipe bursting process on this. Slowed down a little bit. We did have the change order the other day on the valves because we did find several valves that we're going to have to replace in this project. And so working through that, but again, 60-70% complete on this project. Lake Nazareth sanitary sewer collection system improvements. Luckily, this number decreased substantially. We're at 35.9 instead of 54 million, thankfully. But we just got the POs, and so fixing the issue. Notice we've had pre-con meetings on this. I'll go through this in my other presentation a little later, but moving along on this project as well.
Is there a lot of interest in terms of people wanting this project? We've already assigned it, right?
Yeah, we have. Yeah. We've already done it. We're issuing POs, currently issuing POs and notices to proceed. We've already had a pre-con meeting, so we're ready to get started, so.
So that would be like next month?
Yeah, yes, we are still working on 2 or 3 easements and one of the easements specifically is where one of our bores is gonna go under the river, where we come up on the other side. That's one of the easements we're waiting on. That has kind of slowed the process down just a little bit because they don't want to mobilize all of their boring crews and their boring equipment in and get everything else bored and then be hung up waiting on an easement. So before they can start that last bore, so they don't want to have to demobilize and then remobilize again. So we've kind of has been a small hang up, but we think we're working through this and should have some resolution fairly quick on that one. On that one easement. So, but again, we're ready to move forward with this project. Water reclamation plan improvements. This also will go along with the with the Concho River Water Project. Future project there. Lift station improvements. General lift station improvements. Just normal, kind of a general line item there for work progress.
Won't some of those grinder stations disappear when we do this Lake Nasworthy sewer system
Yes,
thing?
we will be taking, when it's all said and done, we will be, of course, adding one major lift station, but removing 1, 2, 3, 4, I can think of off the top of my head, maybe 5 lift stations that will be taken offline with the Lake Nasworthy. We have another project here that we'll talk about. This North Concho River and Sanitary Sewer Collection System improvements, the CIPP, and then the one below it are kind of the same, are going to be the same project, basically. We'll probably bid them out at the same time. The first one is basically from down there, as you, Beauregard and Harris, where you cross the river right there, going back north up 14th Street is doing the basically relining the sewer line in that area, a major collector line there, lining that sewer segment there to get some more life out of the existing pipe. And then the other one is going to basically be able to let us take the Shallow lift station offline, which is right there at Shallow, which it causes us quite a bit of grief from time to time. So, and again, it's one of the older ones. And be able to take that off, we'll be able to, again, we'll siphon under the river, and then a new line that'll go down through Santa Fe Park and tie into the one that we constructed and built, 4, 5, 6 years ago now. We'll tie into that one. It may be longer than that. My time flies. And then vacuum truck. This is the one where we keep our vacuum truck in the CIP. Those are large pieces of equipment and quite costly. So,
on the Lake Nasworthy sewer project, talk to me about, okay, the POs, when do we think this actual work will start, and what is the time frame? Remind us again of the time frame to complete the project.
Hopefully we're going to start, we'll see mobilization start within the next 45 days. And so we would hope construction will start where they're actually starting to bore within hopefully the next 60 days. And even sooner, if they can get here sooner and we can get mobilized in here sooner, we're ready to get this project started. Again, waiting on those last easements, but we believe we're making headway on those. So, but again, I'm hoping within 60 days it will start construction, and then it is a 24-month contract. And it's actually 2 contracts. There will be the pipeline contract, and then there's also going to be the lift station contract. Those are 2 separate contracts. The lift station contract will start once the siphon under the or not the siphon, once the bore underneath the lake, and we get all that work done. Once that's done, then they will come in and start the lift station work right behind that.
And remind me I know, because we have capacity issues and we have people who are want to start doing some new development out there. So, but nothing can happen until this whole thing is done. So, in other words, there's not going to be a piece of it done, so then all of a sudden we can start something new. It's got to be complete and
Yes, ma'am.
Completed project.
It has to be completed. We have to tie this new sewer into our existing sewer. It has to all be in place before we can actually start pumping through the system. So it will all have to be in place and all have to be there. Now, there may be some of the other legs, the secondary legs of the system. We get the primary trunk main in. Some of the secondary lines that we're going to use to take other lift stations off that aren't necessarily part of the main trunk. We could be working on those secondarily to that. But again, that's a work schedule and work process. And again, we'll work with the contractors we're moving through to see if we can speed that process up to where we can get the main trunk line serviceable and ready. But for the most part, we're going to have to go from point A to point B. There may be some secondary subsidiary work that can be going on after the fact and after it's in service, but it's pretty much point A, point B has to be complete.
Fine. All right. Questions for Shane at this point? Okay.
That's me. All right.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Good job.
Very good job.
Again, as we've said, wow. The dollars are wow.
Shane, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but have they already started the testing of the water in residential areas? You know,
For the lead, for the fire stuff?
Oh,
the fire stuff?
yes, on the lead and copper rule revision process that we're going through right now. We're actually 2/3 of the way through the process of actually testing the service lines. We have, I believe we've just started June 5th. We're starting the third leg June 5th of the testing. And so, again, we're basically 2/3 of the way through that process. And, of course, we do the water sampling kind of separate from that, but right now the main focus is actually the service line, testing the service lines for lead. And, of course, the actually testing of the water where we get homeowners to volunteer to basically take the tap samples for us, that's ongoing and will continue to be ongoing forever.
Lucy, did you not
basically.
volunteer your house to be one of the tests?
I should have mine.
I did, and it's already rigged up in my house, and they came and put it in, and they were gone in an hour or two, and it's
I
all
didn't think I was.
in the right zone or something.
No,
Eligible.
Well, in my neighborhood, I'm eligible.
I'm quite sure in my neighborhood I am so old.
Just checking.
Yeah, that's right.
I got a free gift card to Outback and everything. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Well, Shane, again, thank you. Truly, the numbers are overwhelming, and I know they're not numbers that, quote, have to be done in our next yearly budget. But on the other hand, the cost of doing these projects gets more expensive every year. So the longer it takes us to address these issues, the larger the dollar amount is going to be. So we need to get as creative as we possibly can to do the thing that the citizens expect us to do first and foremost, and that is infrastructure. And that is, from a citizen's perspective, our number one priority is taking care of our streets and water. So, utilities. So you've got you have broad shoulders, and thank goodness you do, because it's going to take it to carry this through and help us get done what the citizens want us to do as a priority. Thank you.
Next up, we will go through the police department's requests and the capital improvement plan.
Well, so Frank, the first question is, with these new things that were passed in May, does that mean you're on for police chief for one more year?
Negative. Negative. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. You've touched on the police building, or our wants for the police building, but on our CIP we have two items. I'll be very brief and open it up for any discussion you may have after I'm done. Our police building, as you know, was built in 1963. Over the past 60 years, the department has grown in both personnel and the space for need for space. Our department currently is divided into 4 buildings: the main police building, the annex, and we have child crimes detectives, that are in a separate building, and we have 2 training locations. What makes that very difficult, if we go south, as you're aware, we have our graduation there. Anything classroom related is south of the city limits, 4 miles. Anything we do gun range type or on hands, we go north of the city limits, 10 miles.
Does that mean you get a broad coverage of the city?
Very broad, actually in the county. Maintenance, continued maintenance. We spent over $200,000 over the last several years, mainly in HVAC. So we are requesting a new police department. I know there's been discussion about the city annex.
Huge for me. I really believe this has been an ongoing conversation. I think anyone who's walked through your police station knows that getting a new police station is pretty high on a priority list. I think we need to get one done and
Appreciate that.
figuring it out.
I believe it was August of 2016 when I walked in the office, we had a discussion with the architect who had a proposal and plan for the city annex. And I believe at that time the figure was $42 million to demolish the annex as it sits, or $38 million to remodel, and that was in 2016. So we've had those discussions up until now. The other item on the CIP is a training academy, which I briefly touched on. It's in need of major repairs, and again, if we do any type training in classroom, we go south of the city limits. Anything north, as far as firearms, we have to go, or as far as firearm training, we have to go north outside the city limits about 10 miles. We've outgrown it. You've been there during graduation, and we're continually have to maintain and pour money in that facility as well. I believe it was built in 1990, so we certainly
Looks like
outgrown
it was way before then.
That's correct. That's correct. Anyway, that's all I have. I don't want to beat this to death, so if anybody has any questions, I'll entertain that.
Well, for me, as I said, I think we know the need for the police station. I think we need to find a path forward for it. I think that's got to be something we tackle and figure out the game plan for it. I think there's been patience, if you want to call it that. Maybe that's not the right adjective, but we need a new facility. And I think we've secured the buildings to make one happen. Now we got to figure out the cost of making it happen and getting something moving forward. But I believe strongly in the need for that. Questions? We've heard you. We got it. And I like it simple and straightforward. Thank you.
Next is Fire Department.
Good morning, Council, Mayor, Patrick.
Morning.
Brody, Fire Chief. I'll be actually pretty brief myself because a lot of these CIPs are covered in my presentation later. Ambulance, we purchase 2 ambulances a year, and the prices have actually skyrocketed in the last year. Shane can actually attest to the price of vehicles, over 30% increase in a lot of areas, and that's no exception for an ambulance or fire truck replacement. So the next one is fire engine replacement, and we currently are coming up on engine 8, needing to be replaced. It is 17 years old right now, and I have an item coming back to council on the 6th next week to replace that unit. Have the funding for it already secured, ready for council approval. Moving into the future, we have 2 trucks that are approaching the 15-year mark, and they are fairly significant priced. One of them's a rescue truck, currently sitting right now at 13 years. And another one is Ladder 1. That's our 100-foot platform at Central, and it's recommended at a 20-year replacement. So rescue truck is coming up on a 2-year, needing to be replaced, and the ladder truck about 7 years. The combined price for both of those units is about $3 million. And not to take away from the presentation, but the current allocation that we receive for vehicle replacement is about $250,000 a year. You can do the math. It's going to take a long time to get $3 million at $250 a year. So we need to adjust that. Again, that's in my presentation. Next item is an addition to the training center classroom. We are busting at the seams at that facility. Again, something else in my presentation later. We've got a lot of really exciting things going on in the training academy. We are expanding, and we have a pretty high need for an additional classroom so we can have our paramedic program and a paramedic lab facility. Because we already own the property, it wouldn't be near as big of an expense if we were having to search for property or search for actual architectural plans. And the last one is for the future land for fire stations. Immediate need, fire station number 9, also discussed later in my presentation, on the south sector of San Angelo. Long-term, probably about 10-year plan, there's a need for a fire station on the east side of town. As the city expands south and expands east, we'll need to provide coverage for that. So that's it. If y'all have any other questions for me.
Any questions or comments from anybody? Thank you very much.
That wraps up the capital improvement plan discussion.
Okay, so then what we do is go into our top 3 strategic priorities. And it says starting with Shane Kelton on infrastructure. So I'm not so sure that Shane is, you want to address that one. I think you've covered a lot already in terms of giving us the big picture overview, which is good. Now you'll talk more about something.
I don't know what's up.
Yes, ma'am. We've gone through the CIP, which a lot of this is the CIP, but I'll let Patrick kind of go through some of this, just kind of give you an update on some of the bigger stuff and where we are and what we're looking at, and then I'll just funnel right into the water side of it as well. Give you quick updates on some things, and then we'll be gone again. So.
All right, good afternoon. A couple years ago, y'all, council included drainage in the top priorities with infrastructure. So with that, we have done a little bit of work, and we have made some advancements within the drainage issues that the city of San Angelo faces. Most notably, if you go into the East Angelo Draw along Bell Street as part of the Bell Street Improvement Project, we enhanced that crossing right there, made it much more passable during rain events. So that was number 1 of the year 2000 Master Drainage Plan. So we got that one accomplished, along with the Avenue P detention basin that we spoke about earlier. That is just doing phenomenal in its results along Avenue P. We've had a couple of rain events to test it, and I think it's performing absolutely great. So, and currently in progress is the College Hills drainage improvements. We were graciously given the ARPA money to make those improvements along with that project, and so those underground infrastructures and improvements in the roadway at the Red Arroyo crossings are being performed right now, are being put in. So it's progress along that. It's moving very, very well. Really, we're waiting on the manufacturers of the box culverts is the only reason that we're taking a little bit of time getting that infrastructure in. So I do want to make a quick note. It's not on your screen here, but an example of drainage improvements that are on the cusp as we continue our conversations here in just a little bit as an example. Is an in-house project that we did at the end of Foster Road, improving that drainage. We talked about it earlier. Councilman Hebert and I and my assistant director were out there yesterday just seeing the effects of that. And that was a completely in-house project that had a tremendous effect on a neighborhood that was feeling the burdens of that drainage issue. So completely in-house, the guys did a great job there, but those are the type of improvements that we're going to discuss moving forward as some options that we want to take care of with some additional resources that we're going to be asking you guys for. So we did as well complete the update to the master drainage plan. We got that one completely wrapped up, and we re-ranked 36 problem areas within the city. This was important so that we could start pulling down some of those grant opportunities. Here recently with the Region 9 Upper Colorado flood planning region, recently started developing some grants, and there's some opportunities there. But we needed this master drainage plan updated to identify those projects and have them in a plan to apply for those grants. So we are looking forward to doing that and hopefully pulling down some of that money to make those improvements. As you see there on the screen, there is, however, $60 million in deficiencies just in those top 10 CIP problem areas. So it's $60 million for the top 10 and some additional money in the additional 26 projects remaining there.
You tackled three major ones, or in the process of, because certainly the Bell Street, the Avenue P, and College Hills, major issues.
Those were major issues, and that's the reason those weren't necessarily hitting the list on this current MDP, Master Drainage Plan, because we did take care of those in our recent projects. So moving on to the streets update. As you all well know, $80 million over the course of 10 years. We just issued the fourth of our $16 million allocation. So we have one more to go in that. In 2024, we'll see that issuance. As an annual operating and maintenance budget that council gave us back in 2015, we have about $3.5 million for seal coating and preservation techniques. That was in order to accomplish council's goal of seal coating every street every 8 years. And 2023 is the final year of that 8-year program, and I'm very happy to say that we accomplished that goal by 2023. So very proud and very thankful for you guys giving us the opportunity to make that happen by giving us the resources we needed to do that. So thank you. We also have an additional $500,000 that was given to us at that time that we utilized for not only crack sealing ahead of that seal coat process, but also doing a little bit more in pothole repair and small construction projects that we're able to do in-house. So we are limited on manpower and issues, so those guys work really, really hard to make sure that they're prepping the streets and taking care of what they can do. That doesn't constitute a major reconstruction or something that's beyond what we're allowed to do in-house right now. So, and then a couple years ago, or last year actually, council, y'all also gave us that .006 portion of the property tax rate to do some additional street maintenance projects. That nets us about $340,000 to $400,000 a year. So we did not spend any of that money last year. We're kind of banking it to make a good bang for your buck project. Hopefully try to score some of that for a matching fund on a grant or something like that to maximize those dollars. So right now we have about $712,000 at the anticipated end of year fund balance for this year. We went over a whole bunch of these, or Shane did, earlier in the CIP project, so I'm not going to overburden you with those again. Again, just Southwest Boulevard is still active and College Hills Boulevard is active for us. We have Howard Street is about to kick off. We got the bids received on that. They were a little higher than what we had budgeted, but not as high as what we were necessarily anticipating in today's environment. So we will be able to take care of Howard Street. Jackson Street is coming up. That will be starting this year as well. And then Edmund Glen and 29th Street is the next project that you're going to be seeing, along with Christoval Road, or Chadburn Street, from the 7th Street all the way to 43rd, and hopefully encompassing that S-curve if we can get TxDOT coordination on that little piece of property there.
So when you say it's in design, it's funded, but it's still in design state.
So what funded and in design means is we actually have construction dollars earmarked for those projects. Unfunded means we want it, we're working on design, or the design is complete, but we just don't have the construction money necessarily right now to do it. So it's sitting on the shelf waiting for those opportunities to present themselves. So as we look at our current funding sources, just to give y'all a real quick snapshot as y'all are looking at this and discussing it, our street rehabilitation money, $80 million in bond funding is what we have. That $4 million in annual operating money, as well as that property tax allocation of about $400,000 a year. I did want to note that y'all gave us a grant administrator position last year to the budget process, and we have absolutely been utilizing that position. She's been phenomenal for us so far. We did get a SS4A grant for $500,000 that we're utilizing to build an action plan that will let us apply for some construction dollars in coming years, but we had to have this action plan taken care of first. And we are currently about to wrap up on June 5th. The TASA, or the set-aside grant applications, are due, so we're tying up the loose ends on those and submitting those for those applications and those projects.
Are those the $20 million?
That's the $20 million and the 1.2, yes, ma'am. And then we also have about 11 grants that are kind of on our high priority list that we're really watching pretty hard for the NOFOs to come out, the Notice of Funding Opportunities. And those are, dedicated toward our infrastructure, drainage. Sunset Lake is on one of those that we're watching to try to find some money to do that. So, and then 23 more just general grants on our list that seem like they would be applicable to different projects that we would have coming in. And then also, last year I think we kind of finalized the discussion about the street use fee and got some direction from you guys on that. So that's on the horizon as well, potentially.
Questions from council?
We were just wondering where the street use fee was and popped up on the next slide.
Thank you.
All right, we will move into the water utility update. I love this picture that Brian was able to come up with on this. This is the overhead of the 2 nuclear wells being constructed is what this is. So this has been a very neat process, and to watch these 2 nuclear wells go together.
Yeah, Tom Thompson thought it was Thunderdome.
Tina Turner retro. In respect to Tina.
There you go.
Yeah. This has been a great project. So and great to watch from a public works standpoint.
A couple hundred feet.
Yeah, it's an amazing project. So as we're going on, just kind of give you all a brief update of where we are from current water supplies. As of May 1, OH Ivy and the Hickory 25 months. Unfortunately, OC Fisher it only has 1 day of water in it, so that doesn't count or calculate. And then our other sources, Twin Buttes, Lake Nasworthy, combined with the Hickory of 13 months, give us a total of 38 months of water currently. Our conservation measures don't kick in until the 24 months. Hopefully, with the rains we've been getting, that will alleviate some of this and will extend this 38-month period out. So keeping our fingers crossed there. Average daily usage, we can continue to see a upward trend in this. Saw a little bit of last year. I'm not sure if we just gave up on some of our yards and things like that in conservation mode. But again, we did in 21, but here in 22, we are seeing usage increase again.
So it's 22, 23?
We don't have the final numbers yet on that, so we're still working through that. We can look at some trends moving forward if you'd like, Mayor. Water use, just kind of let everybody know where we use the most of our water. The majority of our water is residential, 12% commercial, 16% institutional, and 3% industrial. Quick update on the Hickory. We're talking about water supply. This is where we're adding an additional 5 wells out at the well field itself. We are moving very well with this project. They are working on the last well, drilling the last well as we speak. They're about halfway through that process. They should be through drilling, and the drilling should be completed hopefully within the next 30 days. And the drilling portion of the contract 1, hopefully will be finalized, complete, and everything sent to the state and finalized mid-July. That's our time frame on contract 1. Contract 2 with PLW Waterworks will be tying in all of the new facilities out at the well field, tying all those into the pump station, increasing the pump capacity at the pump station, as well as rehabilitating some of the existing wells there. and adding some backup generators to the project there. Also part of this, again, just to let everybody know, the goal of this is to get us from the 8 million gallons per day to 12 million gallons per day capacity for water off of this. And then, of course, part of this also is the update to the clear wells, the 2 new clear wells there that we're building at the plant, and also the Hickory treatment plant, the part of that for the upgrades in the actual treatment building itself for the Hickory. Project's moving along well. Total overall construction probably roughly 60 to 70% complete. I put 60% on there just because that's about 2 weeks ago when I was going through all this. That's about what we were looking at. Guys are making great headway on this project. It's moving along well. Concho River Water Project, we went over this a little bit earlier, so I'm not going to dwell on it. But one, we have received the discharge permit and currently working through the bed and banks permit, and we'll be again. We saw the numbers for what some of the improvements were going to be on this. The cost will be for this project and going through the CIP. So we're just looking at that. So other part of this is from a water supply perspective is West Texas Water Partnership. Currently,
Where are we on that?
Working through the city managers of the 3 cities are working together to start working through the next phase, which will be the actual production phase of this to try to.
Yeah. Last time we met, Teresa was going to pull together.
Well, where we are right now, so the city manager of Midland retired a couple of weeks back, so we have the new interim in the position at this point. City manager of Abilene and myself will be scheduling to actually go and visit in Midland next week to have some discussions and have a better understanding of where they are. It's been a challenge, Mayor. I mean, as far as trying to move forward with the project, I know that Teresa's worked on the preliminary agreement that the city managers are reviewing and going through at this point to see if there's any changes that need to be made. Prior to the city manager of Midland leaving, he had reviewed the contract, but we really didn't have anything solid from them saying, hey, we agree with this.
Sign it.
Yeah, not yet. No. It won't be signed until actually everyone's in agreement and we take it back to the council members. But those details still need to be worked through. But again, we are hopeful that we can pull everybody together by next week and have a sit down in Midland to go over that agreement and see if there's any qualms or any changes that need to happen on it.
We all signed at one point. There was a signature from all 3 cities.
Yeah. Yeah, for the water itself, yes, ma'am. So the city of San Angelo would be receiving the 5,000 acre feet of water from the agreement itself, but we do need to work out the details as far as moving forward. The line, starting the actual project from Fort Stockton from Fort Stockton. So again, a lot of detail still needs to be worked out, Mayor. I'd rather not say much more until after we meet with the city managers, have a chance to meet with Teresa. Teresa is the trusted attorney working on the project, and I think all the city managers agreed that we're good with her working out the preliminary parts of it, and then we'll work out the details to get that finalized and sent to the city council members.
All right, moving along. Just wanted to we touched on this a while ago on the CIP, but just kind of give council an update on the sewer project. Again, it did come in. Both contracts came in with McKee's Construction doing the pipeline, Austin Engineering doing the lift station. Both contracts came in at $35.9 million, which was a whole lot better than the $50.4 that we were expecting. So we were very glad to see that. Again, we should hopefully begin this project in the next 60 days. Or less, if we can get by with it, and hopefully, again, it's a 24-month project. Just give you a quick update on the customer service inspections as we're looking for any cross-contamination issues out there. Again, not going to read all these off, but you can see that the 4 guys that we have assigned to this task have been very.
We approved 3 CSIs.
3 CSIs and the supervisor, and all of them are certified. So all of them are certified So not only the 3 inspectors that are out there on the front lines every day, but also, their supervisor as well is licensed, so he can go out in the field and create and do these inspections as well. So, but again, these guys have been really busy. Again, we've gone through the majority of these already. If there's any questions on those, some of these are in conjunction with the street recon projects. Of course, with some of the other ones, as far as the shallow wastewater improvements, another one that we didn't mention a while ago in the CIP because it's not necessarily a CIP, is the water hydraulic model that we're working with our consultant to get the new model out, which will help us kind of determine where the water flows and how everything is going through our distribution system, and also help us as we start looking into our needs in that northeast of town that we talked about earlier with the elevated storage tank. I think all the rest of those we already covered. And then I wanted to bring up rates and fees as we look into the future. Now, I'm going to preface this right here saying that I'm not asking for any increases in rates or fees this year or in this budget cycle. So, but again, as we're looking out into the future, I think, we've talked about this and the mayor's talked about it, trying to be proactive and look at what's going on out in the future and what we need to do as we move forward. And I've kind of broken this up into three different phases and kind of outlay what my thoughts are and get y'all's feedback on it again. But as we look at some things, we have the stormwater fee from the drainage side of things. Now, stormwater and drainage are 2 different things in our minds in Public Works. What we think about when we talk about the existing stormwater fee that we have now is the O&M that we do that is to cover the quality component that was state mandated or federally and state mandated component of it back in 2010. And that fee has not, since its inception, has not been increased. It's been the exact same rate. And so that's something especially with the inflation rates that we've seen recently, something that we cannot sustain a whole lot longer without seeing some kind of increase on that O&M side of it, on the quality component side of it as well. So we are going to have to start talking about a fee increase on that side as well. But what I wanted to bring up today is the drainage. As you know, we've talked about some of the other aspects of our master drainage plan that we created. Patrick talked about the Region 9 flood planning group and some of those opportunities. And with this, as we are creating the region flood plan through the Texas Water Development Board, a lot of our master drainage plan, since it was a brand new master drainage plan, we've been able to incorporate a lot of those projects into the region plan. And by doing so, that allows us, all those projects that were incorporated into the regional plan, to be eligible for Texas Water Development Board funding, whether that's low interest loans, grant opportunities, all of those things. It makes us eligible for that. One of the bad things is that currently there's no designated funding source to deal with the drainage portion of things, the flooding that we're seeing out there. There's not any designated funding for that.
Hasn't been much designated raining going on either, so.
We have been a little shy on that for the last year, yes, ma'am. So, and then there's kind of, as we're looking at this, and this has kind of been brought up recently, since the inception of our plan, or the stormwater ordinance in 2010, a lot of the residential areas around town, especially on some of the outlying areas that we're seeing have been developed in the last 5 to 6, 7 years, were already platted prior to our stormwater ordinance plan going into effect. And so now we're starting to see, now that these pre-platted areas are filling up and they're being completed and built out, we're looking at developers and home builders looking into new areas of town or new areas to develop and plat. And so, and as they do those, part of the requirements is for stormwater detention. So they're retaining the water, the extra water that they're creating on that property so it doesn't run off and create issues downstream. But with that comes the long-term.
Let me ask you a question. So, so when you talk about the stormwater situation and it was being created in 2010, that we had to deal with it,
does it not allow you on already designed plats to be able to go back in and ask for a revision of that plat based off of the 2010 mandated stormwater drainage?
No, ma'am.
issues? So-
We were not allowed to go back in and force somebody that already had a plat in place to replat for drainage. But one of the things that we're moving forward into the future, and one of quite a few of the developers have brought to the city's attention, is that as they're having to, we have not, because we did not have any drainage funding available, and of course it really hasn't been a big issue up until now because some of these older lots, they didn't have to conform to those, and so we weren't seeing a lot of detention basins being built in some of these larger development areas. But as these new areas come on, developers are being required to build these detention basins. Well, the long-term maintenance and upkeep of these detention basins is becoming an issue. One, the developer, once they build out and they get through, their kind of interest in that development is gone, and so there's not necessarily an interest for them to maintain that pond for eternity, basically. And then the other option is create an HOA. Well, HOA is probably in all development areas is probably not one of those things. It's a desirable thing to have, and especially quite a few of those developments. And so they have come to the city looking for the city, basically, what can we do to help out for long-term care maintenance of these facilities? And so that's kind of been an issue. And one, we currently do not have the funding or the staffing to be able to start taking on detention basin after detention basin after detention basin for maintenance. We have taken 2 or 3 detention basins that back up to basically the Red Arroyo or something like that, where it is we believe that from the city standpoint, it's critical for us to be able to own and maintain those structures because of the impact that they could have downstream. And so we want to make sure that those specific ones stay intact, but there's others that are in town that aren't so impactful that we have not taken on the responsibility of maintenance on it or accepted those into the city. And so developers are trying to figure out long-term what to do and what they can do basically, or how they're going to deal with maintenance long-term on these.
It's a catch-22.
It is, and we believe long-term that we will probably see some of those basins basically forfeit, or those detention basins actually forfeited or whatever, and we're going to have to take them on anyway. But as we kind of look through, and make a long story short, as we're going through, and we start talking about we're talking about rates and fees, we start talking about water rates, and our long-term water needs and development, and to continue progressing those, Concho River project, all those things, the skyrocketing chemical costs, chemicals are eating us up. I mean, we've seen chlorine triple in price. We just got bids back, for polymer bids back, that y'all are going to see on the next council meeting.
I think I'm going to dread the next council meeting from everything that's been said today, I think.
And so, we're going to bring those, and, a contract, a new contract for those. And we already know that they said they're going to go up again in April. The costs are going to go up again in April. So they're already telling us that our pricing is not going to be good 6 months from now. And so
people are taking advantage of the situation.
Oh, yeah, or a year from now, or whatever. Yeah, or a year from now, we already know that we aren't going to be able to meet these prices again. So, and then another thing that we're going to have looking, especially on the water side, is the PFAS and emerging contaminants issues that we're going to be dealing with. The EPA has set the limit at 0.4 parts per trillion on PFAS, which is the minimal detectable limit for PFAS. So basically, if you...
Is that the fire retardant stuff?
Yeah, fire retardant, styrofoams, those type of things, the forever chemicals. And, by setting that limit basically at the detectable limit means at some point in time we will have to be treating for that. Well, the only way to treat for that, is through an RO system or some kind of membrane system. And so massive, it's going to take a lot of money, in the future to deal with those, making upgrades to the water treatment plant. So just things that we have to keep in mind as we're looking forward. Same thing with sewer rates as we're looking forward. So again, I'm not asking for, right now, I'm not asking for this, but what I would like to do is basically step back and do basically another water rate study that we did a few years ago, except one, I want to not only take a look at the water rates and the sewer rates and kind of take that long-term cost and look at that, but also want to add drainage in there as well. Start looking at these drainage projects as we're looking at this for the rate study. And again, because the last thing I want to do is have an emergency situation or have something sneak up on us that we're not prepared for. And then all of a sudden we have to have a rate increase right now, and it's a big one or it's a substantial one. Let's take a longer approach at this and look at this over time to see if we can ease into these things and try to work them through. And so by doing a rate study, we can do that to where we can look at these projects and kind of time them out over time to see what that looks like, and then look at making rate changes very gradually over time to accommodate these needs as we're looking at it over time. But again, that would take a rate study to do that. But again, I believe that us looking at that sooner rather than later will benefit us as we look at some of these issues that we have coming up. Again, we know that one of the biggest things that is really becoming a hot topic is the PFAS and emerging contaminants issues. And so I think us looking at those now, we know the Concho River project is going to be fast approaching as we go through the permitting, as we kind of ease into this next phase of the permitting phase with the bed and banks. These things are going to start coming up, and we're going to need to move on them sooner rather than later. But again, I don't want us to come up a year from now or 24 months from now and go, oh my gosh, I need, a 10 or 15% increase today to cover these costs. I'd rather us take a longer term look at this and ease into those numbers versus a big hit all at once.
Additionally,
It's good to raise a red flag, and I think that's what you're doing right now, because I don't think you're saying we need to do it for this year's budget cycle. But what we do need to do is to look at it, as you say, long-term, and look at what the rates and fees are. We hear constantly from the citizens that we have the highest cost of water of any city they've ever lived in. And perhaps we do, because of where we live and what the cost of acquiring the water we need to run our city today and in the future. So no one denies that the investments we're making, whatever cost they are not needed. They're needed for the long-term viability and the economy of San Angelo, Texas. With that said, we also have to be sensitive towards the citizens and what we can possibly do to change the rates and still understand how that converts to covering our needs. And I get it. We got to look at it. Thanks for raising the red flag, and we'll start taking a look at it in a future projection.
Mayor?
Yes, Karen.
It's clear what the burden is on your departments. I'm curious if you feel like you have the employees in place to accomplish all the things on your to-do list.
Yes, ma'am. There's days I do and days I don't. And I think where we're really starting to see it's probably on in the field. The guys in the field are probably where we're starting to see the majority of the stress is out the guys in the field. Again, we're the city's growing and we're with the aged infrastructure and everything else, the need keeps growing, and so I think the boots on the ground is probably where we're seeing some of the gap. Of course, we do have issues up in the higher levels as well too, maintaining those. But
one of the reasons when they talk about developing plans such as this 2009 plan was city sprawl, because the more sprawl there is, the greater pressure on the system, not only on the infrastructure but on people as well. And yet we still haven't taken care of and all of the needs in the core of the city in terms of infrastructure, and yet we're adding more and more and more and more and more, which adds more and more and more.
It does.
And so, the question becomes strategically, how we make sure that, quote, infill projects continue to happen as a strategic plan so that it doesn't keep thinning out what we have and increasing the expense, not necessarily the first year, the second year, or the third year, but down the road, the cost of maintaining an infrastructure quadruples based off of sprawl. And that's what we're seeing.
And that's really, and like I said, I think that's where we are. We are starting to suffer and see some of the worst needs is in the the rank and file, the boots on the ground folks, the guys that are out in the field doing the work. We are starting to really see that. See the need there. I mean, we are, and a lot of it is sprawl. We're moving out, we're growing, we're building more streets, we're putting in more water lines, we're putting in more sewer lines, we're seeing more water breaks, and so more sewer stoppages. I mean, the list goes on, and so, but the guys in the field are where we could really use some help. Yes, ma'am.
Karen, I do want to mention that. So at the end of this month, city staff directors will submit requests for FTEs, and they have to justify those requests. As far as why those positions are needed, we do a thorough review of that for that justification and determine moving forward when we come to y'all for the budget to say, hey, we do need these FTEs, or no, we're fine. But we do a very good study of that to determine what those look like. Okay.
Good. Conversation for another time. Got it.
Will be an ongoing conversation.
Yes.
Continue.
That's it. I was just basically, I just wanted to see if council wanted to entertain a water rate study as we're moving into the future. I mean, it's a process. It's not something that happens overnight. This is a year-long process, even could be plus year-long as we look at this and look at those three areas specifically. We have put on, request for qualifications, go through the whole process, all of that. So as we do that, it is a longer process, something that takes a while. But again, I'd like to get moving on this sooner rather than later. So as these things start coming about, that we're not caught off guard and we're not having to do anything that is
Here's how I would
drastic.
answer that, sooner versus later. So I would say that sooner versus later, we need to move forward and look at something like that. But I would also say that as this is the first day of our hearing about needs of various departments and issues, infrastructure is a key issue and it ought to be a priority for us. But if we wouldn't have to answer you today, and through the budget process, we can determine the biggest priorities that we have in terms of focusing on the citizens' biggest issue, and that is our infrastructure needs. So I think it ought to be on our list of things to talk further about and decide priorities in terms of those things. But I don't think we're prepared to answer today based off of this being the first 5 hours of the budget process.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll take the opposite approach, Mayor. I'm ready for them to start the process on a rate study. It's going to be a year before we get there. So my answer to your question, Shane, is different than the mayor's. Yes, I would like to see you undertake begin the process to go through that study. One of my biggest takeaways from today, I'll describe it with one word: future. Planning for the future. To me, that's what I'm hearing repeatedly in what the staff has presented to us is we need to do a better job in planning for the future. And to me, this is planning for the future. So I answer the question, yes. The rest of the council can speak for themselves.
I think we have several issues that council will have to address. And as I say, I don't think this is about saying no to this. It's about hearing all of their requests. I mean, I think there was one a couple slides back in terms of the street use fee that has been brought up. There are several of those issues that I think we owe you answers to. But I think we got to get through the budget process, and that doesn't mean within the next month we won't be able to say yes or no.
Good.
But I think what we have to do is go through all of these issues, and at the end of the budget cycle, we can say, move forward on this, but there's lots of requests here. and
Yes,
the
ma'am.
future is
And-
all a part of it. Yes,
And this
Tommy's right.
this is not a, I mean, there will be dollars attached to this, but again, these are not large number dollars, and so these funds are available in the utility to accommodate this study. Those dollars are already available for this. But again, I don't need an answer today. I'm just raising the question, let y'all think about it, and again, as we're moving forward through the budget process, again, working through, and again, food for thought. So
We owe you answers, and we know we do, and I think the ask is not unreasonable. I just say that today, let's hear everybody, let's talk through everything that's out there, and I think we come back with, as a council, some objectives and priorities, and I think this is certainly going to be one of we got to be looking at it. Water's one of the most important parts to the economy and to the future of this city, and to Tommy's one word, future. It's future thinking.
Mayor, I do want to point out something, if you didn't notice, as Shane was talking. He was shy about talking about exactly what we need money-wise, because we do take very seriously being as conservative as possibly, and we understand the citizens. We definitely get that, but we also understand the business aspect of it. And he got around to asking for what that need is, and that need is there. And you're absolutely right. Right now, we don't have the numbers just yet to justify any real commitment at this point, but we will here in the next month and a half. And we'll be able to have those conversations. But we just wanted to make sure that y'all were open to that, and obviously y'all are. I mean, and we're glad that y'all are. And at that,
We want the red flag.
absolutely,
raised.
absolutely.
I mean, there's no question that
And
is the time to do it.
Yep, and there'll be a couple of them raised today. So again, thank you for that presentation, Shane. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Aaron, go ahead and come on up and take a seat, buddy. You know you're going to get there. Just go up front. Don't make him take all the lead by
It's
himself.
settled down. It's settled in.
Today.
So this first slide really just kind of reminds you all what all is included in our department. Of course, building permits and inspections, GIS, which does the computer mapping for the city, development service, which basically oversees the development review process and kind of coordinates the whole department, and then planning. And I just wanted to mention, you guys see us in terms of development review. You see us bring zoning cases, and a lot of those sorts of things. What you don't see as frequently is the future planning, but that is definitely a role of our department, and we do and can help tie in a lot of the things that you've already been talking about. If you look at our comprehensive plan, it has identified needs for the fire station locations, for example, and so
Again, because of sprawl.
Exactly. And so our plans, not only the plans that we have, but the implementation steps that we've been taking over the years to help implement that plan has helped guide a lot of the decisions over those last few years. So I wanted to talk about, I know we've talked a little bit here about the comprehensive plan. Why do we do that in the first place? One, as the mayor mentioned, is developing that community vision. That involves all the citizens coming together and telling us where do we want to be in the future for our city. One of the things we do a little bit differently than some of the other departments is look out farther. We look 10, 20, 30 years out to make sure that the decisions we're making today help us get to that future community that we want to be. It also helps protect property rights. I know we often get flack for our rules and regulations telling people what they can do, but we can't forget that that's helping protect their neighbors from what they might do on their property. Also, quality of life for citizens, that's kind of a self-explanatory one. And then we've talked a lot today about fiscal issues, and part of the purpose of those plans is to ensure fiscal responsibility. I'll just give you one example. We recently brought you all a review of the street standards, and as part of that, we did an analysis. We just picked a neighborhood, the Bluffs, and we did analysis on those streets. And if those streets had been built to the revised street standards, that would have saved the developer between $2.5 and $3.5 million on the cost of streets, just for construction of streets. That comes out to between $3,000 and $4,000 per lot within that subdivision. And that would be applicable throughout the community, for at least for those areas that are built to our current street standard, or at least the street standard at that time. We also looked at what does that mean for the seal coat project. And just for the Bluffs, having those narrow street standards would have saved about $150,000 every time we seal coat those streets. And again, you multiply that by every neighborhood in the city. Just a simple decision of how wide we build new streets in the community has a long-term fiscal impact. And it's not just streets, it's all of the decisions we make in terms
Imagine
of
if way back
future
when we
development.
made the determination to keep those streets wider, how much it would have saved us way back then.
Absolutely, and
I mean, that's,
part of
start
the
with that.
part of the thing here is it's going to be difficult to go back and narrow those streets in those existing neighborhoods, but we can start now and move forward in new development, ensuring that those new developments are happening in a way that at least we are thoughtful about the fiscal impact of those developments. To your point about sprawl, if you know the
And I don't mean that negative when I say the word sprawl, but the larger the footprint, the more expensive the maintenance and cost of infrastructure is. So sprawl is not a negative, it's just a reality, and it's something we have to deal with.
Right, but it can make an impact on your all's decisions. Yes. As an example, if a new development is on, say, half-acre or one-acre lots versus standard single-family lots, the cost for building streets, maintaining streets, water lines, sewer lines, the length of that for each lot is more, and so it costs much more to maintain a neighborhood with one-acre lots than it does neighborhood of a typical single-family neighborhood of 6,000 to 8,000 square foot lots. So again, when you approve a large lot development versus a small lot development, you're making fiscal decisions whether you know it or not.
And yet, the further out we tend to go, the more the desire for one-acre lots are. So that also, in some cases, is part of the strategic plan from a development perspective is.
Absolutely, and if you all think it's worth that extra cost of one-acre lots, then that's a policy decision that you all have to make.
Well, I'm saying that's a developer's perspective. We don't determine how many one-acre lots of a new plat's going to be. I mean, a guy who buys that land determines what kind of a project he wants out there. That's not our decision. But you're telling us what happens when that happens.
Right, but you do have decisions to make in terms of what infrastructure you require, how those costs are passed on, so that if a developer chooses to develop in a way that's more expensive for the taxpayers, that perhaps some of that cost is borne by them rather than the taxpayers.
That would tie back to your comprehensive plan too, John. If I hear what you're saying, to have a comprehensive plan that would speak to that very thing, size lots, et cetera, as the town continues to grow, then we are making fiscal decisions, whether we realize we're making fiscal decisions or not.
It's inherent, yeah.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
maybe what we need to do is update our comprehensive plan.
I'm going to shift gears, and we'll come back to that. I've got a slide on that a little bit later on. This is our development review process. Every year we update you on the kind of how we're doing in terms of development review. I'm not going to read through all of these. I think you've seen them before.
We'll go through them because this is publicly, so let's go through them.
So this is our goals that were established, I think, back in 2014, 2015, reducing review times, providing good information to applicants, good customer service, ensuring that our ordinances and processes are consistent with the goals identified in the comprehensive plan, and then ensuring the consistency in the development review process. And back to the comprehensive plan, I will mention, I know sometimes, we talk about, we pay consultants to adopt a plan and then it goes on a shelf. I'll say for our part, that's not the case. We've got a whole list of those implementation items from that 2003 plan and the 2009 plan.
Because that's really
both.
the key plan, right? I mean,
Well,
it's not the key plan, but it is an updated plan to the comprehensive plan. Even though
right.
the comprehensive plan specifically designates key areas of the city, cultural, historic, medical,
whatever.
Right.
So the big picture is that, and then you dive into those sections.
Exactly. And so even since the 2009 plan, lists of those action items that are recommended in the plan have been done over the last 15, 20 years to help implement the recommendations of that plan. But again, we're getting towards the end of what that plan recommended, and it's probably time to take a fresh look at how we should move forward with that.
Let me ask you a question on that then. Okay, so if it looks on the vision plan summary from this 2009, it reads as following. Goal 1, increase the permanent residential population of downtown San Angelo. Goal 2, improve the pedestrian experience throughout downtown. 3, promote the arts throughout downtown, particularly from local artists. Goal 4, enhance the San Angelo's cultural identity throughout the region. Goal 5, increase accessibility of public open space in downtown and its role within the city. Goal 6, eliminate the negative effects of surface parking in the downtown core. Core 7, increase the role of alternative modes of transportation. Goal 8, increase connectivity between downtown and surrounding neighborhoods. Then we go into neighborhoods. Neighborhoods promote vibrant and viable neighborhoods. And there's lots of items underneath each of these. So there's like 8 or 9 suggested things to incorporate into that. Improve neighborhood connectivity with and between neighborhoods. Goal 3, improve relationship between adjacent commercial and residential land use adjacencies. Goal 4, grow new neighborhoods in San Angelo in a reliable, sustainable manner. Goal 5, promote neighborhood organization and outreach. Goal 6, improved access to open space for all residents. Neighborhood centers. Goal 1, contract retail commercial corridors into a series of identifiable nodes or centers at key intersections. Goal 2, reorganize parking strategies. Goal 3, improve pedestrian access to commercial neighborhood centers. And then transition areas, revitalize aged commercial corridors. Goal 2, blend intensive commercial areas into neighborhoods seamlessly. I mean, these things go on, and I think they're so important as we talk through all of this, because institutional and the public improve their physical relationship between the public institutions and the adjacent context. I mean, there's a whole series of these things, and they have action steps and specific things underneath them. And I wonder if we went through these individually and checked off what we have or haven't done, started or not started, incorporated or not incorporated in it, to how we would grade ourselves.
I think that's a good point. I will point out that a number of those things have been addressed over the
Yes,
years.
they have.
We've got the downtown plan. We did a Lake Nasworthy plan. We updated the thoroughfare plan. We adopted a bike plan, which is now in the process of being updated. We adopted the sidewalk ordinance. As I mentioned earlier, we proposed some street width standards. We've adopted multiple zoning. We make changes to the zoning ordinance 2 or 3 times every year. You mentioned the parking. We adopted new parking standards a couple of years ago that made it more friendly for developers with reduced parking. So I feel confident that if we went down that list, we've done a number of those things, but clearly there's more work to be done.
Well, and I think the issue is using this because it's a really good document, and it really supplements the 2003 comprehensive plan. And just as I think on an annual basis, it's important for us to review this vision plan and grade ourselves, number 1, but then number 2, realistically decide what can or cannot be addressed on a timely 5-year plan, 10-year plan, whatever. Because the nature of comprehensive plans are as they are, comprehensive, long-term, big-term, and then you narrow it down into specific action plans. And I think the original comprehensive plan that was done is a very good plan in 2003. I think it addressed a lot of issues, but we can't leave it at that. So we've got to make sure we've really studied this 2009 vision plan and make sure that we are, particularly where we feel it was good information, we follow those action steps and see if it can't guide us to ensure that we have the quality of life and the future that we want to see for this city and its citizens.
I think it's very important. And the things you've already brought up quickly, and there's more that you've done and accomplished, but those were quickly at the top of your mind as I read through this. But I think it's a great study in what we should be doing.
And again, we'll come back to that in a few slides, but these are just some of the improvements we've made to the development review process. We standardized our submittal requirements, and we simplified some things for the applicants. Increased use of checklists so that we're ensuring that they're providing what we need, but that they know what we need up front as well. We revised all of our handouts to make them more user-friendly based on input we'd received from applicants. We have the new permit tracking and plan review software that helps us make that process quicker. And we've just implemented a development solution team that's basically similar to our development review committees, but after a project is already in the process and they've come across some issue or other, that we can put together a team real quick to help resolve those issues.
That sounds like a great plan. That's great.
As I mentioned, we've got our digital plan review process where folks can upload their projects directly to us. It can be sent out to all the reviewers immediately. In the old days with paper projects, those were passed around and review took longer. This is just a listing of how many projects have gone through that process just recently. And fire prevention will begin using this for their plan reviews in the coming years as well. So this is our chart that just basically shows how we've been doing in those reducing the timelines. And as you can see, we pretty consistently, we've kept these numbers pretty low. You may recall from before 2017, those numbers were up to 15 to 18 days on average times for review, so we've got those down. You will notice that last year was a little higher than normal. It's still well within our 21 days for our goal for reviewing projects, but it increased slightly. That's partly because of the number of projects, but also some short staffing, not only in our department, but also Fire Marshal's office and engineering, who also review most of these.
You had fewer projects, but double the amount of days from one year to the next.
Yeah, we
and
had
the highest number of days in a 5-year window.
Yeah, some of that had to do with some big projects. For example, Shannon is really one project, but it's the equivalent of multiple projects. I will note that one of the things that's not shown here, when we talk about an average, that means the average project is 12 days. Some are much quicker, but some take longer. And I know many of you all have heard from some of the folks that for whom it's taken longer. I just want to note that those tend to be the rare ones that you all end up hearing about, because we process hundreds of permits and plans and projects every week. And it's only the handful that take longer than our normal processes. But again, those are the ones that end up making your phone ring, and we try to work those as best we can. And this is a similar look at residential plans. For example, our goal is for a 3-day review. We're at about 4.8 days, or just under 5 days for reviewing those. Again, I think we're pretty confident that we're close to where we want to be. Part of that is just the volume that we've seen, although as you'll see in a minute, that volume is decreasing a little bit. Similarly with planning projects, our goal to meet the state law is a 30-day review. We've got that under a week, and so we're pretty happy about that. And similarly with engineering projects reviews, they're well within the 21 days which is our goal for those reviews. And it's really not on this slide, but I'll point out that as we look to other cities, there was some testimony in the state legislature about some bills that would require reduced review times for things like building permits. And the complaints that were in the testimony before the legislature were talking about, it should take weeks instead of months. Well, we're already at weeks, and our goal is to do it in a number of days. And so compared to many of the cities around the state, our processes are much quicker than many of them. I mentioned earlier the consultations. Those are where we meet with developers in a pre-development meeting before they even come in for an application. You can see that the number of those have increased as we've encouraged projects and applicants to do that. What we find is folks who come in and meet with us before their project have a much smoother process than folks who just come in and drop off an application, because we are able to sit down with them and help step them through that process and answer some of their questions.
Yeah, I think some of the biggest complaints people have about this is that when they have set up a meeting, for example, that all of the persons that need to be there are not there. And so they don't get the answers that they need. So there's not sometimes the ability to get everybody from our planning side, fire marshal's side at that meeting. So then the next time they meet, different officials are there. They weren't the same officials from the last meeting, so there's contradictions between what was said in the first meeting versus what's said in the second meeting. And I think that's where the biggest complaints come from, is the inconsistency when there's been more than one meeting or missing members of our team at that table.
And that's something we're focusing on right now, is to ensure that if the main decision maker is not there at the table, that information gets back to them and we get them. That's one of the things our development services staff do, is reach out to those other departments to get those answers. And in fact, for the development review committees, we take notes that are sent to the applicant after the meeting to identify, here's all the things that we told you, here are the outstanding questions that we still need to resolve. And that's partly to help address that concern of consistency, so that we know what we told them the first meeting, and so that we're not telling them something different the
So
next
when they
meeting.
leave that first meeting, do they have a written document that describes what was just said and done?
Well,
Because
not-
that's the other thing. 'Cause
Yeah,
they
not at the meeting, but it comes to them after the fact.
Because they then think that what, and again, I'm saying words for other people, so I might not get it right, but that there's inconsistencies from one meeting to the next, and primarily because some of the individuals that needed to be there weren't there, but then when those individuals are there, there's contradictions between what was said in the first meeting and the second meeting, and it's very confusing to people because it's not what they do.
I guess the thing I would say about that is similar to the comment I made a minute ago. I don't think that's generally the situation with most of the meetings like that. To be sure, that's probably happened in the past. I would not call it a systemic issue that every time somebody comes in, they get told something different later.
No, I don't think it is systemic.
But I do think that's something we are actively trying to
Good.
Reduce the number of, or the frequency of that.
Good.
This is just one example of an email. We've received a few of these over the last 6 months, but again, I know you guys get the negative phone calls. You don't necessarily always get the positive ones, but this is from an architect on a project, basically commenting on the professionalism of our staff, returning phone calls very quickly, and so just wanted to share this one example of a consultant on a project that was very pleased with our process, especially when compared to other cities where they work, saying that our process was better basically than those other cities where they work, and they wish that those other cities had our process. So we like to hear these kinds of compliments to our staff. So here's just a quick overview of the development activity in the community. These are the number of multifamily developments that we've had. You can see apartments go up and down. Some years we don't have any. This past year, or this current year, we've had 36. We're seeing more duplexes. You can see in 2019 and 20 we saw a lot of them. This year we've only seen 8 so far, but we've gotten more interest in that. You may recall from the housing study that was done, one of the pieces that the housing study identified as missing is what planners call the missing middle. We get a lot of single-family homes. We get a lot of large 200-unit apartment complexes. We don't get those middle range of duplexes, fourplexes, but there's a big market demand for those. And there's a lot of reasons why those aren't being built. But we're starting to see more interest in townhomes, duplexes, and those kinds of
I
apartments.
think those 13 apartments, that's the project behind where Jim Bass Ford and all of that is on that, and those apartments
Most
are,
likely,
right?
yeah, they're,
That's income-based apartments.
right. I think that's those. And we do have some more that don't show up in these numbers that we know are coming as well.
I think their second project is the one out there by Sam's, by Kohl's, by the Boulevard Apartments.
Right, yeah. And these are just the number of single-family homes. You can see we had a big increase there in 2020, over 700 single-family homes, but we're typically pretty consistent at between 250 and 350 homes per year. You can see this year we've had 78, which if that trend continued, puts us on track for 199 for the year. That's a little low, but with the economy the way it is and interest rates, that's not unexpected.
They said it's picking up again, the housing market, so.
So just lastly here is a kind of an overview of some of the recent updates and what we've got in progress. I mentioned the Downtown Historic District that was just approved recently, and you all approved the building codes. Some of the things that we've got in process, you all had that joint meeting with the Planning Commission, and one of the things you talked about was accessory dwelling units. We promised that we would come back with an alternative proposal on that. We've been waiting because there's some bills in the legislature, one of which just got voted down this
Very
week.
close, missed it by two votes.
That's
It
right.
Almost passed.
So we didn't want to bring something that would just immediately be overruled by the changes in state law, but that should be coming pretty soon. As was mentioned earlier, we're working on a parkland dedication ordinance that we'll bring to you all sometime in the near future. I think we've already discussed this with you all, but a sign ordinance, we talked about a sign ordinance committee, got a number of names from many of you. So we've established that committee and we'll start meeting with them soon. As you may recall, the main reason we're looking at the sign ordinance is some recent Supreme Court decisions that make necessary changes needed for that sign ordinance. And so we'll reviewing that, including some folks from some sign companies and other citizens on that committee. We're looking at a landscape ordinance. Over the last few years, we've done some research. We had a preliminary draft a couple of years ago. That's sort of just been waiting for the right time to bring that forward. And similarly, I mentioned the bicycle plan. We've got an update. We've been working on a committee with the MPO, Public Works, Planning, as well as citizens from the bicycling community that have been on this committee looking at the bike plan. We're very close to having an update to that we'll be able to bring forward for adoption.
Well, one of the things that came up last time when we were talking about the bicycle plan were those streets in which we created a bicycle lane, but were streets where the bicycle lane was, but people parked in front of their house, which would be on the bicycle lane. So we got to make sure if we adopt a bicycle plan that we don't create bicycle plans that take away parking in front of the house with that bicycle lane, because that's not going to work.
And that's something we've looked at. In fact, you all adopted an ordinance change a couple of years ago that addressed that, but it actually doesn't go into effect until we've adopted the new bicycle plan. And so as we look at where bike facilities should go, that's definitely something that committee has looked at in addressing that particular issue. We've got some other minor ordinance cleanups, short-term rentals.
A lot of those have been applied for recently.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of them, and so one of the things that we're looking at is possibly an administrative process where staff could approve those if there's no neighbor opposition and if there's been no complaints. Right now, you not only have to get approval from the Planning Commission for a short-term rental, you have to renew it every either 1 or 2 years. And we also want to look at renewals being administrative by staff unless there have been complaints or other issues, and that'll help make that process smoother, but also not interfering with the ability of neighbors to complain. So if there is a neighbor complaint, it would still have to go through a public process.
How does a neighbor know that a home is being submitted for a short-term rental?
Similar to a zoning case, we notify all the properties within 200 feet that a short-term rental is being proposed for that location.
How does that differ from Airbnb?
There's no, a short-term rental is an Airbnb, VRBO, any of those. And in fact, Finance Department has recently, or is actually in the middle of an audit, finding short-term rentals that may be out there, advertised on Airbnb that aren't registered with the city, aren't paying hotel tax. And so as part of that, we're coordinating with them and identifying short-term rentals that are operating but haven't gotten their proper approvals. That's one of the reasons we've seen an uptick in those applications, is because some of those folks have started getting those letters saying, hey, you need to register with the city. And so many of them are coming in to do that. We also want to look at building setbacks and lot coverage. We have some rules that we often get home builders, developers having issues with the building setbacks. And as we look and compare with the trends around the country, we think our ordinances may be a little stricter than they need to be. And so we want to look at addressing that.
There's the other bill that I think was, I'm not sure the status of it, Bill 1787 maybe, that was of concern relative to building and neighborhoods. Specifically, I'll read it and want to know where we stand on it, because maybe I can find it, maybe I can't.
Mayor, I think that you may be thinking of the Senate Bill 1787, which I believe
Yes.
was the ADU that was defeated narrowly.
No, the one that was defeated was Bill 1412.
That was the House bill, I think.
No, that was, well, the Senate Bill 1412.
Okay.
Was defeated by the House by 2 votes.
2 votes, right.
What hasn't come up is the Senate Bill 1787, I think. Or I've been not notified that it has been voted on.
I haven't tracked
By the House.
1787, yeah.
So, and Drew is going to alert us of that one, so.
It looks like that bill is relating to the size and density requirements for residential lots. Is that the
Say
one?
that again?
It says relating to the size and density
Yes.
requirements for residential lots. Yeah, let me look at the status.
Is it moving, Teresa?
Yeah, because as of today, I mean, Drew was going to alert me, and he alerted me on the 1412, so I know what happened there. I just haven't heard about this one.
I talked to him earlier in the week, I'm sure, as you did on the 1412, and he didn't bring up 1787 at that point, so.
The last history noted is that on May 23rd, it was placed on the general state calendar, so it hasn't been heard apparently.
Hasn't even been heard, and they just have a few days left.
And we're following all of those related bills. The State Planning Association, as well as TML,
Yeah.
follow all of those. So we
Right.
get regular updates. And like I said earlier, that's one of the reasons some of these ordinance changes we're looking at, we're holding off on in case there's a change in
Right.
state law. And then, so finally, the long-range planning and projects. We've talked a couple of times here today about possible update to the city's comprehensive plan. We've also recently had some discussions about updating the zoning ordinance. I'll mention that there is a new state grant program that is available for updating the city's plan as well as the zoning ordinance. No matching required, up to $300,000. A couple of issues with it. Number one, in order to get the funds for a zoning ordinance, you have to have a comprehensive plan or land use plan that has been updated in the past 5 years, which ours does not. So we wouldn't qualify for that grant unless we use it to both update the plan as well as the zoning ordinance. The other issue that we have to work out is the timing. I won't get into the complicated, but basically you have 2 years within which to go through the whole process and adopt both the plan and the zoning ordinance. Otherwise, you don't get the money. And so we would want to make sure we have a process identified that could happen through adoption within that 2 years. Otherwise, we might lose that entire grant allocation.
Well, I've brought it up several times today, but I just want to keep hitting on it. I don't like things sitting on the shelves, and we do a lot of that. This strategic plan from 2009 was really well done with lots of community input. And I think we owe it to ourselves to go through this and go through the vision plan before we look at the city's comprehensive plan, make sure that this 2009 update is inclusive, because you don't realize it is when you read the label on the package, but part of it is in here. But this, for me, the issue is comprehensive plans are great. They're meant for big, bold statements, long-term, the future of the city. Sometimes they don't get into specifics enough because they are big, bold, broad, long-term plans. But when we have a update, a vision plan that goes with that comprehensive plan, I think we need to make sure we've paid attention and worked hard to adapt the vision plan into reality.
Mayor, I would also offer as food for thought for council. We've got more than several areas of town that are in growth mode. We've heard about the north and the east. We've heard about the west coming southwest that were probably not really a part of that 2003 or 2009 vision plan update. Just as one council member, I would be in favor if you would need to pursue quickly, simultaneously, however you do it, both updating the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, just as one council member. And if we had to then task staff to perhaps look at supplementing grant funds to get those done, in my opinion, that's future planning. We're looking at the convergence at some point in time of two interstates intersecting in this community. That area of town out there, if I am doing my job as a council member, I am thinking longer term about the growth of those areas for future councils. It's not going to affect this council really, but to lay some plans in place. So I would be in favor of updating both our comprehensive plan and our zoning ordinance.
And I'll just add on to that. You mentioned the cost. I just want to be clear that $300,000 would probably not cover both a plan and a zoning ordinance. So it would require some commitment of funds.
Well, and I don't think we'd have to do it all in one budget year either, would we, John? Now to get the grant, yes, we would. But if the city had to supplement that, we could do that over a couple of budget years. We wouldn't have to do it all in one budget year.
Absolutely. We did a similar process when I was in Abilene, and in fact, we stretched it over 3 budget years. The process really only took 2 years, but we stretched it over 3 so that we could pull funds out of 3 separate budget years to help spread that cost out. So that's definitely doable.
I'm in favor of I'll say this to you, Daniel, I'm in favor of pursuing an update to the comprehensive and the zoning ordinance.
Okay. That's all I had, unless you all have more questions.
Thank you very much.
No, but Mayor, if you don't mind. When we go down that path, there's certain parts of town that this applies to and certain ones doesn't. And this goes back to the conversation I had with Michael, Dan, and Rick in 2017 or 18. As you look at some zoning, some of it applies and some of it doesn't. And on the north edge of town, I mean, there are some requirements that come in that sure affect us that are not applicable to what we have. But I just want us to be cognizant of that as we go through. It's not
All is the same.
encompass everything. There are different parts of town, and that's what's going to make that probably spread out over budget years is we'll address this side and that. But I just don't want to see a blanket comes in that somebody's going to have to fall in line with when it doesn't even nearly apply.
Well, you're right, Tom. It's one of the things that we talked about when we started the infill program in the Lakeview area, is that there's certain areas that we need to support an infill program in order to continue to develop them. And they are areas that, quote, can be different income levels, different size of lots level, different pricing of homes. Not all areas, all locations are meant for every citizen. People choose to live and raise a family in some specific areas. And the rules and the flexibility needs to go with those districts or those areas.
Mayor, I do want to point out that there, of course, would be public forums. You'd have town hall meetings. You'd have input from citizens in those areas as well. And we definitely would take all that into consideration as we develop a plan as well. So, again, that's a good point, Tom, I hate to admit. But I think that
When she went, "No, Tom's right," I was like, "I'm going to talk this one."
Well, not
But
everybody
it's
gets the same blue ribbon, okay? It goes back to that, okay?
But no, there's a way for us to make sure that all that is accounted for, and of course have that input as well. So, absolutely, y'all are all correct. I mean, it'd be it'd be great if we actually did come up with a plan that actually helped us to kind of customize to the needs of those areas. So, that's exactly what we could get out of this. Yeah.
And one of the issues as it relates to Tommy's comment about the interstates coming through here is that until we have started the planning and engineering of those interstates, we don't have the direct routes that they're going to be taking. So a comprehensive plan cannot necessarily incorporate all of that right now because the planning and the engineering and the buying of property to execute those interstates, we're not at that level. We do believe in this current, as of yesterday, in the current legislative session in the Transportation Committee, not Commission, that they approved the funding for the planning and engineering of what we call Segment 3 of the I-27 corridor. We asked for planning and engineering monies for Segment 1, Segment 2, and Segment 3, or the entire segment. We did not have support from our local elected officials for Segment 2 or Segment 1 to do that, but there was support and a vote to come up with the money for the planning and engineering of Segment 3, which is from Sonora to Laredo. That is the most crucial area for the interstate because it's the most important areas coming out of Laredo and the most difficult part of building that interstate from a geographical perspective, as well as the conditions of those current roads will require the most amount of money of the entire interstate corridor. And so that money has been set aside for that Segment 3, or we believe it's being set aside for Segment 3. So part of that trying to plan around the interstate right now from a conceptual perspective is correct, but even from a logistics perspective, we don't have that route totally worked out, as well as the reliever route. We have designated the reliever route in terms of going from point A to point B conceptually, but we've not even laid out exactly that route, so we don't even know which lands will need to be acquired, the angle, the direction, et cetera. So some of that is so preliminary, it would be hard to put into a comprehensive plan right now. Although we know it's coming, but we're not there yet. And none of the planning documents have been created.
Mayor, it could be that not everybody knows your role. Would you put that hat on and introduce yourself for the...
Well, I am Brenda Gunter, and I am the mayor of the city of San Angelo, but I'm the treasurer of the Portage Plains Committee, but I'm also the I-27 Advisory Committee president or chairman. And so we presented yesterday to the Transportation Commission, not the committee, the commission, a Portage to Plains strategy behind the I-27 corridor and the importance of it. And we were the only city, the only group really that came forward and made some very strong points towards the Transportation Commission on the importance of the I-27 corridor. And so, yes.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. And we will be having, Lauren Garduno is going to come and make a presentation to our city council on the I-27 corridor. We hope sometime in June, maybe the second meeting, to present to council, COSA DC, or whoever wants to hear the presentation. So he'll come and present it as an overall presentation, so he'll update everyone. And hopefully we'll have some final news on funding. Okay, so we are going down to...
Let's take a break, Mayor.
Let's take a break.
Okay, we are on for Chief Carter.
Oh, where is the chief?
Oh, Michael Dean. It says public safety. Oh, no, sorry, it says development projects.
Yeah, you don't want to skip over the best part.
Come on, give it to us.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Michael Dane, Interim Economic Development Director. Our theme for priorities is planes, trains, and automobiles. So jumping right into planes, Project Skyline has been in the works for a while. We've signed a contract this year, public-private partnership. The public side of the dollars, $3 million in a commitment from COSA DC. That is a fixed commitment. As prices vary, they are responsible for the amounts that it's going to take above the $3 million. They also, so they control their fate somewhat to the extent that they can value engineer against the inflationary pressures. And they also control, to a great extent, the construction schedule and methods. That's on them. They will construct, and they will pay, and we will reimburse for up to $3 million. Very excited about this project. It will renovate the GTE hangar, a fixture at our airport for a long time, put it back into use. I was told once the best way to preserve an old building is to upfit it so it can be currently used and in an everyday fashion. So we're excited about that. There will be new construction on the air side. The FBO part of the facility will be all new, and they will construct that.
A projected timing on that, Michael?
We signed the contract, and we hear that their contractor is working through the permitting process or the planning process in advance of the permitting process. I don't know specifically where they're at. I think they want to move within a year and be operating, but I would be surprised if it moved that quickly, but that's very much in their hands. It has moved a little slow because the leadership, the ownership at Skyline they have multiple business interests, and they've had some mergers and acquisitions, I think, during the last year that had their attention somewhat. But Project Skyline is exciting. We are glad to see it moving forward, and we think it's going to be a great addition to the airport.
Go back those bottom line things. So add new, Tom, to your point, add new parking facilities, general use parking and rental car parking. So we know we're moving some of the rental car out, expanding the general use. And when it says add new, I guess that's what the new is the rental car area.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I skipped over that. They are reconfiguring and updating the parking that is over on that block where the hangar is now. Part of it will be, my understanding is general use, and part of it will be dedicated to rental car. I think the plan is to try to get the rental car activity out of the short-term lot, and so thereby increase the short-term capacity. That's the hope. We'll see how it works out. Good question. Non-potable water supply. Some years ago, we adapted some pipelines to create a non-potable water supply to support fire suppression systems. As development has occurred at the airport, there's more strain on that system, and portions of that system are older. At COSA DC, we are continuing advocates for development at the airport, and we need to consider whether the capacity and condition of that system in light of our ambition for continued development. So COSA DC has funded a study. We've signed that contract, and we're working with Shane and his folks. We have a mutual interest in determining that provides satisfactory flow and is in satisfactory condition, the COSA DC and the city. So we're working together on that, but COSA DC is funding it because Coast DC are the primary proponents or advocates for development at the airport. Once we get that back, I think the deadline in the contract is sometime in August to get us the results. But once we get that back, we'll be able to develop a plan or a strategy for improvements if necessary. We'll see where that takes us, where their study takes us. We're anticipating.
Power, are you saying backup power for all of the terminal, et cetera, or when you say pump station and backup power, specifically, what are we looking at?
Well, I think they're thinking about a backup generator to provide electricity. So in the event that we lose electricity, that we can still utilize that system to put out fires. In other words, that system can still be pressurized to provide adequate pressure for fire suppression systems. Rail next, planes, trains.
No, go back to that slide.
Yes,
again.
ma'am.
Let me make sure I understand. Building improvements and adequacy to meet future expansions. So what are you talking about here?
Well, I think those are general statements. Building improvements, technically the Skyline project is an improvement to a building, plus it's an expansion. But we're hoping for more than that. For example, ASU is discussing the possibility of building classrooms out there. They are, I think, it was either yesterday or today, meeting with airport personnel. I think it was yesterday they met with airport personnel to begin or to make progress on a contract for leasing a footprint out there, not far from the GTE hangar. And they would construct a new facility, which would include classrooms, and either in this phase or in a future phase, they are contemplating hangars also. And so we would like that facility also to have adequate supply for a fire suppression system. But we're hoping for more than that. Remember that there's a runway out there that's going to close down, and that's going to open up significant property along the taxiway that could be developed both inside and outside the fence. And so in the hopes that we would attract some development in that way, we would like the systems to provide adequate capacity.
This airport, as you know, has been a long-term priority for the city council in terms of making it a bigger asset to the community in terms of usage, but also in terms of development. So this airport is considered one of our top priorities in terms of making it far more important and driver of the economy.
Yeah, Jeremy reminds us of that every time we resist in any way. But he and that board out there are very appreciative of council's support for the airport. Okay, trains, San Angelo Railport. This is, the photo here is a photo of our rail park, a real train with real cars, with real loads in our park. That is a functioning rail park at this point. They continue to construct based on their needs, private enterprise, and they'll construct based on what their customers' needs are.
Transportation Commission yesterday, of course, the Transportation Commission is also over the rail in the state of Texas. And so they're definitely talking about rail. And we had an opportunity to talk about the rail port here in San Angelo, Texas.
Sounds good. One of the, a couple of notes. Michael Looney reported to us that our rail park is one of the few locations in the country where you can build a facility and have some control about where the rail is. If you want the rail to come through your warehouse so you can unload out of the weather, this is an opportunity. He says it's a real attention getter at this point. So we're hoping that some development follows from that.
think we should call it rail park, not port. Port almost makes everyone think it's on water, right?
Sounds good. One of the issues, it's not really an issue, it's just further, the next step in development would be the extension of water and wastewater utilities out there. And we have, on this issue, also started a discussion with city personnel because we have interests in common associated with that. It's not just, Shane touched on extending these services, but there may be some capacity opportunities on the city side in this part of town that the city we may want to take on together. And so at this point, we're having those conversations and viewing this part of that and some expansion on and updating on the city side as a project that we might take on together. We've also, I think, submitted some information to try to pursue some federal grants. So we're hoping those come through because the numbers got very large on this. I think
Shane said 3.5 million for the water sewer loop. Is that what you said?
I think that was just one.
Remember, it was
I
just
think,
water?
I think that was just water.
Water.
Yeah, sewer
Just
was.
nod your head, Shane, just nod. Say-
You don't have to walk up here. Just make a big nod or like this or something that. Thank you.
and I think our recent lift station bids caused Bob's update on that to go up. And I think at some point I heard the
Go
number.
ahead, come on forward. Backwards,
5
forward,
5
backwards,
million
forward.
for sewer.
I think I heard something about 10 to 15 million.
That's what I had heard at one point.
The lift station would be roughly, based on the numbers we just got back in for the Lake Nasworthy project, be roughly 5 million, 5.5 million on the lift station. And so, and that's the lift station. Of course, there is some piping that would have to occur with that. Now, one of the other issues is, as we start talking about water capacity for the rail park area, again, we talked about the elevated storage tank up in that kind of that northeast quadrant of town. That's where we start getting into the 11 to 15 million.
I knew it was going to be big. Shane doesn't walk across the room for less than $10 million. Any other questions or things we should talk about on the San Angelo Rail Park?
Sooner or later, I'm sure, about the expansion, the additional property that might be needed, and the city owns it, so we're protected from that perspective.
We are, and of course, I've got my COSA DC hat on, and I'll be looking for a very favorable rate on that land. We touched earlier on I-27. The next two slides are I-27 and I-14. I think kind of a significant milestone was reached this year. Didn't I-27 receive its federal?
Received the federal designation of a future interstate. We were already considered a high priority traffic, but we got interstate designation, and then in April, we also got the formal designation of the number. So until you get a number, you're an interstate approved, but you're not a numbered interstate. And we now have the official I-27 designation for the entire route of New Mexico and Texas.
Outstanding. Congratulations. The mayor has represented the city for some time on that, and I'm sure she's proud of that work. The concerning thing I heard earlier was designation for different segments, and our segment didn't have enough political support.
Well, that was what originally had been requested, Michael, was $1.2 billion for planning and construction of the entire, or planning and engineering of the entire corridor from Laredo to basically Amarillo. And then we submitted separate segments, because we're 3 segments, we're segment 2. So we provided statistics on each of those segments, but we had to prioritize those segments. And so we made segment 3 the number 1 priority, because a lot, even in our segment 2, either is 2-lane with passing lanes, or from San Angelo to Big Spring is 4-lane. It's not 4-lane divided with frontage roads, but it's 4-lane, and then from Big Spring, it's the same thing. So things will happen in steps, but the most important part is getting it out of Laredo to Sonora. And interstates are, you can't put up a sign that says you're a designated future interstate. No, signs are permitted unless you already are connected to an interstate, and we are not. So we cannot put up any signs or any designations for that. And then interstates have to connect with interstates. And we will be, because I-20 and Big Spring will connect to our 87 loop or I-27 loop, and in Sonora to I-10 or I-20. I-10. And so ultimately, we'll be able to do that, but the rule is no signage, no anything until you're connected to a future interstate with your interstate connection.
Costa DC continues to pay for the memberships for both of those, but the mayor has been our representative in those groups. Industrial Park. Phase 1, there were no property sales in 2022. There's approximately 24.6 acres still available in Phase 1. I'll give you a financial summary here in a minute. Phase 2, we had a little brush clearing project this year. That's complete, and we have a 9-acre parcel under contract. We anticipate that will sell this year. In summary,
one of the things that came up in conversation about our industrial park is that we haven't established some specific guidelines as it relates to what the facilities must look like. In other words, do we want just metal buildings, or do we want something more brick or stone oriented, something that makes it a higher, I don't want, maybe
Brings
higher
value.
end.
It brings value to
Brings
more
better
part of it,
value
yeah.
to it. And I think I would ask that somewhere along the line, whether it's, that it needs to be discussed in Costa DC, perhaps what we want the industrial park to look like.
That's an excellent point, and I'm going to jump ahead to future needs, because one of the issues, we talked about the intersection of the interstates when they come through. I can still remember the first time I came through San Angelo, and I came in the north part of town. It's a West Texas town. And then I can still remember crossing the river for the first time. I looked upstream, and I can still see, looking upstream, going southbound on Bryan, what a beautiful spot. And it made a significant impression. There are going to be lots of people, we think, traveling on those interstates, and that's going to be their first impression of San Angelo. So things like, I don't know if it's a bigger comprehensive planning issue or if it's just a industrial park.
Who do we want to look like?
Right. What impression do we want to make? So I don't know if it's a big plan kind of an issue, but I think when that comes through, we want to put the pressure on TxDOT for making it look good. And we may, I'm not sure I'm not a planner, so what do we do to make that corridor attractive to people who are just being introduced to San Angelo? And so whether that is part of a bigger plan or if it becomes a small piece on its own, I think that's something we need to think about. And whether that's a Costa DC funded item, I don't know if that's legal, but people who know something about real estate should be in the loop on that and participate in, just like the comment about what should our industrial park look like, what should it look like from when you're going over those overpasses, going around San Angelo? What do we want people to see?
Mayor?
So,
Yes, Tommy, please.
Michael, I'm sitting on to the mayor's point. I do remember a conversation in Costa DC some years back about early in the life of the park, business park, appearance standards. Now, whether they were ever adopted or okay.
You're right. There were some
We had
discussion about
conversations
covenants.
about that.
I don't know if we ever passed them or
Okay,
not.
okay,
We'll have to dig that up.
You might drag that up and see what the discussion was to have another jumping off point for a new discussion.
I think that's good if there was an initial discussion.
There
Seeing
was.
what it was, because it hasn't been executed, and it was brought to our attention this year that it seems as though, and I don't mean this to, that we're just so happy someone bought some acreage that we don't worry about what they put up. And not that anybody's put up anything that's unattractive, so I'm not criticizing what is there. But the point is, do we need to have some parameters?
Well, the reason I think I even remember the discussion, we dug down into the weeds so much that we got to talking about landscaping. And were we going to require any kind of landscape, not in a grand scheme, but just something that gave some feel to it, that we, trees, shrubs, whatever. Anyway,
Well, I think to your point, Tommy, that when we talked about the landscape ordinance a minute ago, when John James was up here, we allowed some of our commercial development to happen, let's say out there where perhaps on Sherwood Way, where, I can't think of the names now, but anyway, we have very little landscape parameters. So you could basically put up a lot of buildings, put some parking spot designations, and no requirement for trees, shrubs, grass, whatever. So we have these big parking lots and prominent areas and some big buildings, no trees, no grass, no anything. And that doesn't read well. I think we could read better. But again, I think we have to make sure that we look at and understand who we want to look like, how we want to feel, without putting too much burden and expense onto a development, but adding quality to our city.
Anyway, where I was headed is that those interstates are going to be somewhat the new gateways into San Angelo, at least from those directions. And we've had some gateway projects that we think make an improvement, and we just need to be mindful of that. And
I get lots of positive comments on all of those gateways that we did over the past 2 years, and particularly the one into downtown and the one at the airport. Lots of positive comments and feedback.
all right, well, I skipped ahead this slide, then didn't talk about anything on it, so I better. Workforce development has become a topic in nearly every project that we talk about, so we need to be mindful of that. We are continuing to hear, we started hearing about quality of life initiatives and placemaking. That has not faded. We still hear about that kind of thing. And so, at least for me, I've kind of begun developing a mindset with limited financial resources. We want to preserve our cash by, and one of those, for those projects where we need cash. And one of the methods would be to ask council to be willing to be open-minded about providing tax abatements, abating values, increased values for a short period of time so that we can make projects attractive. I'm not asking for anything today, just for you to be aware that you may see some of that out of us in an effort to preserve cash, because we're hearing some of you talk about quality of life projects where we'll need the cash to invest in a local project, in a local eligible
I
project.
refer us back to, guess what? The 2009 strategic plan that very much lays out a vision for placemaking, quality of life. And if we follow this vision laid out in 2009, it's amazing how much of all of those issues get addressed in this document. We don't need to recreate another document. It might need some updating. I'm not sure, because we haven't fully understood what 2009 fantastic plan laid out for us. And it is about placemaking. Many of the things I read earlier today was San Angelo making it a place. Whether you call it placemaking or a place, this is what this document laid out for us. And what we will probably need is the opportunity to go to COSA DC to help fund some of those, quote, place-making value improvements.
Well, On that note, COCDC had its annual meeting earlier this week, but they postponed the strategic planning portion of the meeting because they wanted to hear your thoughts and your priorities before they began working on theirs. So that group is ready to link with you in pursuit of those objectives.
And I'm not sure, honestly, and it's probably something we need to do, is provide to the COCDC members this visioning part of the San Angelo Strategic Plan, which lays out a great quality of life, placemaking, strategic plans, and things to consider. Because it should be the guiding document we use and the guiding document that they use in combination with visiting with us to implement placemaking decisions. It's well laid out.
All right. I think that's all I have for you. Do you have any questions or comments
questions
or
for
direction
Michael?
for me?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commercial, okay, that was commercial development and industrial development altogether? Okay. All right. Chief Carter, you're on. David Howard, you're on.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
We've got somewhere between 60 and 80 slides, but we'll try to move through this. as
Fantastic.
quickly as
Well,
possible.
we were thinking about 100, so really you cut it down by 25%.
With pictures, yeah.
Video.
We like pictures. At this point in the game, we'd like some pictures.
We're going to move through this rather fast. I know all this is available in your packet, so we'll start with the
Well, we
depart-
didn't get these packets, so
Okay.
we weren't. We didn't have any of it.
Okay. We'll start with the department profile. Our current staffing numbers for 2023, authorized by City Council, is 180. Currently, sworn officers, we have 162. We do have 5 cadets who will be graduating the Police Academy on June 9th. We have a total of 31 civilian employees. Dispatcher total authorized number of dispatchers is 24 authorized. As of May 18th, there are 15 dispatchers. 10 fully trained, 5 in training, and 4 in the process. As you see, we're already establishing a pattern here of employees and lack of thereof, both in the police department and the civilian side and dispatch. Go ahead, Dave.
The number one challenge that we're facing, as he said, is staffing. We continually lose 10 officers per year. In the past, we were able to hire 10 to 12 per year, but now we're starting to slip behind, and we're at 9 per year when we're losing 10 per year. So
So you're staying neutral.
we're staying neutral or just a step behind.
Deficit of one,
2019 till present, the department has seen significant drop in number of police applicants who apply or test for the police officer position. Over the last 5 years, our average has been 30 applicants. I know when I took the test, which has been long ago, well over 200. Times have changed in the last 30 years, I understand that. But with those numbers, like David said, we're losing more due to retirement or leaving the profession, and we can't replace them enough. We just had an oral board out of this test, which we had to postpone for 4 months to begin with to get enough people to take the test. We had 9 people go to oral board. Our pass-fail rate's about 60%. So as of yesterday, we hired 6.
Fail rate of 60% is significant.
And
Is that what you said?
that's due to the background.
I
going
know,
through the background. Yes, ma'am.
I think I'm aware of that, but that is, and it seems like to me on a daily basis, we get these, unfortunately, we have social media that doesn't help anybody, and the amount of negative press on being a police officer and lawsuits and civil suits and everything against police and challenges to arrests or whatever it is would not be encouraging for someone to step into the boots of being a police officer. and I think that's really unfortunate, is it's needed.
It's a sign of the times.
Yes.
So,
And this is not an issue isolated to San Angelo, Texas. This is nationwide, statewide. I talked to
Yeah.
the director of DPS over this whole quarter or this whole section, district. He's down 120 officers, DPS patrol officers. And with that being said, it's several factors why that is, and it's because of the profession itself and the negativity, student debt loan, and there are some that will go to higher paying departments, but pay is not everything. A lot of them are just totally getting out of profession.
Yeah.
Your traditional guys, your traditional employees, when I grew up, your 35, 40-year guys, that's a thing of the past. You're not going to see that anymore.
They don't want it.
You're not going to see that anymore.
Daniel, were you going to make a comment?
No, I was just making a comment a while ago. You're losing 10 people and you gain 9. You actually have a deficit of 1 every year. So that number goes down every year.
That's correct. Yes.
Over the 5 years, you lose 5, and you just can't make those up.
That's
so.
right. And you can only have, it takes a year to have an academy,
Yeah.
so you're never making it up. Okay.
Keep that in mind right quick, David. We just hired those folks. It'll take a better part of a year, if not a little bit more, before we can ever hire somebody again. So with those that haven't even started today, that brings our numbers to 174. We're authorized 180. I know of 3 or 4 that are fixing to retire or will retire, including my positions as well as a few others between now and May of 2024.
Well, Chief Carter, because you just brought it up and we just passed those things, because we changed the election of the police chief, which would have traditionally been in 24, right?
That's correct.
So now we're not doing it till 25?
No, the election, I didn't correct you earlier. The
that's why I
election will
wanted-
be 2024. It will remain elected with a couple provisions. It will not be a 1-year term. It will be a 3-year term on the first cycle. Then thereafter, after the first 3-year term, it'll turn back to a 4-year term.
That's what we just need clarification on, just to make sure everybody is understanding that.
Rather than
'cause
it
was
being
not
1
clear.
year,
Yeah,
would be 3 years.
okay.
What you have in front of you is our calls for service from 2018 to now, and this projects out to be probably 97,000 calls for service this year. So they're increasing.
Next slide will be our crime stats from 2016 until current, May of 2023. As you look there, you can see the bottom figures in red, it's percentage of changes. EOY totals, we've had significant drops over the last 5-6 years, significant drops. And at some point in time, we're not going to have a crimeless city, so that's going to bottom out at some point in time, and I think we're close to that. We did see a rise in 2022 of a 4% increase. With that in mind, that's about 170 incidents. If you go down and look at 2022, look at the number of larceny increase from 2195.
Petty thefts.
That's what's killing us right now, and I think a lot of that's economy driven. With the price of everything, we could actually station somebody at the Walmarts full time and do nothing but take theft reports. That's what's driving our crime. We're very fortunate that our crimes against persons, if you'll notice, there are murders, and some of those others are down, which are violent crimes, but crimes against property are on the increase here.
This is just a graph that gives you a better depiction of it. And I wanted to tell, whoops. I'm off the rails here. Sorry. I wanted to go through the murder, sexual assault, robbery. Those are part 1 crimes. That's what I was going to get to and just show you. That's what your part 1 crimes. Those are what you're measured by nationally.
And they are, define that.
Well, they are murder, sexual assault, robbery,
Those
aggravated.
combined.
Those, yes, all those combined.
Those are, we're required to report to the FBI and the state those particular offenses
Yes.
on a yearly basis.
So
Can you attribute that to anything?
I'm sorry?
Drop, can you attribute that to anything? I mean, those are so.
Larry,
Police work.
speak up, Larry. I
Well, a
can't
lot
hear
of
you.
those crimes, though,
Yeah.
you're not on the spot. You're
Yeah.
investigating.
Sure.
Well, who knows where the sexual assault's going to occur? I mean, you're not
Yeah,
sitting there
yeah,
waiting
but-
for it.
I mean, that drop in aggressive assaults is staggering.
Yeah. And there for a while, there was an increase in ag assaults prior to 2016. There was a huge increase, but it's dropped considerably.
And we're very fortunate. Some cities that are our size and larger are seeing an increase in crimes against person, particularly murders.
So on the burglary, if I could say it right, it's late in the day. Is there a section of town that is specifically, or is it all over the city of San Angelo? Or maybe you don't want to talk about that,
No,
and that's okay?
that's fine, and that's how we station our guys. It's all over town. I mean, crime of any sort could happen anywhere, whether it be at the lake, up north, south, east, and west. Predominantly, the majority of the property crimes is in District what we call or Beat 1 and 2, which is everything north of the east-west freeway, predominantly. But a crime, again, could happen anywhere.
So this just shows the arrest numbers for
The rest, I know there was some talk earlier about the numbers of citation revenue in 2018. I think that we've based that and our projected incomes on that, which is a high expectation. Why it is, but you'll notice in 2018 the arrests are extremely high. It was an all-time high for wrecks as well, and it was all-time high for calls for service. I can't answer that as to why.
Yeah, because you go 2018, why?
2020, I can explain some things due to COVID and some
Yeah.
other stuff. This is prior to. I can't explain some of the reduction that's going on now, post-COVID. But we're talking 4,761 arrests in 2018 versus 3,883 in 2022. That's a significant difference.
So this is just some insights to some of our division insights. Narcotics unit, we've seized approximately 244 pounds of methamphetamine, 7 pounds of cocaine, and 4.5 pounds of heroin since 2016. That's a huge amount of drugs. Currently, our narcotics division is down 2 investigators and 1 sergeant. Okay. The anti-crime unit, they were started in 2017. They aggressively look for repeat offenders and lock them up when they have a chance. And since 2019, they've arrested 717 individuals.
Since when? 2017, 2019?
As we continue to decrease in size, the services
2019.
available and the folks that we have allocated to certain sections are going to decrease. And that's certainly not one that I like to see. That's the core of almost every problem is narcotics. So we are down 2 at the moment. As we continue to decline, we may have to cut calls for service and other things. Back when we were fully staffed, we did make it to 180 officers, probably 2 years ago. It was short-lived. We were able to add a couple extra detectives, a extra cold case detective, in which we used very well. We solved 2 cold cases, one dating back to 1986, Dubby Dykes case. So, and the Jordan Holden case. So we're very proud of that. But with that in mind, we were able to staff and a child crime detective.
Traffic safety program, what we've done is the officers are focused on high accident, high complaint zones in an effort to reduce the number of problems at those locations. And we've had a decrease of 12% in accidents since 2016.
Street 7th Street continues to be a problem, right? Both at Chadburn and Bryant Boulevard.
Talking about with the homeless underneath?
No, I'm just talking about the number of
Yes, ma'am.
accidents that happen on 7th Street, whether it's at Bryant Boulevard or whether it's at the bus station constantly.
Oh, yes, it's such a high traffic area, yes.
Just touch on it briefly. Ticket revenue, there's multiple reasons why that is. This is actually one of them. It's a traffic safety program. A couple years ago, we got a program where we actually can look at all intersections in the city and see where the majority of the accidents are located or happening. So we're trying to focus during our traffic safety program, which these officers actually getting paid overtime to go out and write tickets, focus their time on that or citizen complaints that come in through the PD or they come to me. I will tell you those and school zones, and I will tell you those locations are probably not as productive as somebody that sits out on a flat, long stretch of road where somebody's probably going to be speeding, but what's the result other than a ticket? So we're down 12%. I like that figure. Whether we can attribute that totally to less wrecks, as you'll see here. I just told you a while ago in 2018 we had the highest ticket revenue, which Yard Basin. We also had the most wrecks. Well, do they correlate or do they not? But our mission is safety. I don't care if it's a warning, verbal warning, a written warning, or a ticket. And by law, I cannot tell an officer which law to enforce, which law to give a warning on, and which law to give a written ticket on. I can't give a quota. I can't tell Officer X, you're going to write 2 tickets per day. That is against the law for me to even discuss. Anyway, those are just a few of the reasons why our citations can vary.
The DWI STEP program, a lot of emphasis was placed on it. We got some new software, and it streamlined the process. So DWI arrests have increased 120%. Used to, a DWI arrest would take you 3 or 4 hours. Once you'd be off the street for 3 or 4 hours. That time has been reduced to about 1 hour and 25 minutes now. So.
Total number of accidents graph in 2018 we'll discuss again. There was 2,613. We'll move forward to end of year 2022, 2,297.
This is the graph on the number of fatalities each year. So y'all can see that. Grant funding, 2022 and 2023, we utilized $611,000 worth of grant funds, and there's a list of items there that we purchased using grant funds.
I know you submitted, I think through Congressman Pfluger's office for some things, and when I was in Washington, D.C., he specifically said that the one you guys requested was one he was going to push forward hard to make happen. So there were 2 things he was really going to focus on, and that was one of the key ones that he was going to try to push forward. I don't know where it stands. I don't know that. Have you had any word back on anything?
His secretary did just advise me that it was one of the grants that they are looking at. It'll probably be several months. It's a cooperative effort and basically a radio upgrade, system upgrade of several $1 million.
If that grant goes through and it does happen, we'll get an additional 7 to 10 years out of this radio system. So it'd be a big deal. Donations, this is just people in the community, the Back the Badge fundraiser. We've had $185,000 worth of donations, and using those donations, you can see the list of things: canines, gym equipment, safety equipment, door entry kits to make access into like buildings that are locked, school buildings, if you need to get into a door, firearms. So,
just trying to paint a picture outside of our budget, which is very slim. I mean, it seems like 99% of it is personnel and pay. So we're utilizing and doing everything that we can within our power to find these grants or even donations of Back to Badge and stuff of this nature. A lot of this stuff wouldn't have been funded. $185,000 over the 4 or 5 years donations for canines that is normally not stockpiled in our budget. It's very thin. What we have, although it's $19 or $21 million.
this is some of what we covered earlier, so we're not going to beat this horse to death. There's some pictures of the inside of the building if you want to take a real close look there.
Someone might want copies of that to take to their protest meeting with the appraisal district.
That's correct.
What's real scary is those on the right there is one of our evidence rooms.
Those over there, that's evidence. Now, it is organized by barcode and cataloged, but that's not good. And then the steps, we've got safety issues.
I know you do.
I know you do.
It is.
Yeah. So
we're going to wrap up here and have any questions. Our mission critical needs is competitive pay increasing the total number of sworn officers by 5. If you remember back in 2017, I approached council with an increase of 20 bodies over 4 years. We were able to increase 15 bodies over, now would be 7 years. Highly appreciated, and I know we're at the point that we can't even get 180 is probably what you're asking yourself. But there will be a point in time that I hope that we will.
We hope you get to 180.
We got there. It
Yeah,
was
so-
short-lived, and we've got there, so it's challenging times right now for everybody. New police building, new training facility. With that in mind, we're going to wrap up if anybody's got any questions.
Thanks for being patient. Thanks for sitting through the overview of our city, and appreciate what you all do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Gee, I got a question.
Go ahead.
So when y'all go through the applicant process and you get somebody to apply and go, and this is going into the recruitment phase, tell me how their compensation starts. Do we hire them and they start getting pay? Is there a training period? You had student loan debt down there. I didn't know kind of how that applies. So just give me an idea what those kids have to do.
Sure, we're civil service department, so we can't hire like a lot of people do, or sheriff's departments, lateral transfers. I know you hear that. Right. And we have our own academy. So once they take a civil service test, an entry-level exam, and of course they go through the background polygraph and everything, we decide, okay, we're going to hire them. Once we do, we give them a conditional offer. They go to actually our academy drawing a salary. And they'll complete that academy. I don't know exactly how many months to the day it is, roughly 8 months. When they complete that, their next cycle would be riding with an officer for a total of 16 weeks. They complete that, then they've got roughly 6 more months left, and then they're no longer a probationary officer. They're vested. So that's the process. It's very long. Now, if we're not
during that process.
That's correct. They are getting paid the entire time, cadet pay.
So from the time they get approved and you hire them to when they start getting income, is that days, weeks, month?
We've shortened that down. Used to it was a little bit longer, but by the time that we decide, okay, we're going to hire them or form a list and go through and do all the backgrounds, it roughly takes about 4 months before we actually send them to the academy.
As soon as they start the academy, they start drawing pay.
Okay.
It's a cadet pay. Then that pay increases once they're certified officers. So
We need to get you more applicants. We need to get you more people. I mean,
You have 2 sons, right?
I do. I'm going to send one to the Air Force Academy here about
The luxury of a lateral program, you can pick somebody up that's already got experience and trained as to where we have to send them to our own academy. Being civil service, you either have to be meet and confer or non-civil service department to have a lateral transfer program.
Well, you need help. We need to figure out what we can do.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks, guys.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You have a hard-working bunch of people that are volunteers for you. How are you doing on volunteers?
right now, I think our last count, we had 12 volunteers. We work with the RSVP program, and they'll send a letter, and what are your needs? We have this person that fits this mold, and in some areas, the technology has caused us to not be able to use some of those volunteers in areas that we used to, but they do actively participate. They go out and they do they love the handicap enforcement. They're a big help to us and the public. So we do have a bunch of active volunteers.
Do they do any traffic work,
No actual traffic enforcement other than the handicap in private and public parking lots, and that's all they'll do. They call a lot of victims on reported crimes that are sent to Criminal Investigation Division, whether they want to follow up or not, but a large help, a big help they are. I get more help out of some of those retirees than I do a full-time employee, and they don't get paid.
We appreciate them.
Thank you very much.
I need to take another break.
So I do have to let Chief Carter know that Tom's boy's already committed to the fire department.
You guys are unfortunate that as I'm looking at us as a city council and seeing none of us are going to help contribute to staffing the fire or the police here. We don't have any candidates sitting up here who can push that agenda. Go ahead, Chief Brady.
That's mine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm back. So first slide up there is the mission statement of the fire department. I think it's important for us to truly focus on what we're here for. And I routinely look at this, and it gives us guidance and direction why we're here. First slide is basically just our call volume, some statistics. Fire calls last year, 2022, 4,700 calls of service for fire only, and then 12,200 EMS calls. Public education, this aspect I'm actually really proud of because we're directly feeding back into our community. We're giving our community the tools for them to help themselves and help their neighbors. We delivered over 30 Stop the Bleed presentations to our community and delivered 40 CPR certification classes to our community as well. And put those together, that's more than one class a week. Very busy in this program, educating our community to help themselves. The next few slides are going to be a report on some projects that we've had over the last year that we're kind of closing down. Engine 3 and Engine 5 are set to go into production on the 1st of July. We purchased these over 15 months ago, and they're just now going into production with a completion date of September, and hopefully these vehicles will be in full service prior to the end of this year. We also implemented a health and fitness initiative. And this is a fitness initiative that we kind of modeled after the Texas DPS. And this plan is a 100-meter road test. And each individual's time is based on their age, their gender, and then also their weight. So our goal for every member of our department is to have a 50% VO2 max. And what's a VO2 max, right? So basically a VO2 max is the efficiency that your body consumes O2, oxygen, and then how your body translates that and uses that oxygen to convert it to energy. So the higher your VO2 max, the more efficient and the more athletic you are. So national, about 35 to 40 is the national VO2 max. But for elite athletes like Chief Carter and myself, 85 to 90 is a good figure.
And
Where's
about
Chief
the
Carter?
city council, what would that number be? I just wonder.
35 to 40 is average. Now keep in mind, we set our minimum standard for our department at 50, okay? National average for male is 35 to 40. So we also mandated a daily PT program. Every day a firefighter's on shift, they're required to participate in some sort of PT activity. So yearly we did a road test to evaluate the performance of our personnel, and we had 100% participation in this road test. And 2021, 94% of our department met that 50% standard. And 2022, 96% met that 50% standard, and we've got a goal in 2023 of 98%. And yes, we do have several of our members that are 85 all the way up to 100%. And I gave that figure of elite athletes or above 85. We have a lot of really good athletes in our department, a lot of folks in great shape. So we've also increased our TIFMAS capabilities. Last year we had one strike team leader trainee. That person is now a full-fledged strike team leader. And out on the wildland incident scene, this person would be in charge of 5 units with 3 to 4 personnel on each unit. So pretty much in charge of the entire incident. So that is a very high-ranking position in the wildland world. We also maintain 7 engine bosses and 40 deployable team members. And we've maintained our REM team, which is a rapid extrication module. And with these TIFMAS, that's Texas Intrastate Fire Mutual Aid System. I forgot to tell you all that. But anyways, on this REM team, there's only about 3 of these teams across the entire state. And at a certain level of incident, they're required to have a REM team deploy on this. So we actually went on 1 REM team deployment last year. Some of our other deployments, we had 5 wildland deployments. We also had 4 wildland paramedic deployments. That's where a paramedic respond with a 4-wheel drive vehicle or an ambulance unit, and they're there for the firefighters on the fire line. A wildland event is a true wildfire that our guys are out there working on different communities across the state of Texas. And then also border support. We have an engine staged to protect a prison. And that program has been continual up until this point.
How many people do we send down there?
So down in the border support, we have 8 people that rotate day shift and night shift, 12-hour shifts. And they're there for 2 weeks at a time, and then they rotate back here.
Larry, did you have a comment?
Yeah, is the city compensated for those?
Absolutely. It's zero costs for the city. Our overtime that the members that are deployed make, the overtime for the backfill to fill those positions at home, and we are also compensated for that for our units that are deployed. So a Type 1 engine receives $81 an hour when it's on deployment. So my next slide, I was going to come back to this. Well, it was mentioned earlier, which one of these programs, not necessarily my department, but which one of these programs has the highest possibility of generating revenue? Well, I've got 2 different programs where a fire department doesn't necessarily generate revenue. It's a service for our community. Well, we have found a way to generate revenue in multiple different aspects. Our training center being one of those, and being members of this TIFMAS program, also another ability to generate revenue.
Because of the classes you hold?
Yes, ma'am. For all the certifications, you can't just jump into the TIFMAS world. Let me back up one. So the way the progression starts is these deployable members, they're called Firefighter 1 and 2. You have to open a task book for that rank, and you have to spend hundreds of hours completing that task book. You actually have to go on deployment. So you're a firefighter trainee first, and you have to do that for a period of time, and then you'll open up a engine boss task book. Same thing. You have to do pack testing. That pack test is where it's a physical fitness test that shows that you can make it on an actual wildfire event. You have to take certification courses from the Texas Forest Service. There is a whole lot to go into each one of these ranks. That's why as you see it tiers up, there's less and less people that are at those higher ranks. So a lot goes into it, and it should. It keeps people safe. This is a thank you back to council. Our bunker gear project, if y'all remember last year, y'all approved for this project to be fully funded. We now have 2 complete firefighter ensembles for every member of the fire department. We've also installed a bunker gear dryer at every fire station, and then also an extractor, which is a firefighter bunker gear washing machine. It is a special machine to pull the liquid out of the fibers of the bunker gear without destroying them. So, but thank you, council, for fully funding this, and this program is closed down now. Training Center. This is a program that I just got finished telling you I'm really excited about, and actually really proud of the success we had last year. We hosted 2 regional area schools for our local volunteer community. We just finished one up last month. It was a vehicle Tech 2 extrication class, and some of those pictures are actually on this slide. And by the fall of 2024, we will be offering our first basic fire academy to outside students. We talk about generating revenue. If we allow outside students to come into our academy, they will pay for us to do that, okay? We are already teaching our students. So it doesn't cost us any more to teach 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 more students, but we have the benefit of generating a little bit of revenue for that service.
What's the revenue?
So that question's kind of still up in the air, because some of these other departments or some of these other educational facilities offer a 100% online course at an extremely reduced price because they get reimbursements back from the state to offer that fire academy. Well, with us doing face-to-face, we haven't quite decided on exactly what the tuition would be per student. It's somewhere between $2,500 to $5,000 per student, with the potential of having 20 to 30 students per class. No, that's too much. Not until I get my training center additional classroom. That's what I mean by busting at the seams. We could probably realistically do 15 to 20 fire students at one time. And if you have 20 of those students outside, there's a potential for a large amount of revenue. Can't make any promises because we're not there yet. So
Currently, what do you have for revenue?
building?
Oh, how much revenue have we generated? Well, the fall of '24 will be the first outside class for the fire academy.
The other trainings that you have done?
Oh,
are-
okay. So like that vehicle extrication class, we had
Yeah.
20 students from the outside the area, and they the cost for the course was $400 a student. And of course, we have some overhead costs, overtime for my personnel, food costs for the students, and just some general operating expenses. Well, we netted about $6,000 for the course. Over a 3-day weekend, we netted about $6,000. Well, I have a huge need out of the training academy and no way to fund that need, which is to put up a fence around the property. Well, I don't think $6,000 is going to be able to cover a fence to surround the property, but it's going to certainly take care of $6,000 of that expense. So found an additional $6,000 to help us with that budgetary problem that we have. So.
Chief, and not to mention heads and beds, people staying here in our community.
Oh, absolutely.
For that time frame as well.
We brought people from outside of our community, came all the way down from South Texas down by Houston. We had students from all the way down there, had a couple out of the Panhandle. So, not the food, restaurants. So, the next point on here that we acquired an aircraft prop. One of the goals that I had last year was to acquire an aircraft prop, and this just kind of fell in our lap, and it cost us next to nothing. It's, you know, this is a firefighter prop that is plumbed with propane, and it's all rudimentary steel, and it kind of looks like an aircraft. And right now we have the prop. Now we just got to find the funding to put it into place. And the very next item that we purchased, an American Airlines aircraft, that one truly did fall in our laps. We were reached out to by a carrier that wanted to sell us this aircraft for about $35,000. Well, through some negotiations, one way to another, we ended up getting it delivered for less than $6,000. So what would we use an airplane for? I don't have a pilot's license. I'm not going to be flying back and forth. This aircraft was decommissioned, wings taken off of it. It is used for our aircraft rescue firefighting training, for search and rescue within the fuselage of it's one of the objectives of getting that certification that we have to have for our aircraft personnel. So a lot of really exciting things going on at the training academy. Looking forward to the growth and the expansion of the services provided out there. We've got a lot of great people out there, and they're motivated to make this successful. Okay, so my next slide. Sorry. So my next slide, this is a coverage map of San Angelo, and you recognize the red line is the city limits within the city, and each one of the blue circles is a 3-mile diameter circle, and the center point is a fire station. And you can look, for the most part, the city of San Angelo has got pretty decent coverage with fire stations, with one fairly glaring exception. Right there, okay? That is south of town, right on Grand Canal. And what's important about this is that area is more than 5 road miles from the closest fire station. So fire station, why won't this thing move? Okay, so fire station 7, which is just immediately north to that area. Fire station 4, which is northeast of that area, out on Chadbourn, of the south gate of Goodfellow Air Force Base. And then fire station 8, which is out by the airport, which is southwest of that area. Each one of those stations is greater than 5 road miles from this area. And more importantly, the closest fire station is more than 7-minute response. So this next video, it's actually a video that was put together by Underwriter Laboratories, and it was based on some research from the Fire Service Research Institute. And the video illustrates, Tina, I don't know if I can push it. There's like a play button at the bottom. I was worried this would happen. Oh, did you see it? That little play button. Okay. So what this video illustrates is it's a comparison of 2 separate rooms. And in these two rooms, you have a legacy room, which basically is furniture that is pre-1950s, heavy wood, cotton fiber, burns slow, does not burn very hot. And on the right side of this video, you're going to see what is a modern room, okay? Basically what we encounter today, day to day. Both of these fires are started at the exact same time with the same size flame. And what you're going to see is initially the natural fibers, the legacy room is going to start, and it's going to start to burn real fast. But I want y'all to pay attention to the smoke production, because that is what is lethal inside a fire. Smoke production and that time counter. Now this is time lapsed, and it has picked up the speed of the time, but the 2-minute timeline, that is the actual real time. It's just sped up so we don't have to sit here for 20 minutes to watch a video. So at the 2.5-minute mark, you got heavy smoke production in the top of the right room. Within 3 minutes, you had lethal amounts of smoke in the top of the room. This is still survivable. This is still people could still occupy this space. But in a very short time, a fire doubles in size every minute.
Well, I'm glad I have all natural.
They won't have to hurry to your
They don't have to hurry. I can be in that 7-minute response
I will tell you
time.
that if you've replaced your carpet in the last 50 years or replaced your drapes in the last 50 years or your couch in the last 50 years, you have the modern, you do have the modern furnishings, okay? And they're heavy plastic laden, they're full of carcinogens, they're full of foams, polyurethanes, polystyrenes, and they burn at twice the rate as natural fibers. The reason why I selected this video is the important note of time to flashover. Flashover is an unsurvivable condition. That's when everything within that space instantly catches on fire. And I don't know if y'all saw in that video where there's a point where a bunch of stuff was on fire and then everything was on fire. That's flashover. It's unsurvivable for occupants, and it's also unsurvivable for firefighter and turnout gear and we are protected. What was the time on that flashover? 4 minutes, 50 seconds. What's the closest fire station to that neighborhood that I just showed you?
But on the other neighborhoods, we got it at 7 minutes, 5 miles.
Right.
But for example, at the one at the top, the very top.
The north?
And then to the east, what would be the east to me on this? It could be to the west on you.
Are you referring?
I'm up here.
Up
Up
there?
Over, to the right, to my right in here.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the time frame in there?
So that circle, that is a 3-mile radius. It's actually a mile and a half radius. It's a 3-mile diameter. Thank you, Tina.
Is that where you're talking about?
No, go further north and then to the right.
So I will tell you, a consultant did a comparison for the entire city of San Angelo, and there is only one neighborhood that's greater than 5 road miles away from a fire station, and that's that southern district that I showed you. And
But I want to know what it is in this upper corner, because it looks like a lot of space and room, and it would look like it would be greater than 5 miles based off of this diagram and that diagram.
well, that's a mile. So from the center of that dot to the edge of that blue line, that's a mile and a half. So from the center of that dot is where the fire station is located. Straight out, the radius of that is a mile and a half. And what makes it so difficult down here on the south sector of town is in Station 8 is actually fairly close, but the lake is right between them and that neighborhood. So they have to go all the way around South Concho Drive. Remember, it's 5 road miles, okay? And when you ever go a little bit north for Station 7 and Station 4, which is directly north and northeast on Chadburn, they have a fairly straight shot to that neighborhood, except it's just that far away. So Southgate Church of Christ is actually right off of that 277 interchange right there. That is within 5 miles. Okay, but as you come around Grand Canal and go over into that Pinehurst and that Country Club Lake Estates area and the brand new subdivision that was added onto Ratliff Road, those are outside that 5 mile,
Is that
5 road
Ratliff
miles.
Road within the city limits?
According to this map, it is not, but we just annexed that in about 4 months ago, 5 months ago.
We annexed
It has not been that long since we annexed Ratliff Road in. that whole
It
development.
might be TJ, but it's not annexed.
No, it's
in.
annexed.
Did we
It's-
annex
it was
we did.
annexed,
I
yes,
didn't
ma'am.
remember
Yeah, we
that.
did.
They added somewhere around 230 homes are being constructed out there on the south side of Grand Canal, and all that area has been annexed. And it's 7.5 minute response time for our closest unit. So that's the takeaways from that video. Unsurvivable conditions after 4 minutes and 50 seconds. And by the time we arrive on scene, we're significantly behind the power curve, and we're set up for failure at that point. And if there is a fire in that area, it's going to be a defensive fire because the fire will have a stronghold on that property, and interior offensive operations won't be. I'm sorry, interior.
You need water?
No, I'm fine.
Video.
It's smoke from the video. I told you it was bad. So interior operations will not be feasible at that point when we arrive on scene. So we do absolutely need a 9th fire station in the Southern District of San Angelo. Oh, come on. Okay, good. So let's focus on 2024. Some of the things that are high on the priority is fire apparatus capital allocation. And I touched on that when we were going over CIP. Last year I spoke on this subject regarding how we receive about $250,000 a year for capital allocation. We cash flow all of our apparatus to avoid any kind of lending, borrowing fees. I just received a quote for a new fire engine, and it is just a touch over $800,000 for just a regular fire engine. And with an allocation of $25,000 or $250,000, it's going to take greater than 3 years to replace one truck. We have 10 vehicles in our fleet. It will take 30 years to completely replace our fleet. So National Fire Protection Agency recommends a 10-year replacement period. Well, we have pushed that. Why? Because we have a fairly robust maintenance program, and we also have a reduction in call volume. So we can afford to push that out to 15 years, but we can't afford to push it out to 30 years. I don't know anybody in the room that wants a 30-year-old fire truck showing up to their house, right? And we have 4 of them. We have 4 30-year-old vehicles in our fleet, and I'm hoping by the end of this year I can sell those off and replace them, hoping to. So again, that figure needs to, honestly, if 250,000 produces 30-year, if you double that figure, you'll reduce the 30-year to a 15. So we realistically need that figure to be 500 to 550. So I know funding's tough, but if we don't take steps now, we're going to be in a real bind soon. So another thing I'd like to see is secure the funding to begin a health and wellness initiative. And
Well,
more.
how much healthier are you going to get those folks at 98%? I mean,
We are athletes, is what we are. So what I mean by that more specifically is not a health and wellness initiative, but to take care of our own. Technology has increased so much in the last 10 years. There is now a test that a firefighter can take where they can detect cancer in its very early stages. So firefighters are 9 times more likely to develop cancer and 14 times more likely to die from cancer than an average citizen. Why? Because of all the carcinogens that we encounter in our day-to-day lives. The PFAS that are in the firefighter foams, the PFASs that are in our bunker gear that we put on our bodies every day we go to work. We have the technology to test for cancer at its early stages. And y'all all know Chief Dunn. He was lucky. He caught his cancer at stage 2. I think he was stage 2. He's a survivor of cancer because of that. If we can catch one person, if we can catch one cancer in its early stages, it'll pay for this entire program. So how much does it cost? Body scans are $500 per person. 60 people per year. 60 people per year. That came through. It's $30,000 annually. We have 180 personnel. In a 3-year period, every single member of this department will have a cancer treatment. And then you repeat the process, and you repeat the process. So that's a huge initiative that I'd love to see happen. I know we've asked for it for multiple years in a row. I would really love to see that happen this year. A big one that I just covered was to acquire the land for Fire Station number 9. My goal for Fire Station number 9 is to have it ribbon cutting ceremony 5 years from now. That's our target. 5 years to have that station purchased, built, and moved into in 5 years. And I know it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money. Step one is to get the land, and I'm actively working on securing that land. Secure the funding for a training center expansion. I kind of told you that we are busting at the seams. I want to expand into offering EMS out there. Currently, we partner up with Howard College, and we have to use Howard College's lab. I don't have a lab at the or over at the training academy. I want to run fire and EMS simultaneously so I can potentially shorten my recruit academy, where I can have one group of recruits going through fire school and another group of recruits going through EMS school, so I overlap my academies, so I reduce that 15-month turnaround time down to about 12-month turnaround time. So, and that's in training. So that's all I have. If y'all have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer any.
Tom?
Patrick,
Yes, sir.
when you take these old units out, is there any residual value to them?
No. You wouldn't talk pennies on the dollar? That's even a joke. So ladder 7, if y'all remember about 3 years ago, we replaced that ladder 7 with a new aerial. Beautiful truck, by the way. Thank y'all. We took ladder 7, put it through the auction. We got $2,500 for that truck at the auction. The aluminum in the ladder was worth more than $2,500. The engine, even if the engine had to be rebuilt, it was worth more than $2,500. But we're kind of bound by sending it through auction. I have looked into a couple options, firefighter truck options, but still, it's pennies on the dollar. I checked with our one of the vendors. Do y'all take trade-ins? Yes. Well, how much would you give me for a 1992 Pierce Dash? Because that's what I have. He goes, about $2,500. I guess everything's worth $2,500. I don't know.
Well,
Better than zero.
There's a point of, law of diminishing returns. It's
Yes,
kind of
sir.
like trading a truck. Do you want to ride it all the way to the end, or when you get 4 years on them, do you want to spin them when you still get half your equity out? I mean, those are things we need to look at and analyze. It's obvious that you're going to need some help. Try to get back up and get in compliance on there. It's one of those things we don't have a lot of wiggle room with compromising safety, and we understand that. But I was just trying to get a picture on what you need and quick, and
So I
spin them
told
sooner or later.
I told you next week that I was going to come to council with a recommendation to move forward with the purchase of another engine. Well, talk about revenue generation. Engine 8, I'm bringing to council for y'all because we were not in a position to purchase Engine 8. Engine 8 is a 17-year-old unit, okay? It is due for replacement, and I didn't have the money. Last year, council was gracious enough, finance was gracious enough to throw an extra $200,000 into my capital allocation. I still don't have enough money. But because of the participation in the TIFMAS program, we're able to buy that truck 2 years ahead of schedule. That is huge for our taxpayers, huge for city council. That relieved the burden of 2 more years of us waiting for that vehicle, because it's already 2 years out of date. Now, I would love to be able to count on that TIFMAS money every single year, but if you look outside, it's rainy, it's cool, and nothing's burning. So
Okay.
I can't count on TIFMAS money year after year after year, and that's why I talked to y'all about I need that guaranteed capital allocation, because that TIFMAS is not always going to be there to bail us out. But yes, sir, Tom.
Thank you, Patrick.
No, thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Larry,
your
do you have a
manpower?
question?
Manpower? So we're good for now. But in the very short time, so in March I hired 6 personnel, and I hired 6 above my manning. I had 180 people, and I hired 6 additional people. Let me correct myself. I had 178 people, and I hired 6 additional people, so I'm 6 over. Why? Because I've had 4 people drop their papers in the last week. So one person retired, and I had 1 person turned in his retirement paperwork, and 3 people quit to seek employment other places, completely away from the fire department. That one hurts. It's one thing to leave the fire department to go somewhere else and make more money with the fire department, because this is our passion and our dream and our life. But to give it up to go to another industry entirely tells me it was about one thing: pay and schedule, and that's a tough thing for me to hear.
Risk.
Yeah, and risk, absolutely. So by September this year, I'll be back to even, and I still have an active list. I intend on hiring off of that list because it takes 12 to 14 months to get these recruits through the academy. I'm going to offer another test. From what I understand, we already have 30 people signed up for the next test. Actually, my recruiter is sitting right back there, and he does a fantastic job getting me applicants. So, anyways, we've had more applicants in the last 2 years, not more than what we've had in the previous years, but what we have seen is a slight increase in applicants showing up to the test. Why? Because we're showing up to the schools for career day. We're blasting social media. Brian Groves is helping us out with making a video, and we're blowing up social media with San Angelo Fire Department is hiring. We took out Google ads. We're showing up to the mall. We're doing a bunch of these PR events where people see us, especially at the schools, because that is our future, is those young people in high school and junior high. We are doing a lot of PR events where we're getting our name out there. So I think that's why in the last couple of years we've seen a slight increase in recruitment of personnel. And this last group, we had a lot of very, very qualified applicants, and I was very pleased with it. So, any other questions? You're welcome.
Mayor, that's it for the presentations. Now we go to the next phase, which is the last one, is to discuss the priorities, whether we want to confirm the priorities like we've had them in the past 6 years. Again, that being public safety, infrastructure, and economic development, or if council wants to entertain adding to the strategic priorities, any other items that you feel should be considered at this point. So again, this is your opportunity, council members, to talk about areas that you feel should be included or maybe removed from what we have right now. I think we have a pretty solid list, but it's your opportunity right now to speak up and say, hey, this is something else we want to see as well.
One of the things that we keep hearing about over and over again is the importance of quality of life as our city, and it is our greatest recruitment tool for economic development. In our first joint meeting last week on economic development / community development / quality of life, we went through the various things that are what makes people attracted to the city of San Angelo. And it's interesting what everyone said, but they all kind of tied together in terms of community development, if you will, in terms of those assets. And a lot of those assets were cultural. They were historic downtown. They were community development opportunities or community development focused. The river was brought up several times. Certainly the facilities that we have and need improved, and those are certainly the river stage, the Coliseum. Lake Nasworthy is a wonderful quality of life opportunity. The airport development as an economic development, medical, as Harry said, thank God we have the medical facilities that we've had for treatment and the growth in that area. So when we take a look at this, and Michael presented many of those items to us today in terms of, as well as Shane Kelton, Lake Nasworthy with the Lake Nasworthy sewer project and renewal, our ability to increase that will add a lot of opportunity for community development down the road. The airport as a major asset has needed investment and needed a focus and a vision for what it could be and can be for our city. And I think it's great to hear what's going on out there. It's unfortunate Rick's not here today. Carl is to talk about the river and but Michael, you brought it up one of the first impressions that you had coming through San Angelo when you first visited is going down Bryant Boulevard and seeing the left and the right and the river running through, coming through downtown and seeing that river running through it. We've long had a game plan for extending the trail system, a quality of life issue, and a need to continue development on the trail systems, whether it be at Twin Buttes, whether it be at Lake Nasworthy, whether it be extension of the river projects downtown around to Bell Street, et cetera. But we have some great assets that we are always looking for additional funding to grow those assets. So when we talk about confirming priorities, I think today a lot of emphasis was put and focus was put on the cost and associated with maintaining these assets and making sure that we focus on the quality of life that we owe our citizens. And then we also look at the cost of focusing on those quality of life and those assets and it's devastating when you look at those dollars that are attached to that. But I think over the past few years, we have definitely put forth some strategies that have helped us move those things forward, but we're not through. And unfortunately, what I think we do a lot of is we get started and then we stop, and then we wait, and then we start again. And we've got to follow through on these projects. We're applying for some grants to help us follow through on these projects. Hopefully we will get that money because they're things that will have a dramatic impact on this community. And for example, the $21 million grant that we've applied for will have a great impact on our ability to connect neighborhoods, connect walkability, connect quality of life issues. So I'm excited about that. So that's kind of my overview about what we've seen and to say a lot about where we've been and the focus. But there was a report, a Moody Analytics report that evaluated various cities in the United States and in Texas. And the one thing that they said about San Angelo was San Angelo is not well known for its economic development. It's well known for its quality of life. And I think we need to keep that quality of life continuing. If that's what's out there and be publicized about our city, we want to make sure that we continue to focus on those issues that provide quality of life to our citizens.
May I also add something to the quality of life? We've regained our focus on the Americans with Disabilities Act. And that doesn't just impact people with noticeable disabilities. It impacts old people like me and throughout the community. We have an awful lot of silver-haired, bald-headed men.
There's no silver hair.
Why are you looking down here, Larry?
Up here.
But I think it's important to the community, and Teresa has really done one heck of a job of bringing that to the forefront. And I think it's something that we as a community should be very proud of, and where we're headed with this. I absolutely think it's fantastic.
Well, and that is a quality of life issue. And not to, and when we say that, I also want to make sure I also add to that, you know, part of our quality of life is our public safety, police, and fire, because they all provide citizens with a sense of security and a sense of protection. And so when I talk about those other assets as physical beings or physical plants, if you will, what's not listed there is the quality of life that is provided to us because of the quality of fire and the quality of police that we have. And I don't think you all hear it often enough, hear it frequently enough, but it definitely is a part of that conversation. And I believe that our citizens feel strongly that the police and fire add a tremendous sense of quality to this community. So thank you again for doing that. And unquestionably, when we talk about
focus on our assets, certainly our employees are an important part of our assets. And we will never downplay the importance that our employees play in terms of providing the quality of life, because almost every one of these things that I talk about and reference to take good quality people executing their jobs well in order to make sure these assets remain the assets that we have. And so we want to make sure that that's not dismissed in terms of an asset. Certainly our employees are an asset to the city of San Angelo, and we thank them for the service that they give us. So
Awesome.
with that, and I also would say that when we talk about employees and we talk about the asset that they are to this organization, we know that what we need to do is we look at this year's budget, but as we move forward, we need to do what's fair, what's equitable, and what's reasonable. And that means living within our budgets and living with a game plan to ensure that our people as a part of our assets are part of the conversation. And that's kind of my thoughts.
Mayor, I'd like to add to that as well. Employees are an asset. A lot of times employees are seen as an expense, and that could be further from the truth. They are an asset, and I think at this point, 7 years ago, the priority for City Council included pay for employees, competitive pay, which was really not truly competitive because by definition, competitive means you're at or beyond the cities you compare yourself to. I really do feel that we need to come up with a plan. I know, and you mentioned, Mayor, I mean, we know what the revenues are going to be, what's going to be forecasted. We have to live within what that's going to be. But with that said, we also, one thing that keeps popping up, and I keep hearing over and over and over again, and it's only rightfully the right thing to do, is to make sure that we do develop a plan, because we talk about it just about every year, but this year really, when we start looking at it, we need to live within our means, but also say, staff members, you guys need to understand that we have developed a plan that we're going to follow, and we're showing you the importance of what you bring to the table. Quality of life, yes, police and fire, heck, parks and recreation. I mean, there's a lot of employees of the city that contribute to that quality of life. So with that, Mayor, I'm glad you mentioned that, but I think that's something that, if anything, should be a priority for moving forward, is to address a plan that we can develop and present to city council members and say, hey, look, this is what the plan is over multiple years. I'm not saying this year, but over multiple years, this is what it looks like, and this is living within our means as well.
And with all due respect, that's correct. As it is, all these things, there were a lot of requests today presented for us for consideration. And when we look at the totality of those numbers, it's way beyond any number that we're going to have available to spend, right? So we have to budget revenue and expense in the same column. But what was good today, and I'm pleased that we spent as much time as we did, and the presentations, we took longer today than we normally do, but I think it was very beneficial to everyone to hear from our various departments and understand not only what might be a top priority right now, but what our long-term plans have to be, need to be, and then figuring out what's reasonable for this year, but understanding that whatever our revenues are this year does not mean that those same revenues will exist next year if the business climate changes. So they've got to be very good strategic plans. I'm really pleased with the quality of work and presentations that were made today, and I thank everyone for their patience and hanging out here as long as you all have to listen to it, but I think it's also good for you all to hear the overall presentation of our entire city community.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I want to answer your question, Daniel. You asked a question of council. And I want to thank the mayor, too, for bringing up the employee issue and how valuable they are. But, Daniel, I want to offer you my full support for you to develop a plan for compensation that is I think every city employee knows that, yes, there are going to be years that we may not be able to meet a plan because of unanticipated, unexpected things. But to have a plan, I think, is extremely important for stability within the organization, for predictability for them as human beings in their households. But I also want to go back and be repetitious. To tie together infrastructure, economic development, and public safety as strategic priorities, in my opinion, we need to have the comprehensive plan reviewed and updated, and we need to have the zoning ordinance updated. It's been since 2000, the year 2000, when there was a complete review and update of our zoning ordinance, 23 years ago. So as one council member, I give you my full support for developing a compensation plan. Daniel, if we have to do a classification study, I am beginning to see more clearly in my continuing conversations that I am having with different city personnel that we may need to look at classifications within our current plan. So I would fully support that. So again, you would have my full support and what you need to do to bring us options, to bring us proposals on comprehensive plan review and update, on a zoning ordinance update, and on if it has to be a compensation and classification study. You have my support. That's my input as one council member.
Okay, Karen, do you have a comment?
I will add my hat to Tommy's hat in the ring. I support that as well. Thank you.
Mayor, that's what we have.
Okay, thank you again, everybody, for being here, the work and effort that's been put into today's presentation. As we move forward, well, we'll have some answers.
Leave now.
Everybody to Miss
Why go
Hattie's
now? Except it is almost happy hour.
It's
Well, it is somewhere.
It is Friday and Memorial Day weekend, Lucy, right?
Everybody enjoy your long weekend.